Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto became the ultimate monster experiment? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Perfection. Orochimaru had always wanted to achieve it. Even as a child, he had longed to be the strongest, and he had critically examined the ninja of Konoha, shaking his head as he observed them. This one could have much better aim if he wasn't missing some fingers. This one could reach so much further if he only hardened his heart to killing. This one would have so much potential if he didn't drown his sorrow in alcohol. This one could so easily become Hokage if he only had a bloodline to help back his skills. Eventually, he had reached the conclusion that every ninja had a flaw holding him back, and to be the strongest, Orochimaru would have to rid himself of any flaws, so that he could reach his full potential. However, instead of seeking to improve the things that needed to be improving, such as his ego and aesthetism, Orochimaru had turned to his physical form. Any other ninja would have found nothing wrong with his body. It had all 4 limbs, all 5 senses, was fast and strong. But Orochimaru's eyes still found weaknesses. His body had no special ability, no bloodline to elevate him above the rest. He had worked hard to become one of the greatest ninja in the world, but one mistake on the battlefield and it would all be wiped away. And even if he managed to live to a ripe old age, his body would still weaken and shrivel until it crumbled into dust, unable to hold back the ravages of time. No, his body was not perfect by any means. But Orochimaru vowed that he would make it so. It was almost stupidly easy to get his hands on test subjects. Despite the wars that had raged across the continents, the civilians of Konoha trusted their ninja to keep them safe. It never occurred to them that those same ninja could attack them as they attacked the civilians of the other villages. First he only used the scraps, the shadows of humanity on the streets, who had no one to miss them or care about their well-being. No one had noticed, and so he grew bolder, and took the children from the orphanages, which were filled to bursting after the wars. Again, no one seemed to realize that people were disappearing, and for a few years, Orochimaru worked in peace, cutting, injecting, extracting, stitching, slicing, carving and crushing as he sought to unlock secrets that should have been left well alone. And unlock them he did. After countless experiments, which cost as many lives, he invented not only a jutsu that would allow him to exchange his body for another's, extending his life in the process, but also many others, which could not have been discovered without the use of his experiments. Many times, Orochimaru had paused within the middle of an experiment and stared down at skin parted to reveal the glistening red flesh beneath, unable to believe that so much power could be found within the bodies of the weak. However, there was only so much that the weak could give him. For every secret he discovered, it was not unusual for 50 subjects to die in the process of discovering it. They died in many ways. His own carelessness, shock, biting through their own tongues so that they drowned in their own blood while strapped down to tables, mistakes spawned from his lack of medical knowledge, but it didn't really bother him, only the fact that he had to keep replacing them, which was irksome. But after 30 men died as he tried to find a way to create an immunity to fire, Orochimaru was forced to look for superior test subjects, those with strong bodies, those who regularly pushed themselves to their limits and beyond. Shinobi. He had at first only gone for ninjas from outside the village, not out of a sense of loyalty, but because they would not be noticed by Konoha. But the number of shinobi who went near enough to Konoha for them to be snatched, but were unimportant enough that no one would notice were few and far between. So Orochimaru had turned to the shinobi of Konoha to provide subjects, snatching them in the dead of night and carting them off to the laboratories that he had hidden so carefully underneath the abandoned buildings of Konoha. He was cautious, naturally. He did not take the strongest of the strong, did not steal away the elite, no matter how much his fingers itched to wield a scalpel against the flesh of Konoha's white fang, or dissect that strange student of Jiraiya, who had been labeled the prodigy that might even surpass him, though his eyes flashed whenever someone mentioned the brat possibly becoming a better ninja than him. It was ludicrous to even think that someone trained by the dead last to ever surpass the genius, a fantasy that his foolish teammate could only dream about as he ruffled the golden hair of his favorite student. But then came the blow that had shocked both Konoha and Orochimaru. Instead of choosing his own student, the one that he had praised above all others, the Sandaime had selected Namikaze Minato, determining that he was more fit to be the Yondaime that Orochimaru. It was a bitter blow, but more importantly, it was a sign that the Sandaime had detected, if only slightly, the darkness that lurked in his favored student. So, Orochimaru had begun to quietly shift his work from Konoha to the hideouts he had slowly constructed on his many trips away from Konoha, keeping only the most delicate subjects in the village. On one of his visits to his largest hideout, he was approached by a member from Akatsuki, an organization of S-class missing means that was based in AIM. Intrigued, Orochimaru had listened to the man, a strange fellow that was hunched on the ground, almost as if he was crawling along it, and found out that they were gathering members. Deciding to keep the offer in mind, he returned to Konoha, his mind ever whirring with ideas to test out on the unfortunates in his labs. But still, the bitterness from not being chosen as the Yondaime remained, and slowly fanned into rage. And from that rage sprang carelessness. He had limited himself to only taking Genin and Chunin, the ordinary ones that wouldn't be missed too badly. After all, losing poorly skilled ninja during missions was not that uncommon, though it happened less with Konoha than the other villages. But as his rage searched for an outlet and he lost more subjects due to his carelessness during experiments, Orochimaru began snatching more and more. He did not just take Genin and Chunin, but also abducted Jonin, Anbyu, and even some academy students, wanting to see how they would react to his tests compared to the elite. People had begun to realize that villagers were being snatched away in the night and reported to the Sandaime, who searched frantically for the culprit. And then had come that fateful night, when the old man had confronted him, the two facing each other across a battlefield of restricted scrolls scattered across the ground. Orochimaru had fled, feeling anger and a bittersweet triumph course through him, for he knew that the only reason he was not dead was because Sarutobi had been too weak to kill the man he had thought of as a son. He then decided to head to AIM, hoping that the organization could offer him as much value as the citizens of Konoha had. It didn't. It offered him so much more. Upon arriving, Orochimaru had been introduced to the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, and his partner. His shock at seeing two of the brats that Jiraiya had taken an interest in after their battle with Hanzo was only surpassed by his glee when he saw the eyes of the orange-haired man. Orochimaru's leg had been black for a week from where he'd kicked himself after learning that the Rinnegan, said to be the most powerful of the dojutsu, had been within 10 feet of him and he'd missed it. But now it seemed that he had a second chance at gaining it, and the Sannin was most certainly not going to waste it. He was also impressed by the man's partner. He vaguely recalled Jiraiya saying that the girl of the group had had some skill in folding paper, but either his teammate had been holding back considerably, or Konan had spent a lot of time honing her skills since Jiraiya had left them. Orochimaru witnessed her create practically everything a shinobi would need out of paper, even fly by use of hundreds of pieces of paper stuck together to form graceful wings. While not a conventional method of fighting, Konan's origami was certainly a key part in her status as an S-class shinobi. The leader explained to Orochimaru what their goal was, though the Sannin sensed that he was holding a few things back. First of all, they would gather money by accepting missions at a lower cost than the main villages would. This would not only gain money for the organization, but it would also deprive the main villages of some of their income, an idea that Orochimaru approved of. Their second goal was to gather the Bju, and though the leader didn't say why, Orochimaru had a few guesses. Each of the 9 demons had an incredible amount of chakra, and were capable of wreaking destruction that shinobi could never hope to match. One on their own made a powerful weapon. All 9 of them together. Well, the villages would be falling over themselves in their haste to surrender. However, they would not be going after the Bju for a while, as they needed to gather information as well as other members. In the meantime, they would simply collect money in teams of 2, which they would remain in for a long time unless one member died, or was replaced for any other reason. Orochimaru smirked as he leaned back against the tree, watching the young man kneel down next to a puppet. He had assumed that the grotesque figure that had invited him to join the organization was Sasori's real form, but during a fight with a missing nin that was skilled in wind jutsus, the puppet had been blown apart, revealing a redhead who seemed to be in his late teens. The fight was over, the missing nin dead and his bounty collected, and now all that was left to do was for Sasori to fix the broken puppet. He was clearly very skilled, and soon the cracked shell of the puppet had been repaired without so much as a scratch to show where it had been damaged. Satisfied, Sasori unsealed several other puppets and began to tinker with them. Orochimaru meanwhile observed Sasori with interest. His nose, refined by a procedure that had cost several civilians their looks and lives, as he dissected their faces in an attempt to study how to do it, told him that Sasori's scent was comprised of the smell of wood oil and metal. Not unusual for a puppeteer, except for the fact that Sasori's scent had very little in the way of an ordinary human scent, something that was not usual for a puppeteer. Could the rumors he had heard from his spies be true? However, his interest was diverted from Sasori as the redhead unsealed another puppet from a scroll and began to carefully examine it, checking over for any flaws. Orochimaru's eyes bulged as he took in the messy black hair and the sweeping brown robe, the sight taking him back to a time before the Third Shinobi War, where Sarutobi had taken his team on a diplomatic mission. Orochimaru remembered standing in front of a desk, feeling naked without any kunai or shuriken by his side, though his sensei had warned them that metal weapons would be more of a hindrance than a help, thanks to the Kekkai Genkai of the Sandaime Kazekage, who could manipulate the magnetic field. Now the greatest Kazekage in the history of Suna stood before Sasori, clearly held up by chakra strings. Orochimaru could tell that the man was dead, but his body seemed to not have deteriorated at all. A quick sniff told him that the Kazukage's body had had chemicals used on it, probably to preserve it, while it also seemed to have had metal added, a suspicion that was confirmed as the Sannin took a closer look and noticed a joint where the Kazekage's neck met his head. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He had seen Sasori use puppets in action before, but had not paid them much heed. But now as he looked back, they had possessed abilities that even a master puppet maker should not have been able to install. However, a human with a bloodline could have conceivably used them. So, he seems to have found a way to create puppets out of shinobi, while preserving their abilities. And if he can do that, there's no reason why I can't work with the genetic material. This is wonderful. Indeed it was. For if the Kazekage's body was intact, then that meant that his Kekkai Genkai was up for grabs as well. His partner had just gotten a lot more interesting. It was not long until Orochimaru met the 3 other members of the organization, and he was delighted by them. He had known that they would be powerful, but not that they would possess such a goldmine of potential for his own use. Hoshigaki Kisai was a face he remembered well from the bingo books. The shark-like man was a member of the Hoshigaki clan, which had practically died out in recent years thanks to the bloodline purges of Kiri. As Orochimaru recalled, they were famous not only for their blue skin, large chakra reserves and gills, which let them breathe underwater for a short period of time, but also for their swords, which were grown rather than made by feeding chakra to fragments of earlier created swords, and could eat chakra. Rumor had it that the tradition had started when one of Kisame's ancestors had fought the Sanbai, and left the battle bleeding and broken, but triumphantly carrying one of the Bju's scales. Kakuzu, he found out, was the reason why Akatsuki had so little members at this point. The man was incredibly violent, and had killed 2 of the partners that had been given to him. He was also greedy, and had a deep obsession for money. But that was not why Orochimaru was interested in him. Kakuzu had somehow transformed his entire body into a mass of thick black thread that was hidden under his skin. Orochimaru and Sasori had been paired up with him on a few missions, and Orochimaru had observed him manipulate the threads outside of his body for various purposes. However, what interested him the most was the form of immortality that came with it. Kakuzu was able to rip out the hearts of others, and then store them within his own body, not only extending his own life, but also granting the chakra and elemental abilities of the shinobi that he had taken the hearts from. Orochimaru would have gone green with envy if it had been within his facial color palette. The idea was not so dissimilar to his own, and yet it was almost improved. If it were not for Kakuzu's prowess as a shinobi and his own desire for more than what the violent man offered, he might have tried taking him for a host. And then there was Zetsu. Orochimaru saw him rarely, as Zetsu worked alone as the organization's spy, and reported directly to their leader. But what he did see intrigued him. Zetsu had shown the ability to be able to pass through solid matter, and also to sink into the ground and reappear a fair distance away in a very short amount of time. Such a skill could prove to be very useful, though Orochimaru was not as interested in it as the others. For a few months, he and the other members continued their work, collecting bounties and quietly gathering information on the Bju and their Jinchuriki. Orochimaru was assigned the Ichibi, but seeing as he would not be going after it for a few years, he didn't pay much attention to it. Then a new member arrived. Haiden, a former shinobi of Yukigakure, left after killing his neighbors. At first, Orochimaru had not seen anything special about him. Haiden was skilled with a scythe, that was true, but he was not as skilled as some of even the Konoha shinobi, and he was incredibly disrespectful and rather arrogant. Orochimaru had dismissed him as useless for his research, until he saw him fight. They were up against a group of rogue ANBU, all of whom had a hefty bounty on their head. While Orochimaru dealt with the leader of the group, Haiden faced off against another, who was very skilled with a katana. Orochimaru had just turned from the corpse of his foe when he saw the ANBU slicing at Haiden's neck. Even if he had wanted to shout a warning, it would be too late. Haiden's head fell to the ground, and the ANBU scoffed. That was Pathet Dash. Then Haiden's mouth opened, and to Orochimaru's astonishment, began to yell at Kazu to hurry up and fix him. It was then that Orochimaru discovered Haiden's power. A member of the cult of Jashin, he was the result of their secret jutsu, which had transformed his body into something that simply would not die. Add that to his ritual that allowed him to inflict wounds on his opponent by attacking himself, and Orochimaru realized why Haiden was not as skilled as the other members. He didn't need to be. One drop of blood, and he had already won the fight. Such an ability was something that interested the Sannin very much. Thanks to a jutsu he had created while in Konoha, he had the ability to regurgitate a new body from his mouth, in the event of getting a wound too serious to ignore. However, the technique required a large amount of chakra to use, and he could be finished off while trying to perform it. But Haiden did not have to use any chakra to keep himself alive. His body did it all for him, and he could only be stopped by chopping him into tiny pieces, but even that could be fixed by Kazu. Time passed, and soon they were called back to AIM, as Pain liked to check on his subordinates, though the visits were growing fewer as time passed. Once he had given his report, Orochimaru took his leave, and began to wander around AIM, noting with amusement that he was given revered looks due to his cloak. Really, it was pathetic how some people just had to find someone to worship, not even bothering to gain power. Suddenly he came to a halt, staring up at a building. On its roof was a blue-haired woman he recognized as Konan, who was standing next to a figure with orange hair and rippled eyes. But this was not the leader of Akatsuki, this was another man altogether. Orochimaru's eyes widened greedily. There was more than one source of the Rinnegan? He waited until both Konan and the figure had gone before summoning a snake and ordering it to track the figure down. The snake complied, and led him to a building that was heavily guarded by both guards and traps. Orochimaru didn't doubt that he could break through, but if he did, someone would probably notice. Still, he made a note of the building before leaving. He had sensed more than one chakra signature, but the strange thing was, 5 seemed to be almost echoes of the same one. This would merit some investigation. As he busied himself with setting up a new hideout in the land of rice, one that he had decided would be his main headquarters, Orochimaru reflected on his fellow members. All of them possessed power that he wanted, and he could not decide which one interested him more. Pain with his legendary dojutsu? Konan, with her origami skills that he was sure he could mold to his own uses? Kisame, with his clever little sword that could eat chakra and seemed to be sentient? Sasori and his puppet? Kakuzu with his small form of immortality and those useful black threads? Haiden with his apparent immunity to death and clever little ritual? Zetsu with his strange powers that Orochimaru was already envisioning various uses for? He could not decide, and it annoyed him. He wished to try out his body switch jutsu soon, but when he left his body, he wanted to go to a better one. No, not just a better one, he wanted to have the best. But which one would that be? If only one of them possessed the powers of the others, would truly be the ultimate host dash. And that was when it hit him. Despite the failure of the Mokuton transfer, Well, at least, he thought it was a failure. There was a niggling suspicion that he thought he saw the chest of one of the infants rising and falling, but it was probably just his imagination. Orochimaru had not given up on the idea of grafting abilities onto another. In fact, thanks to a boy with a strange disorder, he had managed to create a new, more powerful version of the curse seal. The survival rate was 1 in 10 true, but as far as he was concerned, that was also a good thing. Only the strongest could survive it, and he would not have any weaklings bear his mark. But the curse seal was not the only thing he had been able to graft. He had taken the Kekii Genkai of several minor clans that lived in the land of rice, and managed to replicate it in others. The death rate was as high as the curse mark, higher in some cases, but that did not matter to Orochimaru, only the fact that it could be done. And if he could transfer the abilities of Akatsuki, his mouth watered at the implications. He would have the ultimate host, one that would finally be able to achieve what his own body was unable to. Perfection. Orochimaru knew that he would have to be incredibly careful. His associates were S-class missing Nins, and they would not appreciate someone trying to replicate their abilities. Not only that, but they rarely came together at the same time, and he needed to be able to gather what he needed in a short span of time, so that one would not notice the materials missing and inform the others before he could flee. And he would need to flee. Sasori especially would not be amused by what Orochimaru intended to steal. But there was one occasion where all of the members would gather together in the same place, when a new member joined. And Orochimaru had it on good authority that their number was going to be up by 1 very soon. It was at that point that he would act. So he carefully made notes of what he needed, and began to delve into the mystery of the strange figure with the Rinnegan. For he knew that he had little chance of getting what he wanted from Pain. The man was extremely powerful. If he was not, Orochimaru would never have called him a leader. It took some time, but eventually he found the answer. Pain seemed to have made use of corpses as eyes and ears, and somehow had gifted them with the Rinnegan. Orochimaru wasn't sure of exactly how the process worked, only that it let him use them as if they were his own bodies, and that the corpses were transformed by those strange piercings. Seeing as Orochimaru had never encountered anything like this before, he would have to take a gamble. Though stealing a sample from the leader would be impossible, the corpses, which remained in a hidden room in a coma-like state most of the time, were another matter. However, he was not sure if they now contained the genetic information needed for the Rinnegan, or it was just a jutsu that had nothing to do with them. He could only hope that it was the former, otherwise he would not be able to replicate it. But now he knew what he had to do. All that was left was to act. Orochimaru plunged his sword into the chest of the missing Nin, a sadistic grin on his face. The man, an A-rank shinobi from IW, slumped to the ground and his partner gasped as he saw him. Daichi! His distraction cost him dearly, as one of Sasori's puppets came up from behind and stabbed him in the back. The man choked before toppling over. Sasori eyed the corpse before taking a scroll out of the pouch at his side, the one where he kept all of his puppets when they sealed. Orochimaru drifted over. You intend to turn him into a puppet? Sasori nodded. He showed skill. Indeed. Orochimaru knelt by Sasori's side, pretending to look over the corpse. But are you sure that you wish to do that? Leader Sama asked us to collect bounties after all. Sasori shot him an annoyed look before turning back to the dead body. Yes, I'm sure. Now we must leave soon. Leader expects us to be present when the new member arrives, and I hate to keep people waiting. Orochimaru nodded and rose to his feet, turning away to hide the scroll that he had replaced with an empty one in Sasori's open pouch when the puppet master was occupied. Point 1 down, now just 6 to go. To Orochimaru's joy, he managed to retrieve 2 more samples before even reaching aim. He and Sasori found the zombie brothers, as Kisame had dubbed them, fighting against a group of bounty hunters. It was one-sided really. The hunters had no chance against the combined efforts of 2 S-class ninjas, but Haiden had decided to drag it out with his ritual. When Orochimaru arrived on the scene, there was only one hunter Nin left, who was covered in deep gashes that matched those on Haiden's body exactly. As he and Sasori approached, the silver-haired Jashinist plunged his pike into his own heart, and the hunter Nin fell to the floor. Haiden pulled the pike out of his chest, giving it a shake. Man, that thing hurt like hell. Kozu, long since finished with his own opponent, shook his head at Haydn. If you hadn't wasted your time with that ritual, you wouldn't be in that mess. Shed it, heathen. Jashin-sama if demands blood. As they argued, Orochimaru stooped down and discreetly used a syringe to SCK up the blood that had splattered the area from Haydn's self-mutilation. This was a golden opportunity after all, and he couldn't afford to waste it, not when he was on such a tight schedule. Suddenly, his eyes caught a flicker of black and white, and he threw a kunai in its direction. Zetsu, who had just risen from the ground, put a hand to his cheek where the kunai had sliced it. His eyes narrowed at Orochimaru. Don't do that ever again. Orochimaru smiled. My apologies. I'm just a little tense. Zetsu glared at him, but turned to the others. Leader-sama expects you to arrive promptly. Don't be late. With that, he sank into the ground and vanished. Orochimaru walked over to the kunai that was now lodged in the ground and scooped it up. He smirked as he saw that it was coated with a strange muddy brown liquid, which was quickly added into another syringe underneath his cloak. We should head back. We don't want to be late now, do we? Conan. It was those four that Orochimaru still needed samples from, and he would have to go about it carefully. But he had thought it over and believed that he could do it. As they stepped into aim, Conan appeared before them in a swirl of paper. We've been waiting for you. Sasori grunted. Blame Haydn. We were held up by his rituals. Oh, go and play with your FNG dolls. My ritual is important. Conan glared at Haydn, who rolled his eyes but fell silent. You have wasted enough time. Come. They followed her in, Haydn muttering darkly about someone calling his ritual a waste of time. As they lowered their heads against the relentless downpour that was always present in aim, no one noticed the piece of paper trapped in Orochimaru's fist. Orochimaru hissed in excitement as he watched the new member being greeted by their leader. The boy was an Uchiha, a member of the clan that he had always envied for their bloodline, the powerful Sharingan that could copy any jutsu they desired. And not only that, but the boy was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the heir and prodigy of the clan. With his body, Orochimaru was certain that he could bring the land to its knees, and that was just while he waited for his later host to be perfected. He had originally intended to just leave with the samples, but now the Uchiha had provided an opportunity for Orochimaru to test out his jutsu, and it would be rather ungrateful to waste it, would it not? But first he had to gather samples from Pain, Kuzukazu and Kisame, or rather, Kisame Samehada. This could prove to be tricky, but Orochimaru was confident that he could do it. Behind the Sannin, Haydn and Kuzukazu were arguing again, and Kuzukazu was clearly beginning to get annoyed with his partner. He lifted his arm, ready to send some of his black threads at the Jashinist. But then a pale hand rested on his shoulder. Kukuzu, you shouldn't be fighting. You are partners after all. Kukuzu snorted, and shook his arm free of Orochimaru's grip, not noticing the black threads that remained between the Sannin's fingers, though they quickly vanished inside his cloak. The Sannin quickly stepped inside the room, panting heavily. The various safeguards around the building protecting the body had been more difficult to combat than he thought, and he was aware that Pain probably knew that they had been breached. He had to work fast before anyone else arrived. He walked over to the nearest body lying motionless in a strange contraption, ready to dart away if it showed a hint of moving. But from what he had observed, the bodies were controlled by those strange piercings, and deactivated when they were not needed, becoming nothing more than corpses once again until Pain commanded them to move. Even so, Orochimaru worked quickly, snipping away hair from each body and yanking out a few piercings as well, intending to study them as well. Once he was done, he sealed away the samples and left the room. He had already collected a sample from Samehada, picking out the scales embedded in Kisame's training dummies from where the Sharkman had gone overboard, which left just one last member, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru panted as he stared at Itachi in rage. The Uchiha stared back stoically, seeming to be unmoved by the killing intent that the snake Sannin was pouring out. Orochimaru, any technique you use will be useless before these eyes. Orochimaru gritted his teeth even as he stared longingly at the Uchiha's eyes, which seemed to be different than the normal Sharingan, especially if that hellish technique he had just been through was any indication. He could almost feel the spikes impaling his body again and again, as he realized that he had been beaten by a mere child. He snarled at the thought and lunged forward. But Itachi was faster, and he brought the kunai arching down just as Orochimaru's fingers reached his head. Pain stabbed through Orochimaru's wrist as he stared at his hand, now lying on the floor. He had never felt such raw fury before. It almost encompassed the throbbing that he felt from the stump where his hand had been, the hand that was now lying pathetically on the ground, its fingers limp. Orochimaru's eyes widened. For snagged between the useless digits were several strands of black hair that had not been there before he attacked the Uchiha. His mind quickly ran through several scenarios. He had failed in his bid to take over Itachi's body, that much was obvious. But with the genetic material from the boy's hairs, well, his perfect body would not be perfect without the Sharingan, would it? He moved forward his other hand, and a snake sprung forward, grasping the severed hand before Orochimaru darted away through the trees. He might have been bested by the Uchiha now, but he would wait, he would sharpen his skills, and he would create the perfect body. Then he would return to slay the Akatsuki, and give Itachi the pleasure of knowing what the Sharingan was capable of in the grasp of a man like himself before he ended the wretched child's life. The guard standing outside of the base was bored out of his mind. It wasn't fair. Inside the base, you got to mess around with the prisoners, and it was a lot warmer in there as well. But no, he had to get stuck with guard duty, standing outside in the cold for hours on end, while thinking mournfully of the pretty girls that Orochimaru had never minded them playing with as long as they didn't damage them too much. Suddenly, there was a noise which jolted him out of his grumbling. He narrowed his eyes, squinting through the mist that always drifted over in the early morning. "Who's there? Show yourself." A figure staggered out of the mist, and the guard gasped. "Orochimaru-sama?" The snake Sannin was in a bad shape. He had managed to perform a medical ninjutsu that limited the bleeding, but it was crude, and his sight was beginning to blur from the pain. Due to his white skin, it was difficult to see if he had got any paler, but his harsh breathing would have told anyone that there was something wrong even if they didn't see the stump where his hand had been. The guard rushed forward to help, but Orochimaru waved him away as he strode forward. "I am going to my quarters. Send one of the prisoners there." The guard frowned. "Which one, Orochimaru-sama?" Orochimaru hissed. "Anyone." The guard paled, and quickly rushed off to the dungeons, not wanting to be the target of the wrath that Orochimaru was clearly only barely holding back. He dragged the wife of the daimyo of the land of rice from out of the cell they had shoved her in earlier after kidnapping her for some leverage over the man. Despite the fear in her eyes, the woman had been raised from birth to be quiet and dignified at all times, and so she allowed the guard to lead her to Orochimaru's chambers, vowing to herself that she would not scream, no matter what he did to her. It took only 5 seconds after Orochimaru began the jutsu for her to break her vow. Orochimaru seethed as he looked at himself in the mirror. The face staring back at him could be considered pretty by some, with long glossy brown hair, dark eyes, and full pink lips. But that was all it was. A pretty face with a useless body, a gilded prison that he was to be trapped in for the next 3 years. Hissing angrily, the Sannin slumped back into his chair, glancing around the room, which was an odd mix of a lab and a study. The walls were painted white with swirling patterns of red, gold, and black, while the floor was white tiles, with elaborate rugs scattered over one half of them. Bookcases lined the walls, containing everything from fantasy tales, collected by Orochimaru while he researched legends about wild spirits who were immortal, to medical textbooks. A comfortable armchair faced a steel table, which had leather straps hanging off the sides. The brown fabric was stained from where it had cut into frantically struggling limbs, the owners desperately trying to get free as Orochimaru wielded the glinting tools that were kept in the display cases by the door. Inspiration could strike him at any time, and he liked to be able to test out his ideas on cruder models within the comfort of his room without having to bother to go down to the laboratories where the real work was done. There was a knock on the door, and Orochimaru looked up, though he already knew who it was. The experiments he had performed on himself had granted him the senses of a snake after all, and he knew the scent of the man outside the door very well. He passed a hand over his face, and when he took it away, the features of his new body were replaced by the snake-like ones of his old form. Enter. The door swung open, the oiled hinges not giving so much as a creak, and inside stepped Mizuki. Orochimaru-sama? You summoned me? Orochimaru smirked when he saw him. Though Mizuki was nothing more than a pawn, he was certainly a useful one. Though after a few incidents, he was watched like a hawk on missions with teammates, document-carrying missions were not really looked at beyond the fact that the document had arrived where it was supposed to, meaning that Mizuki was able to show him quite a lot of Konoha's minor documents, which added up to quite a helpful amount of information for anyone interested in invading. Of course, Orochimaru was not delusional. He knew that he would not be able to take on his old village for a very long time, and it would require careful planning, as well as a considerable increase in the size of his army. But the Sannin was patient, and he was sure that he, the one destined to learn every jutsu in the world, to access the secrets of immortality, could prevail against a village of weaklings. After all, he had easily beaten Jiraiya, and his old teammate had been heralded as one of the strongest Konoha had ever seen. However, there was a few small matters that he had to currently attend to. The most important one was that he was slowly but surely running out of test subjects. They died so easily, yet gathering the quantity he needed was proving irksome. He couldn't turn everyone that came to him looking for power into experiments. He had an army to build, after all. Just tell me, Mizuki-kun, when do you return to Konoha? Mizuki frowned. With your permission, Orochimaru-sama, I'd like to return as soon as possible. I fear that the Sandaime suspects that I've been straying from the missions he's assigned me. Orochimaru leaned back in his chair, pretending to mull this over. In fact, he already knew that the Sandaime had suspected Mizuki for far longer than the Chunin realized. But he saw no need to inform the Chunin of that. He preferred for the pawns to not know the entire strength of the king. Very well. But before you go, I have something for you to take back. Mizuki looked excited as Orochimaru reached over to his desk with an extended arm and picked up a scroll. What is it, Orochimaru-sama? Some powerful jutsus? A new formulae? Orochimaru chuckled. No, not that it concerns you. I wish for you to take this scroll back to Konoha, and leave it in the hole in the wall of the alley next to that quaint little ramen stand. It will then be retrieved by another one of my agents. Mizuki nodded, looking sulky that the scroll was not for him, and accepted it from the Sannin before leaving the room. Orochimaru knew that he wouldn't dare open it. The silver-haired man knew the price for betrayal. Chuckling softly to himself, Orochimaru rose to his feet, feeling a light hunger within his stomach. I wonder what Sarutobi-sensei would say if he knew how well Hamura, Koharu, and I were getting along? Sasori frowned as he leaned over the work table, varnishing the face of his latest puppet, a pretty girl with blue hair and orange eyes. He was in a house on the outskirts of Iwa, a place he had bought before he had truly become a master of puppets. After learning that he no longer had a partner, he had decided to spend some leisurely time with his art before Pain found a replacement for Orochimaru. A shame that the man had gone. He was very talented, and having one of the Sannin as their members had been very useful for Akatsuki, but it was not entirely unexpected. He had always suspected that Orochimaru was placing his goals above that of Akatsuki. His attempted theft of their new member's body only confirmed that suspicion, and placed him on the list of people to be eliminated, though not right now. The Sannin was powerful, but he would not try to attack them, at least not for a long time. But still, Sasori couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't put his finger on what, but there was definitely something amiss. Sasori tried to shake the feeling off, and reached for his pouch of scrolls. Working on his favorite puppet always soothed him, not to mention the fact that looking at the Sandaime Kazekage that he had defeated and transformed into a true piece of art gave him no small amount of pride. He frowned as he glanced at the pouch. He couldn't seem to spot the scroll that the Kazekage was sealed in, despite the fact that he was sure that he had placed it on top of the pile. He yanked the pouch fully open and peered inside, but still he couldn't spot it. Feeling an increasing amount of panic, Sasori tipped the scrolls out onto the floor and frantically searched through them. But it was to no avail. The scroll was gone. Sasori rocked back onto his heels, dumbfounded. The Kazekage was gone? But how? He froze, thinking over the events of the last few days. Then his eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists, feeling anger burn through him, the likes of which he had not felt for many years. Orochimaru would pay. The snake Sannin frowned as he looked over the results of his latest test. He had been trying to give the abilities of Sakan and Yukon to 17 other shinobi, and all but one had died within a few hours of receiving it, though the latter expired after a day. Orochimaru's gaze drifted over to the vials that held the Akatsuki samples. He had not tested them out yet, he had precious little of them, and so could not afford to squander them on people who would die anyway. But they had been trying to graft many different Kekii Genkais, and the lowest death rate they could get was 1 out of 8, far too many for Orochimaru to risk an experiment with even one of the Akatsuki samples. No, what he needed was the assurance that whoever he gave the samples to would not die. But who could that be? He sighed, and returned to the other matters that needed his attention. After the mess with the Soma no Ko Kekii Genkai, he had realized that he needed more test subjects, which was why he had sent Mizuki off with the scroll, which contained a request to Koharu and Hamura to send him more children from the orphanages in Konoha. Most people would be surprised to find that the two patriotic elders were working with the treacherous snake. But Kamaru and Hamura were only doing what was best for Konoha, or at least they believed they were. When Sarutobi had failed to kill him, they had tried to plant their own spies into his ranks. Orochimaru had detected them easily and fooled them into thinking that he and his armies were much more powerful than they were, which was the opposite signal to what he was displaying to ordinary Konoha spies. Koharu and Hamura had panicked when they heard back from their spies, which they believed to be far more reliable than the ones Sarutobi had sent out, and it was then that Orochimaru had contacted them with an offer he would leave Konoha alone if they would send him some of the orphans that had been crammed into the orphanages after the attack of the Kyubi no Kitsune. It was a deal that he never intended to honor, but the elders didn't realize that, despite their shrewdness and experience, they still couldn't help but still see the loyal genius of Konoha rather than the cold S-rank missing Nin, if only a little bit. So they believed him, and began to quietly send him some children every once in a while. No one noticed, it was them, after all, who dealt in missing civilians, so even if anyone had reported a few children going missing, they would have got rid of any record. Orochimaru didn't make many requests of them, he knew that asking too much would result in them going to the Hokage. The only reason why they hadn't done so already was because he had threatened to make his army march on Konoha if they did. The trickle of subjects from Konoha were useful indeed, but not much. After all, any with Kekii Genkai were normally from clans who would take them in if their parents died. Even if they weren't, Konoha liked to keep an eye on special children, so the chance of snatching them without alerting Konoha would be slim to none. Besides, it wasn't as if any Kekii Genkai from Konoha would solve his Akatsuki problem. He had never heard of someone being able to withstand the sort of trauma that grafting abilities could provide. Orochimaru froze, his eyes wide. Wait a minute. He had heard of such a person. A while ago, one of his spies, a minor medic Nin, nowhere near Kabuto's caliber, had remarked casually about how the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi had been brought into hospital after being attacked by a mob. That was not unusual for a Jinchuriki, but the fact that all of his cuts and broken bones had been healed up within a day was. The Sannin thought over this, his eyes gleaming. It seemed obvious to him where the healing came from, the Kyubi, unwilling to be dragged off to the grave with its host. But even the Kyubi would be unable to get rid of a bloodline once it was injected into its Jinchuriki. The body had only two options: accept the bloodline and integrate it, or reject it and die. Orochimaru was sure that the Kyubi would never go for the latter, which meant that it would have to accept the abilities. Of course, there would be a limit. Even with the Kyubi, there was only so much that the body could take. But even so, he was sure that he would be able to force the abilities of Akatsuki into the Jinchuriki. And then, he would at last be able to create utter perfection. Koharu pursed her lips as she read over the letter from Orochimaru. Hamura, sensing the agitation of his old teammate, glanced over at her. "What's wrong?" She silently passed him the letter, and picked up her cup of tea as he read over it. Hamura's eyebrows rose higher and higher as he read through it until they had practically disappeared into his hair. "He wants Uzumaki?" Yes, Koharu sighed. And he seems quite keen to have him. Hamura frowned. But why? He has some talent, I admit, but not much even compared to his academy class. He's a rude, loud, obnoxious brat. And I doubt that he'll live long even if he does make it past the academy. Koharu's eyes flashed. Don't be foolish. He's the Jinchuriki of the most powerful Bju. Who wouldn't want him? Hamura shook his head. The QB is powerful. He isn't. Koharu took a sip of her drink before staring down at the letter. But what if he cracks open the seal? The QB would be free and in the hands of Orochimaru. They both shuddered at the thought, but Hamura still looked doubtful. You saw Minato's seal. It was designed to withstand practically anything that was thrown at it. I don't think that Orochimaru could ever hope to break it, and besides, you heard Jiraiya. Apparently Minato also encrypted it so that it could only be altered with elements that Minato hid, and I'm sure that only Jiraiya knows where they are, and he certainly would never tell Orochimaru, even under torture. That was something that they could both agree on. Jiraiya was stubbornly loyal, and he had survived several bouts of torture when he was captured during the Second Shinobi War without telling his captors a thing. Koharu picked up the letter and read it again. It's possible, I suppose, that he only wants Uzumaki to see the difference between a Jinchuriki and a human. It's something that many have puzzled over before, after all. Hamura nodded. Besides, if we lose Uzumaki, we do not lose much. He is a Jinchuriki, destined from birth to be a sacrifice. This is no different. Perhaps if he was more skilled, but the child shows no talent at all. He is nothing compared to what we could lose if we did not send him to Orochimaru. Koharu nodded, and held the letter over a candle. It was quickly consumed, and she let go of it as the remains floated down, crumbling into black ashes. Then we are agreed. Naruto was extremely excited. He had been told to go to the old man's office, because there was a special surprise waiting for him there. Normally, he'd be wary of surprises, but this was the old man. He would never hurt him. As he walked towards the old man's office, he was surprised to see that there weren't any guards standing outside. Normally there were at least 2 of those weird guys who wore animal masks like little kids being the 4-year-olds that played in the park with their mothers watching from nearby. Naruto was 6, and that made him a big boy. At least, Kiba's mother had called him a big boy when he turned 6, but today there was no one. He opened the door, not knocking as usual. To his confusion, the old man wasn't sitting there. Instead, he saw the 2 old people that the old man had called his friends. To Naruto, this didn't make much sense. He didn't like those 2, because they weren't nice like the old man, and he thought that nice people had nice friends, but the old man had told him to be polite to them, so he smiled hesitantly at them. They didn't smile back. Instead, the old lady walked over to him, and looked down at him strangely. You're Naruto, aren't you? Naruto nodded, wondering why she was asking that. He had heard the old man call him Naruto in front of her many times before. The old lady's face did break into a smile at that point, but the sight of it made Naruto wish that she hadn't. It exposed her slightly browning teeth, and it made him think of the cat that pounced upon the mice that scurried around the dustbins. Naruto, you want to be a ninja, don't you? Naruto's face lit up. Yeah. I'm gonna be the best ninja ever. And then I'm gonna become Hokage. The old lady looked rather sour for a moment before her face returned to its smile. I see. Now, you know that as a ninja, you would have to make sacrifices for Konoha? Naruto nodded carelessly. The old man had mentioned something about that, but he hadn't really paid attention. The old lady reached down and patted his arm. Now, are you willing to make sacrifices? A good Hokage must be able to do that after all. Naruto was hooked the moment she mentioned Hokage. Yeah, of course I am. Good. She swung her palm into the back of his head, sending him crashing to the floor. The last thing Naruto heard her say before he was lost to unconsciousness was, "It's also what a Jinchuriki should do as well." Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. What happened? He bit back at him at his throbbing head, and looked around. He was in a room that had no windows, and he wrinkled his nose at the putrid smell before he noticed that he was not the only person in the room, far from it. About 30 children were crammed inside, boys and girls, their ages ranging from crying toddlers to teenagers that had the muscled build of shinobi. Some were too grubby to tell their gender, some were reasonably clean, some were malnourished while others looked healthy, but there was one thing that they all had in common: they were all terrified. Naruto looked around, and saw to his horror that there was no door, just bars stretching down from the ceiling to the floor. A memory swarmed up in his mind from when he had spray-painted the Uchiha symbol and turned the red and white into pink and green. 2 Uchihas had hunted him down and dragged him to the Konoha military police station, where they had relished showing him the cells and promising him a trip into them if he ever tried to deface the noble Uchiha clan's symbol again. Am I in prison? I didn't do anything wrong. Footsteps echoed, and Naruto looked up. A tall man was standing on the other side of the bars. He had pale skin and long black hair, but it was his eyes that Naruto noticed. They were gold, with slitted pupils, and they were fixed on the crowd of children, some of whom stared back defiantly while others cowered away. Not fixed on the children. Fixed on him. Icy fear bubbled in Naruto's stomach as he looked up at the man, and he suddenly knew, with a sharp, dreadful clarity, that he had not been put in a prison. He had been sent straight to hell. Naruto had always hated the dark. It was a secret that he had always kept hidden, as according to the other kids, being afraid of the dark was for sissies. But as night fell over Konoha, he had always huddled in his bed, his terrified eyes watching the shadows and twisting them into monsters that leered at him, waiting to pounce as soon as he closed his eyes. Now, trapped in a cell with several other unfortunates, he couldn't understand whether he still hated darkness, or if he should welcome it. For while the darkness now signified the cramped confines of his cell, something that would give him claustrophobia for the rest of his life, it also meant that he didn't have to see the misery that no one could escape from, could pretend that he was back at his apartment and the lights had just blown out as they often did. The cell was mostly silent apart from the sobbing. Some of the other children talked to each other, but they refused to look at anyone else. Naruto noticed that those that spoke to each other were all different. Some had weird patterns on their skin that they would sometimes clutch at and howl. Some had funny eyes or teeth or skin. Some looked human, others seemed to be nothing but monsters. He noticed something else to the children that vanished. Sometimes every day, sometimes spaced weeks apart, the guards would march up to the cells and begin dragging children out. They kicked, howled, sobbed, pleaded, but it made no difference. All of them were taken away, while the normal children would stare after them in horror, wondering if they'd come back. The strange children didn't. They already knew that the taken children would be lucky if they didn't. Naruto always pressed himself to the back of the cell whenever the guards came to take children away. He didn't want to be dragged off to wherever they were being taken. Instincts honed from years of avoiding the hostility of Konoha telling him that it would not be a good place to go. Naruto was unaware of the fact that he wasn't in any danger the first few times the guards came. Orochimaru was working with the samples, checking to make sure that everything was ready, and planning out his schedule for creating his perfect host. That took time, and so for a couple of weeks, Naruto was safe. But then his luck ran out, and the whiskered face boy woke up in the cell to find the snake man standing outside, pointing at him. That one. The first ability they gave him was Samahata's. Well, they didn't give it to him, strictly. Orochimaru researched the Hoshigaki clan, and found that their swords were grown from the scales of previous swords, a child only being awarded one when they managed to break a scale off during a spar with an ordinary sword. The child would feed the fragment their own chakra, which would bind the sword to them and only them. The amount needed to grow the sword would kill a normal person, but the Hoshigaki clan were all born with incredibly large chakra reserves, meaning that they could survive providing the scales the chakra they needed to grow into a sword. That worked out fine, as Naruto had a very large chakra reserve as well, one that would rival any child of the Hoshigaki clan. And as Orochimaru's chakra merged with his hosts when he took over their bodies, the sword should respond to him as well as it did to Naruto. The Hoshigakis had always demanded that their children be awake through the procedure. Whether this was an active part of the sword growing or just a display of toughness Orochimaru didn't know, but he wasn't going to risk it. And so Naruto was strapped onto a chair with his palm forced to face upwards as the shard from Samahata was stabbed into it. The pain was terrible. Not from the stabbing, that was merely a sharp flash that was over quickly, but from the slow, aching feeling of having his chakra eaten out of him. The 6-year-old slumped over when the procedure was done, but just before he passed out, he saw what looked like a small dagger made out of purple scales, and heard Orochimaru say smugly, "Experiment a success." The group of children in the cell slowly thinned. Naruto counted them, using his fingers like the academy had taught them. There were 11 of them now, and it had gone very quiet. The kids that had come in with him had stopped talking a while ago, and the older ones had never spoken a word to him. They didn't see any point. To them, everyone was going to die anyway, so it was not much use making friends. Naruto didn't like the quietness. He was a loud child by nature, and he disliked not being able to talk because no one else wanted to. He was also homesick but also worried. Where was the old man and the other ninja that were supposed to protect him? Why had no one come? The Sandaime stared down at the paperwork in front of him, seemingly reading it with great attention. In reality, his mind was far away, fixed on a certain blonde Jinchuriki that had vanished from Konoha several months ago. He had not realized that Naruto was missing for a while, something that he bitterly regretted. His visits to the boy had slowly been cut down to once a month by the sheer amount of work the elderly Kage had to go through, and this month had been particularly hectic. By the time he had been able to go out to visit Naruto, only to discover the boy missing, the trail had long since gone cold. That hadn't stopped him trying though. Naruto was more than the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He was the son of one of his dearest friends, and the boy that Sandaime viewed as his own grandchild. He had mustered the finest of the Inuzuka to track him down, but they returned empty-handed, saying that the trail was too old for them to follow. The Sandaime suspected that they had not tried as hard as they should have, being eager to get rid of the demon brat, but he had no way to prove it, and so dismissed them. But now all that he could do was hope that Naruto would one day return to them. Sighing, Sarutobi looked up at the portraits of the Kages on the wall, his gaze landing on the blue-eyed visage of the Yondaime. "Minato, that we have truly failed you." Orochimaru smirked as he examined the weapon that the scales had grown into. It was nowhere near the length of Samehada, which was to be expected, considering it was nowhere near the sword in terms of age and how much chakra it had consumed. Right now, it was the size of an ordinary kunai, albeit one covered in scales that shot up whenever someone brought their hand near. The color of the blade had changed as well. The blue scales had mutated into a dark indigo, and Orochimaru wasn't sure if it was a normal result of a new sword being created or whether Naruto's chakra, tainted by the Kyuubi, produced a unique reaction. Either way, he was happy. The sword was not as good as his Kusanagi, of course, but it was worthy of his new form, and he looked forward to testing it against its parent when he struck Akatsuki down. But now was not the time to think of such things. He had some new test subjects coming in, some with very intriguing abilities, and he also wished to begin a new experiment with Naruto. It was time to see how he responded to that peculiar power of Haiden's. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. He was lying on a table, his arms and legs bound by straps. He pulled at them and winced as they chafed against his skin. "Be careful there. Those straps are tight." Naruto blearily looked up at the person standing next to the table. It was a teenager, with silver hair pulled back in a ponytail and a pair of circular glasses sitting on the edge of his nose. He was staring down at Naruto as if he was looking at a bug under a microscope, and it made the younger boy uncomfortable. "Who are you?" The teen smiled. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I'm Orochimaru-sama's personal medic. I was sent to check that you were okay." Naruto looked up at him. "Am I okay?" Kabuto smiled. "I think so." Then he whipped out a small kunai, and before Naruto could blink, stuck it into his chest. Naruto yelped in shock and pain. It wasn't as bad as he expected, but it still hurt like hell. Kabuto pulled out the knife and inspected the wound before nodding happily. "Orochimaru-sama will be pleased." The pain was fading already, but Naruto was too angry to care. "Why'd you do that?" Kabuto smiled at him. "Oh, didn't Orochimaru tell you? That operation earlier was designed to give you at least partial immortality, so that things like stabbing you would not harm you. Seeing as you're not dead, the experiment seems to have been a success, but I had to make sure." Naruto glared at him, but Kabuto didn't seem to care. "Now come with me, Naruto-kun." Orochimaru has decided to move you to where we keep the successful experiments now. Naruto lay still as he unfastened the straps, debating whether to make a break for it. But then he looked up and saw a strange glint in Kabuto's eye that made him decide against it. Something told him that the teen was more dangerous than he let on. As he walked after Kabuto, Naruto noticed that there was a large mirror on the wall. Out of curiosity, it had been a long time since he had seen his reflection, he stopped to look into it. His eyes widened in shock. He was thinner than he used to be, no doubt thanks to the scarce amount of food that prisoners received. His teeth, while all there and intact, were beginning to yellow, and he resolved to find some toothpaste as soon as possible. His clothes were faded and ragged, and he would probably be utterly filthy if they did not insist that everyone showered before experimentation. But it was his hair that surprised him. It had grown longer than he remembered, the spikes sticking up in all directions while the front strands now touched his shoulders. However, what held his attention was the color. His hair now had a silvery cast to it, something that he definitely would have noticed before. After all, he had often proudly noted that his hair was the brightest in his class, beating out Ino's by far. Kabuto, having noticed that he was not following him, looked over to see what Naruto was looking at. He understood immediately. Apparently, all members of the religion that the guy who your immortality comes from belonged to have silver hair. You probably got a diluted version of it because you're not an actual member. Now come on. Naruto followed Kabuto, but his thoughts remained with his reflection as he wondered just how much this place was going to change him. The place where successful experiments were kept were a small improvement on the place where Naruto had stayed before. He was still in a cell, but on his own this time, and they had access to better food as well as a shower once a week. Still didn't change the fact that he was being locked up, or the fact that he didn't know why. He had asked the guards, but they had just angrily retorted about how he should be grateful that he was helping Orochimaru-sama in his great work. There was also another aspect that Naruto didn't like, having to fight. The successful experiments were probably going to be included in Orochimaru's army, and so he wanted them trained and ready to fight. He also wanted to see how well the changes he had implemented in them worked, as he did not call an experiment a total success until he was sure that their new abilities could work in a combat setting or some other way to benefit him. Naruto had been lumped in with them so that he could build up some skill. Orochimaru had no intention of possessing a body that he would then have to spend ages getting into shape. So Naruto was given training by both Kabuto and a handful of others under Orochimaru's command. At the moment, they were only working with taijutsu, and Naruto was taught the basics of the Hibi style, which, though it was very different to what he'd been shown in the academy, was also easier to learn, as he didn't have teachers trying to sabotage him, or only teaching him the barest minimum that they had to. He had also been introduced to Kenjutsu, but he wasn't very good at it so far, getting beaten into a pulp every time by the strange boy with the red markings under his eyes. Apparently, the news of his immortality had spread, as his trainers seemed to have no problem with stabbing and slicing him to pieces, something literally. They had also begun to research the religion that Kabuto had spoken of, Jashinism. Naruto had felt sick as he read of ceremonies involving hundreds of human sacrifices, books that ranted about how not killing your opponents was the ultimate dishonor, and the rituals where Jashinists mutilated themselves in order to bring their victims the maximum amount of agony before they died. The more he read, the more his disgust grew. There was no way he was ever going to use that sort of stuff. It looked horrible, and what sort of Hokage would he be if he went round cutting people up? A few weeks later, Kabuto informed him that he was to undergo another transfusion. Naruto had not protested, as he had a feeling that it wouldn't be much good. But they had still drugged his food, and Naruto had been out like a light the moment he had finished the soup that he had been given. When he woke up, at first he couldn't see anything different. His eyes, his hair, his teeth, all were still the same. But then his shirt slipped, and he saw the neat stitches of black thread that ran diagonally from the top of his shoulders to the beginning of his armpits. And he screamed. Kabuto had come to investigate what was wrong, fearing that the experiment had not gone as well as they'd thought. Naruto had demanded an explanation in a fearful voice, and it was given brutally, that it was part of the experiment, and these strange black threads had been woven through his body. He did not go into much detail about what they would be used for, But Naruto did not like what he did say about them, especially when he mentioned human hearts. After the teen had gone, Naruto slumped to the floor, stroking the stitches as he stared at them in bewilderment and fear. Words came floating back to him from his days in Konoha, whispered by strangers, muttered by his teachers, and shouted at by his peers. Freak. Monster. Demon. The old man had always told him to ignore them, promising Naruto that of course he was no different than them. But now, could he really say that he was like anyone anymore? Orochimaru frowned as he read over the reports given to him by Kabuto. They had just started to get Naruto to manipulate the threads, but it was slow work. He had managed to extend his arms, but at the sight of the threads coming out of his body he had stopped immediately and retracted them. Naruto-kun's training is going slowly. Kabuto nodded. He does show a certain dislike of the changes we've put on him so far, and they aren't even that bad, compared to the others we intend to do. But his taijutsu is coming along nicely, and he is beginning to pick up kenjutsu. I recommend that we start his training on chakra control soon, or he'll never be able to perform jutsus as efficiently as he should do. Orochimaru waved his hand. I cannot spare you for his training much longer. You have other work to do. Kabuto frowned, but nodded. Very well. What of his training now? Orochimaru rested his head on his knuckles. I won't accept my vessel being trained by substandard teachers. Summon Gyuren. Kabuto blinked in shock. Orochimaru-sama, are you sure? Orochimaru chuckled. Yes. She'll provide the training he needs, and could well bring him round to my view. When I take his body, it'll be much easier if it is offered willingly. Kabuto nodded slowly, though it was obvious that he was not happy about this. Very well. Orochimaru watched him leave the room, before deciding to send someone to Kiri. There had been rumors of Akatsuki traveling to there, and it appeared that they had a new member, someone who apparently had mouths in his hands. Gyuren smiled as she leaned over the edge of the balcony, savoring the chaos that was rampaging below her. She was in the buildings that housed some Orochimaru's first, successful, experiments, that is, those who survived being branded with some of the first different curse seals. But few other scientists would dub these creatures as a success. The once human figures had been warped into grotesque mockeries of their former selves, the price from drawing on the curse mark too much. Now unable to do anything but listen to their own bloodlust, they were confined in a remote area, and studied by a few of Orochimaru's researchers, mainly by observing them fight. However, the crazed experiments hardly ever fought without killing their opponent, and their number was slowly being whittled down. None of that concerned Gyuren. She had been ordered to keep an eye on them by Orochimaru, and she had obeyed. But she only had to stay here until they were all gone, and from the looks of things, that wouldn't take too long. Soon she would be back at Orochimaru's main base, serving him as was her only wish. Gyuren-sama? The 16-year-old turned around to see one of the scientists bowing to her, his hands shaking from nerves. Kabuto-sama has sent a letter. Gyuren frowned. She did not like Kabuto, not at all. He was too quiet, too plotting, too nice while secretly being evil, and he was loyal to himself, not to Orochimaru. If someone cut him a better deal, he would betray the snake Sannin in an instant. Gyuren was also, if she was honest with herself, more than a little jealous of him. Kabuto was Orochimaru's right-hand man, his personal medic, and the one he trusted above all others, including her, a fact that never failed to fill the crystal user with bitterness. Still, Kabuto had to be obeyed for now. Well, give it to me. The scientist nodded, and quickly handed over the letter before scurrying away. Gyuren carelessly began scanning it. As she reached the third line, her eyes bulged, and by the time she had finished the letter, she was teetering on the edge of collapsing from shock. He wants me to do what? Naruto sat on the bed in his cell, staring dully at his arms. He had been sent some new clothing, probably after they realized that his old ones were now little more than scraps of cloth linked by frayed threads. If it had been in any other place, he would have been excited to receive clothes like these, some mesh tops, black pants like he had seen some of the ninja around his village wear, fingerless gloves, a full body suit, even a gray flak jacket, though it was a bit big for him. But in this gloomy place, he found it hard to conjure up any excitement at all. He had put on one of the mesh top and black pants, not wanting to have to wear the smelly rags he had been for the last few weeks. But as soon as Naruto slipped on the top, he had realized his mistake. The large rags had at least covered the stitches, something which the mesh top didn't. Now there was nothing to hide the tiny black threads woven through his skin, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from them, no matter how much fear and disgust ran through him as he looked at them. Naruto lifted his hand and gently touched the stitches that ran down his right shoulder. They seemed to be pulled tight, but he concentrated, and his arm fell to the floor, connected to his shoulder by a thick snake of black threads. A bitter smile pulled at Naruto's lips, and the threads began to move, rising and bending like a real arm, though it was doubtful that any human limb could twist into some of the positions he made the threads do. Naruto didn't like what had been done to him, in fact he hated it. But in the darkness of his cell, with no company but his own, he had turned to using the threads as entertainment, a way to stave off the loneliness, the fear, and also the frustration. During his first week in wherever the hell this was, Naruto had not expected to stay long. He had been sure that the old man would come looking for him, and if not him, then at least some of the ninjas who had been kind to him before he came here. But as the days dragged by, a sense of hopelessness had crept up at him as he had looked around to see no sign of anyone coming to rescue him. Where were they? Why hadn't they come? Danzo stared down at the reports sent back to him by one of his agents, a smirk on his lips. So, it's true? Orochimaru has him? The root agent in front of his desk nodded. Hi, Danzo-sama. We managed to sneak in a few agents into his organization. They weren't able to discover much as hidden with Orochimaru, but they were able to find out that he has the Jinchuriki and seems to be performing a variety of experiments on him, though they are not sure of the nature of those experiments. Danzo leaned back in his chair. I see. This was intriguing news. As soon as Uzumaki had disappeared, he had sent out agents from Root to find him, and if necessary, eliminate him. After all, they couldn't have the most powerful of the Biju in the hands of another village. But Orochimaru, that was another matter. Danzo had made deals with the Sannin before, and they had proved to be very profitable. Perhaps a similar deal could be made for Uzumaki? And if not, that Danzo's lips curled back into a grin. Well, he'd be a very poor character to leave a child in the hands of a monster like Orochimaru, wouldn't he? It was a few weeks after Naruto had been given the black threads, and he was standing in the middle of his cell, a single black thread darting around the cramped space. He watched it with almost a flicker of pride, for he was beginning to advance quite well with manipulating the threads outside his body. He couldn't move many threads at the speed that he could move on, but if they didn't disturb him for a while, he should be able to get better with the technique. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, and quickly withdrew the thread back into his body, sinking down onto his bed. Someone was coming, and he didn't want to be caught using the threads. It was bad enough having to push them out in front of Kabuto and some of the other scientists as they gawked at him, and he knew that if they found him playing around with them, he'd be hauled off so that they could observe him again, and he got enough of that already. It didn't take long for the owner of the footsteps, Kabuto, to appear. Naruto, there is someone Orochimaru-sama desires you to meet. Naruto nodded wearily, rising to his feet. Kabuto unlocked the door of the cell and led him out, the small boy following him through the dark corridors until they came to one of the labs. Naruto looked at the silver-haired boy questioningly. Orochimaru-sama wishes to implant a new ability within you before you meet this person. Naruto stiffened in fear, but before he could move, Kabuto's hand darted towards him, a needle gleaming between his fingers. Naruto felt a sharp prick, but before he could register anything else, he blacked out. Gyurin knelt in front of her master, looking up at him in adoration and a hint of confusion. Udot said you wanted me to train someone? Orochimaru chuckled silkily, looking down at his subordinate with amusement. Yes. I have decided to take on a new body, one that will elevate me above all, but currently it is a child, weak and clumsy. I need you to shape him into a true shinobi, for when I take his form in 3 years. Trying to hide her disappointment at not being the one chosen for the jutsu, Gyurin nodded. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru smiled, his teeth glinting in the candlelight. Good. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. Everything looked a bit fuzzy, and his head was hurting. Gingerly, he reached up and felt through the silvery blonde spikes. Despite the pain, there seemed to be no damage, not even a lump, which Naruto felt thankful for, though he was still annoyed at Kabuto for knocking him out, while also nervous about what change had been wrought in him this time. There were no straps holding him down to the table, so he cautiously got up and staggered over to the mirror, feeling a little weak after the anesthetic that had been pumped into him for the operation. Leaning forward, he examined his appearance and frowned. His hair was the same. His eyes seemed to be the same. His nose, his teeth, his hands, his feet, all didn't show any signs of change. But they had definitely done something to him. What was it? The door to the lab opened, and Kabuto came in. "Ah, you're awake, Naruto." The younger boy stared up at him, his eyes narrowed. Kabuto chuckled at his expression. "Oh, don't look so glum, Naruto. You surely didn't want to be awake for the procedure, even if Orochimaru-sama regards it as one of the most valuable." Naruto tried to speak, but his voice came out as a croak, reminding him that he hadn't had a drink for a while. What did you do to me?" Kabuto merely smiled and gestured for him to follow. "You'll find out soon enough. Now, come on. We need to get going." Now feeling quite nervous, Naruto followed him, but he was determined to get answers, just preferably not from this creepy guy. They stepped out of the lab, and into a corridor that was bathed in a flickering orange light from the torches fixed to the stone walls. It looked like a scene from the stories that the old man had told him about, the ones where the villains had trapped the heroes in their dungeons, which was kind of appropriate, now that Naruto thought about it. Kabuto gestured for him to go down another corridor, but before Naruto could take a step, the sounds of footsteps approached, along with sniffles and shouts of anger. Naruto looked up and gasped. 5 Oto shinobi were leading a mass of children towards them, about 20 if his ability to count hadn't deserted him since he'd arrived here. Their ages ranged from the battle-scarred teenager wearing a headband with the symbol of IWA who looked about 15 to the little girl about 2 younger than Naruto with curly blonde hair and a neat blue dress that made her look like a small doll in his opinion. All looked very frightened, and Naruto let his gaze wander so that he didn't have to focus too much on their terror, which was completely justified. But he froze as he spotted a familiar face. Ami. The purple-haired girl looked up at the sound of her name, and her eyes narrowed in confusion when she saw the boy who had called it, clearly not recognizing him. But before she could say a word, one of the guards whacked her head and ordered her to follow the other children down another corridor. Kabuto looked down at Naruto, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. "You know her?" Naruto frowned. He knew Ami from his days in the playground, where she and her friends had pushed him off the swing several times. A little. But what's she doing here? He knew that Ami was an orphan, like him, but unlike him, she was well looked after, and he couldn't imagine what she'd be doing in this place. Kabuto shrugged, a sly smile on his face. "We get children sent to us from every village, Naruto. They don't want to make Orochimaru-sama angry after all. Even Konoha does it, that's why we have you." Naruto stiffened. "What?" "It's simple. You have a special gift that allows you to survive the transfusions we give you when many others would not. When Orochimaru-sama heard about you, he asked Konoha for you. From what I hear, they were quite happy to get rid of you." Naruto stared at the older boy in shock, his hands clenched. Surely they wouldn't have just tossed him aside? Surely the old man wouldn't give him to these people? But the woman who had knocked him out had been the old man's friend. And he knew that no one apart from the old man had liked him had seemed to like him. What if he had just been pretending, like the old lady that had given him some dango that turned out to be filled with glass? Gigi. Kabuto smirked as he saw the boy's eyes fill with tears. Orochimaru may not be able to take on the boy's body until 3 years had passed, but that didn't mean that he didn't have other uses for Naruto, and the less ties he had to anywhere apart from Oto, the better. Orochimaru smirked as he gazed down at the puppet of the Sandaime Kazekage. It had been difficult extracting the genetic material needed, as Sasori had stuffed the doll full of weapons, all of which were poisoned. He couldn't have any samples tainted after all. But there was a few patches where the puppet master had not touched, and Orochimaru found what was needed in there. A good thing too, as he would have been very peeved if he was not able to take the Kekii Genkai that he had once feared. The Kazekage's abilities were worth preserving, but it irked him to think that Sasori had carelessly turned this man into a weapon without taking precautions. Orochimaru liked having backups of the Kekii Genkai that Sound had amassed, one of the reasons he tried so many transplants. However, that was not the only thing he had learned from the man's body. Orochimaru was a scientist after all, and a power-hungry one at that. He had carefully examined the corpse, slowly piercing together the puzzle of human puppets, bit by bit. Such a useful craft after all. Normally, if bloodline carriers refused to join him, he would destroy them and take genetic samples, hoping to replicate their abilities within loyal followers. But with the skill of making human puppets at his disposal, he could make further uses of their bodies. He liked the thought of using dead foes against his opponents, and made a mental note to have a look at the Sarutobi cemetery. Wouldn't it pain his old teacher to have to fight his darling wife, the only person he had cherished above his favored student? And even then, he could take Sasori's idea further. He had had a good look at his partner during his time with Akatsuki, and along with his wooden scent, Orochimaru was sure that he had glimpsed metal joints and skin that gleamed unnaturally beneath the man's cloak. However, he was pretty sure that the person he had fought beside wasn't just another puppet. No one could be out of the range of his chakra-sensing abilities and control someone of Sasori's abilities at the same time. Which meant that Sasori had somehow turned himself into a puppet and stayed alive, creating his own version of immortality. Orochimaru had no interest in something like that for himself. He already had a form of immortality with his body-stealing jutsu, something that would no longer be needed with Naruto's body. However, he had several people that he found useful that he wouldn't mind keeping around. Kimimaro for one. The boy was beginning to show signs of an illness that Kabuto couldn't seem to cure. But a puppet could not get sick, and he was sure that the Kagaya would not mind being transformed into one, if Orochimaru demanded. Jiraiya stared down at the paper clutched between his fingers, his eyes scanning the hastily written words. When he had heard that Orochimaru was constructing a hidden village with himself as the head, the Toad Sannin had wasted no time in planting spies within his ranks, selecting only the best for the job. The laboratories in Konoha had proved to him what a monster his teammate had become, and he knew that any spy detected would probably end up on his operating table. But Jiraiya couldn't afford to let that hold him back. He knew that Orochimaru held a grudge against Konoha, and he was probably plotting its downfall the moment he stepped out of it. And if that was the case, then Jiraiya had to know, so that he could warn the village he loved that it was in danger. His spies had picked up whispers of plans to crush Konoha, but from what they could discern, Orochimaru had no concrete plans yet for destroying the village. No, it was not for that one of his spies had risked her life by sending him an unscheduled report. It was Naruto. Jiraiya's fist clenched. A few months back, he had received news from the Sandaime that his godson had gone missing, vanished without a trace. Jiraiya had tried to reassure himself that it was not the first time that the child had gone missing. From what he had heard, Naruto had various hiding places around Konoha that he would sometimes hole himself up in when the disdain of the village got too much. As the days turned into months, a voice had whispered in his head that surely the child wouldn't have stayed away for this long, that something must have happened to him. But Jiraiya had ignored it and continued with his life. But this letter had changed everything. His spy reported that she had seen a child being taken into Oto, a child with whisker marks on his face and spiky blonde hair. She had not reported it at the time. After all, unusual children being delivered to Orochimaru was nothing new. But later, she had seen the child again, only this time his hair had been threaded with silver, and there had been black stitches decorating his shoulder. And from what she had been able to find out, Orochimaru was planning something for the child. Something big. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. He could still remember the day Minato had asked him to be the godfather of his unborn child, one arm slung around Kushina's shoulders as they both gazed at him pleadingly. Jiraiya had been shocked, but flattered, and agreed. But he'd imagined himself as an uncle, dropping in on the child from time to time when he visited Kushina and Minato. Never had he imagined that his student would be snatched away in the ultimate sacrifice for his village. Jiraiya had been the one to cut the cord, to carry the still bleeding infant to Minato while the Kyuubi raged outside the village. When it was over, he had been the one who had taken Naruto back to Kushina, and watched helplessly as the hardened Jounin from Whirlpool had fallen to the floor and sobbed as if she couldn't stop. He had left the village, telling himself that Naruto didn't need him, that he had his mother. However, though Kushina had her son, she'd been forced to move out of the Namikaze mansion. She and Minato hadn't gotten around to getting married, and so she had no legal claim to his property. And by Konoha's law, Naruto could only claim his inheritance when he turned 18, and even that was only if no legitimate heirs came out of the woodwork. As Minato had been the last of his family, Jiraiya knew that it was unlikely any other Namikazes would be turning up, but it was still a bitter blow for Kushina, who was already ostracized for being the mother of the demon brat. But she loved her son, and did her best to make things work. She'd bought an apartment, and started taking on more dangerous missions, figuring that the added risk was worth it, as the extra pay meant that she didn't have to go on so many, and could spend more time with her baby. But then, she had mysteriously vanished while on a routine document-carrying mission. No one knew if she had been ambushed or had left voluntarily, but either way, it was an extremely serious situation. Minato had been teaching Kushina the Hieroshine before he died along with the Rasengan, and she'd also worked with Minato on the Shikifujin, being an amateur seal user. While she hadn't had the time to continue working on them herself, any of those three would be very useful to a village, and he knew that Kushina would be welcomed with open arms anywhere if she came offering them. After 3 months of searching turned up nothing, she was declared dead, leaving Naruto alone in the world. The Sandaime had sent Jiraiya a message, offering him Naruto's guardianship, but the Toad Sannin had still been hurting over the loss of his student, and felt that he couldn't face seeing a carbon copy of him. Instead, he'd continued with his travels, trusting that Sarutobi could keep the boy safe. Only he hadn't been able to. Naruto was in the clutches of Orochimaru, undergoing what sounded like gruesome experiments for an unknown purpose that Jiraiya would have staked his life for not being good for anyone, Naruto included. Jiraiya could no longer brush Naruto off as safer without him. He knew for a fact that Orochimaru would show no mercy, despite the fact that Naruto was no more than 6 years old. Sighing, Jiraiya tore the letter into tiny pieces, which he let flutter away into his campfire. Oda Geikure was going to be a hard nut to crack, especially as he was Orochimaru's famous ex-teammate. But he had to do it. It was time he started being a proper godfather. Naruto stared up at the woman-girl, really, who was looking down at him with narrowed eyes. So, this is the brat that's going to be the next host. Kabuto, who was standing behind him, nodded. Just don't be fooled by his appearance, he's had abilities added, and he'll be getting more. Naruto stiffened at these words, but the girl nodded. Of course, Orochimaru-sama would never take a weak host. There was an odd note in her voice as she said that sentence, but Naruto was too busy wondering what she meant by host to pay attention. Then I'll leave you with him. Oh, and remember, he may be immortal, but you still can't damage him too much. A gleam appeared in the girl's eye, and Naruto caught a flicker of movement by his feet. He jumped into the air, but one of the crystal needles that had shot up still managed to pierce his leg, jutting through his thigh. Hissing in pain, he grasped one of the other needles that were sticking out of the ground, and pushed down, giving him the momentum he needed to lift his leg off. The blue-haired girl smirked. Don't damage him too much. I get it. Then I'll leave you to it. Sasori's eyes flickered over the reports that his spy had given to him, his fingers clenched. Orochimaru had been performing experiments on his puppet. His favoritepet. Capturing the Sandaime Kazekage had injured him badly, and had been the deciding factor in his decision to convert himself into a true human puppet. And now it was lying on an operating table, years of work being undone by that snake. He wasn't going to try attacking Orochimaru directly. No, that would be foolish. What he intended to do was to gain revenge using cunning and skill. Sasori Dana. The former of which his partner didn't seem to have. The puppet master resisted the urge to roll his eyes as Deidara sat down next to him, rubbing his cheek, where Sasori could see a cut, still dripping blood. Apparently someone had shot a shuriken attached to a wire up at him while he was flying on one of his clay birds, but the bomber had managed to dodge before it could do any serious damage. The opponent was gone by the time Deidara had flown down, and Sasori suspected that it had probably been some wet-behind-the-ears ninja that had panicked when they spotted the white object zooming through the air. It hadn't been the first time Deidara had been attacked while flying low, and he doubted that it would be the last. Erashur bowed before his master, holding out a vial within which a red liquid was contained. As you ordered, Futo-sama. The snake Sanin leaned forward, taking the vial gently. Are you sure that this is the right one? The Fuma nodded quickly. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. My shuriken doesn't miss. The blood is his. Orochimaru chuckled menacingly. Good. Now I have all the ingredients I need and my new body can finally be perfected. Naruto panted as he ducked behind a tree, his eyes darting around wildly. When Kabuto had told him that he was going to be trained, he had been very excited. After all, being a ninja was the one thing that he had had to look forward to in Konoha, and it seemed one of the few things that this place could do to make him happy. He should have known that that would have been too much to ask. It had been 5 months since he had been started on this hellish regime, and in that time he had grown to hate his chakra with every ounce of his soul. According to Kabuto, he had too much of it, and so he was put through a strict training to control it. Tree climbing using only his feet while Guren grew sharp crystals right below him. Walking on water while some of Orochimaru's aquatic experiments swam below the surface, waiting for him to slip in. Trying to keep hundreds of leaves clinging to his body as he balanced on a teetering pile of rocks. There seemed to be no end to his torment, and it was all because of his stupid chakra. They had not taught him any jutsus, as Orochimaru knew practically all of his subordinates' jutsus, and he saw no need to give Naruto any. However, someone had left a load of medical manuals in his cell, and having nothing better to do, Naruto had read them. It was very difficult, as he was very much out of practice when it came to his literary skills, but someone had helpfully written definitions in the margins for the complicated words. All of them. The manuals were filled with diagrams about the different parts of the body, with detailed descriptions about what they did. On the days when no one was free to torture him, Naruto spent hours lazily scanning the pages in an effort to starve off his boredom, as well as the memories of the kind old man whom he'd thought of as a grandfather, who'd betrayed him. Soon, he had a basic grasp of human anatomy, and even started forcing the black threads to extend so that he could study them properly. Though it made him feel a bit ill to see the wire-like material twisting through his flesh, he had to admit, they did look interesting from a medical standpoint. Just not from the standpoint of a 7-year-old boy. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts as he caught a flash of blue out of the corner of his eye. Yelping, he ducked, and the crystal projectile embedded itself into the trunk of the tree he had been hiding behind. You'll have to do better than that, you little brat. I can't have a weak host. Naruto gritted his teeth as he looked up to see Guren leaning over him. In the past few months, he had learned 2 key facts about the woman. She was devoted to Orochimaru, and she had a sadistic streak that ran deep. Neither of which was good for his training. He tried to get to his feet, but Guren slashed down with a crystal blade, which embedded itself within his neck. Naruto let out a yell of pain, and Guren snorted. Why Orochimaru-sama picked you to be his vessel, I'll never know. Naruto glared up at her. I don't know either. Why don't you ask him? Guren gripped her blade, her eyes flashing. I would never presume to question Orochimaru-sama's decision. I merely think that you must have a hidden talent, because from what I can see, you're far too weak to host him. Naruto frowned. He had been hearing words like vessel and host for a while now, but he had never been able to ask about them. What do you even mean by that? Guren pet her head. What do you mean? Naruto waved his hand. You know host. Guren stared at him, shocked. You don't know. Naruto was beginning to get irritated. Know what? Guren opened her mouth, but then closed it, before motioning for Naruto to sit down. Puzzled, but relieved by the fact that it didn't seem like she was going to attack him again, he obeyed. This is going to take some time, but don't interrupt. Perhaps after I tell you you'll see what an honor you've been granted. Naruto nodded and Guren smirked. Good boy. Now, it all began when Orochimaru-sama managed to invent this new jutsu. Naruto stared down at his hands in shock. They were a bit bigger than they had been in Konoha, and the nails were jagged, from where he had bitten them off to prevent them from growing too long. But they were his hands. Part of his body. The body that Orochimaru wanted to take. Naruto pictured the snake-faced man with a shudder, remembering his unnaturally pale skin and the golden eyes that shone with greed. According to Guren, he previously had taken the body of a woman, the wife of a daimyo that had been held for ransom. But Orochimaru's form was clearly that of a man's. He had Sekidi up any trace of the original body and molded it into his own. Naruto imagined it happening to him, his golden hair turning black and his skin whitening while his eyes transformed into a dark yellow, his soul being locked away as Orochimaru took over his body. Naruto's eyes hardened. He had possessed little in Konoha, and in Otogekyure, everything he had was only lent so that he could get strong enough for Orochimaru's liking. His body was the only thing that he could truly call his own. No way was that snake ever getting his greasy hands on it. Rolling over, he got off his bed and walked over to the bars of his cell. As usual, there was only the flickering torchlight to see by, but it was enough for Naruto to see the twisting corridor, just one of many that made up the maze of Otogekyure. With guards patrolling every corner, Guren or Kabuto accompanying him whenever he left the cell, and Orochimaru overseeing everything with undoubtedly great power at his disposal, it would be very difficult to escape. Very difficult but not impossible. Naruto watched the girls and boys file into the training room with Kabuto leading them, his eyes narrowed. He had been given a single kunai, while they all wielded bigger or faster weapons, some clumsily, some skillfully. Soon, they would all be matched up in pairs and expected to fight each other, usually to the death. Some were looking nervous, while others were looking excited. Naruto eyed the arrogant ones with disdain. They thought that they had been made invincible with Orochimaru's meddling. He wanted to show them that they were wrong. Kabuto began to direct the children into pairs. Naruto was forced to wait until last, and he gasped when he saw his opponent. Ami's hair had been cropped short, the purple lock that had once framed her face now cut raggedly, hanging above her eyebrow. Her striped pink dress was now a pale gray, the result of living in a filthy cell for months. But that was not what drew his attention. It was the 3 tomo on her neck, that were positioned just above a twin pair of scars. Kabuto gave the signal to begin, and Naruto extended his arm, preparing to send forward the black threads and use them to deliver a blow to her head that would hopefully knock her out. But before he could do that, the girl began to change. The black marks spiraled outwards, sending a wave of inky darkness over her skin that covered her from head to toe. Her eyes rolled back and turned a dark orange, while her teeth turned transparent. But the worst change was the fire that erupted from her head and hands, cloaking her hair and palms in a shimmer of red and black. Naruto could feel the heat from where he was standing, and he gulped. It looked like this wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Ami turned to look at him and grinned nastily, exposing her glass-like teeth. "I'm gonna burn you to a crisp." Naruto crouched down and shot his arm towards the transformed girl, his bicep only attached to his shoulder by the black threads. But Ami only smirked and sliced downwards. Naruto howled with pain as the threads were burned away, the flames eating hungrily at them like sharks devouring eels. Across the room, Kabuto watched them curiously. Naruto has received more instruction than Ami, but she has the curse seal, and she's been taught to use it more than he has been taught to use his abilities. This should be interesting. Naruto forced more black threads out, and made them connect to the charred remains, interlocking and strengthening them before he withdraw the reattached limb back to his body. Ami grinned, the madness caused by the seal dancing in her eyes. "Is that the best you can do, loser?" Naruto glared at her. "I'm just getting started." With that he sprang at her, his kunai raised. In retrospect, that probably was not the best plan. Ami sliced at him, and he was forced to constantly duck and dive, looking for an opening to use the kunai. His threads were no use in this situation, and he didn't like the thought of being burned to cinders. Ami had no such qualms, and seemed to be mindlessly chopping at him with her hands, teeth bared in a feral grin. Naruto saw an opening and dived for it, his kunai raised to plunge into her knee, only to scream as her burning fist impacted with his chest, melting into a few centimeters away from his heart. Naruto tried to bite back his scream, but he was only partially successful. His vision was blurring, and all the sounds in the room seemed to have been muted, as if someone had pressed their hands against his ears. Pain was all that he could seem to feel, waves of agony pounding against his body. He was dimly aware of someone kneeling down next to him, but he paid them no heed. His vision was darkening, and he hoped that he was slipping into unconsciousness, because it would be so much better than this. Then his eyes snapped open, and he gazed around in wonder. His vision seemed to have cleared a little, like he had taken off a dirty pair of glasses. Ami was still swinging at him, but her movements seemed to have slowed down, which was odd, as he was pretty sure that the cursed girl would not have let up on her attacks. The pain was still there, but it seemed to be fading, and Naruto was able to ignore it as he sat up, unaware of the fact that the wound was slowly healing, the flesh being knitted together by black threads while charred skin was being replaced with fresh, unmarred skin at an incredible rate. However, to Kabuto, this was not what he found most interesting. It was the fact that Naruto's cerulean blue eyes had turned scarlet, with a single tomo visible in either one. He's done it. He awakened the Sharingan. But it seems to be the normal Sharingan, not Itachi's. Oh dear. Orochimaru-sama will not be pleased. Heedless of the thoughts running through the head of Orochimaru's right-hand man, Naruto staggered up, glaring at Ami. She was too far gone in the lust of the cursed seal to notice, and just flexed her fingers, taunting him. Naruto was all too happy to take up her challenge. Gripping his kunai, he lunged forward, his eyes drinking in every movement of the battle. Ami tried to dodge, but she was already tiring from using her cursed seal, and Naruto was not prepared to lose. The kunai sank into Ami's shoulder, eliciting a scream from the fire-headed girl, who frantically slashed at him to get him to let go. But Naruto easily evaded her, and began to slowly drag the kunai downwards. That's enough. Naruto looked up to see Kabuto striding towards him, an annoyed look on his face. Naruto, you have won the fight. Ami is an important experiment. Stop it. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger, but pulled out the kunai, letting Kabuto go forward to heal Ami, who was now morphing back into her human state. Turning around, he walked away, noting bitterly that quite a few unmodified children were lying on the floor, bleeding out from where their partners had brutally hacked at them. There were no medics for them. Orochimaru scowled as he looked down at the report. Blast it! I wanted Itachi's Sharingan, not an ordinary one. Kabuto shrugged. Whatever Itachi has done to warp his Sharingan clearly cannot be passed on to his descendants. Frankly, the fact that he has a Sharingan at all makes him rare. There's only 3 people who can wield it currently: Naruto, Itachi, and Kakashi, though Itachi did leave his younger brother alive after the massacre, and he could well have the potential to awaken it. Orochimaru dismissed the mention of Itachi's brother. After all, why worry about some Uchiha brat with ordinary eyes when he had his perfect host locked up in Otogekure? Well, get back to training him. Now that he has awakened the Sharingan, we need him to achieve the full level, but don't show him any jutsu. The last thing I need is for him to start using our own attacks against us. Kabuto nodded, and turned to go, though he didn't really see why Orochimaru was worried. Even without Itachi's form of the Sharingan, Naruto would definitely not have an inferior dojutsu. After all, soon they would implant the Rinnegan, the dojutsu that, combined with Orochimaru's powers, would elevate his master to the level of a god. Naruto leaned against the stone wall, shuddering a little as the cold seeped through his shirt. He glanced around to see if anyone was watching, before leaning down and scratching a tiny into the cracked stone. To anyone else, the U would be practically invisible amid the myriad of cracks that covered the wall, but Naruto had memorized its position so that he wouldn't forget it. He couldn't, it was his only way out. They had taken to let him walk around the tunnels for exercise, and after the first few times had gone well, they had started letting him wander without a guard. Naruto was not fooled by the illusion of freedom. He had heard the muffled thump of footsteps when there appeared to be no one there, had felt the chakra signatures that were never completely suppressed. They were always following him, and he knew that if he caused the slightest hint of trouble, they would be on him like a ton of bricks. However, just leaning against the wall didn't count as trouble, and they didn't realize his true purpose, putting markers on them. Otogakure was an endless labyrinth of corridors, but it was one that he would have to navigate if he wanted to get out. So on his walks, he had done his best to memorize the layout, noting where the guards were, where they patrolled, and what they guarded. He had discovered that most of them were centered around the laboratories, but there were also a few around the more important prisoners, and of course, the entrances and exits. Naruto was always forced back whenever he got near the ladder, but that only told him where they were. And he had made sure to note down their position. He didn't know when he would be able to make a break for it, only that when he did, he probably would only have a short PRD of time in which to make his escape, and he knew that whether he got out depended on how well he knew the area. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of sobbing. He rolled his eyes as he heard it. Crying was nothing new in Otogakure, but it was only the new prisoners that did it. All the others knew that it was no use, and only provided entertainment for the guards. However, his amusement was turned to irritation when the crying continued. He was trying to concentrate, and the stupid sniffling was interfering with that. Deciding to go and see who was crying and shut them up, Naruto strode down the corridor, following the sound of the sobbing. His search brought him to the cells of the unmodified prisoners, the ones that were just waiting for Orochimaru to pick them for one of his experiments that not even Orochimaru could really tell if they would survive. He scanned the rows of cells until he found the source of the crying, the little girl with the blonde hair that had come in with Ami. Her head was bowed, her shoulders shaking. Naruto tapped the front of the bars to get her attention. "Look, could you please shut up?" The girl jumped, looking up in surprise. Clearly she hadn't heard him coming. He looked at her expectantly, but tears were still rolling down her cheeks. Naruto sighed with impatience. "Okay, what's wrong?" Sniffling, the girl shifted her arms, and Naruto saw that she was holding a small rag doll, with hair made from blue wool and a mouth of pink stitches. It was very grubby, and nothing like the dolls that the girls in Konoha had paraded around, but she was clutching at it as if it was the most precious thing in the world. As Naruto peered closely at it, he realized what she crying about. The doll's neck was fraying, and its head was 2 steps away from detaching completely. He stared at the girl in disgust. "That's why you're crying? Your doll's falling apart." The girl nodded slowly, looking up at him tearfully. Naruto groaned inwardly. He wanted her to stop crying, but apparently the doll was precious to her, and she was going to keep on crying about its near decapitation. There seemed to be only one thing to do. "Give it here." The girl looked up at him and hugged the doll to her chest tighter. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I said, give it here." Looking frightened, the girl leaned forward and gently pushed the doll through the bars. Naruto grabbed it, and then forced one of his black threads out of his body. It twisted through the air like a slender black snake, swaying back and forth as it waited for his command. Naruto pushed it into the doll's body, and it began to weave itself through the cloth, not only fixing the doll's neck, but also strengthening her other limbs as the girl watched in awe. When he was satisfied that the doll was fully repaired, he shoved it back through the bars. "Now stop crying." The girl nodded, staring at the doll with wide eyes. Naruto straightened up and turned to go, intent on returning to his job of memorizing Otogakure. Gato. Naruto frowned and looked back at the girl, who was peering at him through the bars. "What did you say?" "Arigato. For mending Mikoto-chan." Naruto looked from her to the doll, then back again. That okay?" He had an odd feeling in his stomach, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He pondered on the feeling as he scratched U's into the walls, as he was led back to the cell, as he was shoved inside. He was so determined to find out what it meant that he didn't even bat an eyelid when Kabuto told him that he would be having another transfusion the next day. Then, as he was lying on his bed, it hit him. That had been the first time anyone had ever thanked him for anything. It felt nice. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief when he checked over Naruto. The boy was lying unconscious on the operating table, but he was breathing steadily, and everything seemed to have gone well. That was a relief. Despite Naruto's immortality, there was always the risk of something else going wrong, like brain damage or paralysis. Kabuto had no doubt that it would be his head if Naruto was unable to move. Orochimaru could not take over a host unable to fight. He lifted up Naruto's hand, studying the palm. A pair of lips were pressed together in the center, And Kabuto knew that they concealed teeth and a tongue, along with saliva that, when mixed with substances like clay and dirt, formed an explosive substance that was a heavy offense weapon. Such a thing wasn't really Orochimaru's style. The snake Sannin was more fond of subtle attacks, but it came from Akatsuki, which would make the ability much sweeter for when he used it against the organization. First, however, Naruto would have to be trained in how to use his new mouths. And he doubted that the boy would be happy. Naruto stared at his hand in disbelief. A gleaming row of teeth looked back at him, while a tongue darted out, running across the teeth before withdrawing back into the mouth. A look at his other hand told him that his fears were true, and they'd implanted one there as well. Next to him, Kabuto nodded in satisfaction. Well, everything seems to be working properly. Now we'll train you to use them. Naruto was so shocked at the fact that he now had mouths in his palms that he only nodded slowly. Kabuto pulled out a tiny lump of clay. Your mouths will turn this material into explosives, so we have to be careful. Kabuto paused, frowning. For some reason, an ominous feeling of doom had just come over him. Naruto walked back into the cells, listening to the door clang shut behind him and the footsteps of the guard quickly fade away. He snorted to himself. Though he didn't really interact with people outside Kabuto and Guren, he knew that others in Oto talked about him sometimes, about how his body was changing every week, how he would eventually host Orochimaru. Now the guards looked at him with a bit of awe and a small amount of fear. He liked that. It meant that they would leave him alone, that they won't taunt him like they did the other prisoners. Even so, he couldn't help but feel lonely. Back in Konoha, at least he had the old man to pretend to be nice to him. Here he had no one. One of his mouths clicked their teeth, and Naruto shuddered. He had been working with the clay that Kabuto had provided, and the results had been excellent. Though they only gave him small bits of clay, the explosions were still large enough to warrant a private training ground for whenever he used them. However, Naruto could never bring himself to like the unnatural things that spawn the explosions. Walking over to the pile of clothes in the corner of his cell, he rooted through them until he found the pair of fingerless black gloves that he had been provided with months ago, probably by someone who knew what was going to happen to him. But before he pulled them on, he carefully picked at the clay that was smeared around the edges of his mouths, collecting every scrap. Then he rolled it up into a small ball and added it to the pile under his bed that was slowly but surely growing day by day. Naruto frowned as he looked through the scrolls that had been left for him at the end of his bed. As usual, someone had left an anatomy scroll, but there was also a scroll about puppetry, which he had heard of, but never seen in practice. Picking it up, he looked through the scroll with interest. While he had no interest in being a puppeteer, there was very little to do in Oto when he wasn't training, and these chakra strings sounded interesting. My, you have grown, Nathan, Orochimaru purred as he looked at the boy standing in front of his desk. I remember when you came here that you were so small back then. Naruto gritted his teeth. He hated this man, hated him with every bone in his body. Orochimaru had plucked him from his home, turned him into something, and was planning to steal his body, just because he was afraid of growing old. Naruto didn't know why Guren wanted to be a host. To him, there could be no worse existence than being Orochimaru's vessel. Kabuto, standing behind him, nodded. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Narita-kun's body has responded well to the implants. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the Jinchuriki. I have 13 more months until I will need to transfer. That gives you plenty of time to implant the remaining abilities before we extract the QB-. Extract what? Naruto interrupted, his face pale. The QB was a demon fox with 9 tails that had attacked Konoha years before. It had killed many of their ninja before the Yondaime had given his life using a jutsu to kill it, but the children in the playground had often whispered about how if you said its name 9 times, it would appear again. Orochimaru smirked, leaning forward. Oh, Naruto-kun, didn't anyone tell you the truth about the night the demon attacked? Naruto stormed through the corridors, too angry to even think about where he was going. Orochimaru was a master of lies and deceit, Naruto knew that well. But though Naruto desperately wanted to believe that this was just another of the snake's tricks, he knew in his heart that it was not. The hatred, the sneer, the whispers, the disdain, all of it made sense now. The yondaime had not killed the QB like he had been told. Instead, he had sealed the demon into a container and then left it in the hands of the village that would never see the container for what it was, only the demon that it housed. Though the sandaime had forbidden anyone to speak of it to the children, the parents had passed on their hatred to their children, making sure that everyone treated the container as a pariah. Hell, if Naruto wasn't the container himself, he'd probably have been told to do the same. Slamming his hand against the wall, he glared at the cracks, remembering the monument back in Konoha, where he'd often sat on the yondaime's head. The man was thought of as a hero by the whole of Konoha, and even he had been no exception. When the old man had told him about how the yondaime had heroically sacrificed himself for his village, Naruto had thought that he was the coolest and bravest ninja he'd ever heard of. But that was no longer the case, not after what Naruto had learned. The yondaime had been a coward. He had snatched up a helpless baby, someone who couldn't say no, and after sealing a demon inside him, he had died, thus freeing him of any responsibility and leaving the baby to the mercy of a village that hated it because they couldn't see that he wasn't a demon. How hard is it to tell the difference between the QB and me? I'm not the QB that I never have been. Have I? He gave a bitter laugh. Of course he wasn't. Because if he was, he would have had the power to destroy the village for what they did, and he obviously didn't have that. At least not yet. Suddenly, a scream rang through the air, jerking Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked up with a frown. He was nowhere near the laboratories, and that didn't sound like a new prisoner being frightened by the guards. So where had it come from? The scream came again and Naruto decided to find out what was going on. Following the noise, he sprinted down the corridors until he found the source. An Oto genin was shoved up against a wall by an older shinobi, who was leering as he tugged at her green top. The girl was kicking and shrieking, but she was no match for the much bigger man, and it looked like no one else was coming to help her. Really, it was none of Naruto's business. Though he didn't really understand what the man was doing, he had heard it happening several times before, and he knew that everyone was expected to keep out of it. But for some odd reason, maybe because the girl looked like she was his own age, maybe because he wanted to be thanked for something again, maybe because he still needed some reassurance that he wasn't the QB, he couldn't ignore it this time. Stretching out his arm, he sent a mass of black threads shooting towards the struggling pair. The threads wrapped themselves around the girl, who gave a yelp of surprise, before yanking her out of the shinobi's grasp. They retracted back into his body, releasing the girl, who was saved from hitting the floor as he grabbed her. The shinobi looked angry. "Stay out of this, boy. You have no dash." Then Naruto looked up, fixing the man with a cold glare. "Leave her alone." The shinobi stiffened, finally recognizing him as the boy said to be the one that was going to host Orochimaru. If he hurt this boy and his master found out, the consequences would be severe. Shooting him a dark look, he stomped off to find another, more willing female. The girl gasped, and Naruto looked down at her, seeing her properly for the first time. She had very long dark hair trailing down her back, pale skin, and dark eyes that were looking up at him in shock. "Why you saved me?" Naruto tilted his head as he considered this. "Yes, I did." "Why?" Naruto shrugged and gently set her down. "Dunno." He turned to go, and she grabbed his arm. "Wait, who are you?" Naruto gave her a lopsided grin, a darker form of his once cheerful grin. "Naruto." With that he strode off, leaving Tsuchi-kin staring after him with curiosity. Gyurin snorted when she saw her student. "How long are you planning to stay up there, brat?" Naruto glared at her. He was hanging upside down from the branch of a tree, while his face seemed to be coated in leaves. While this would be seen as extreme training for most, he had no choice. Not only was his chakra control so appalling when he arrived at Otogakure that he had to do exercises like this for days just to bring it up to an average standard, it degenerated easily, meaning that he had to keep working at it just to maintain that average control. Gyurin smirked at his expression. "Well, you can have a break now. Kabuto Dash," her face twisted in bitterness, "wishes to see you." Naruto let the leaves flutter off his face before he dropped from the tree, flipping over to land in an awkward crouch. "Gyurin tutate, you need to work on your landing. I've seen civilians that can jump from a tree more gracefully than that." Not bothering to point out that civilians wouldn't be able to hang upside down from a tree using only their feet in the first place, Naruto stalked off, Guren laughing as she walked behind him. To Naruto's surprise, he was not taken to the laboratories, but to a training room, which was mainly used by the genin of Oto, due to the fact that it was too small for the really powerful ninja to train in. Kabuto and a shinobi with a slashed Suna headband were waiting in the middle of the room with some other children, one of whom was the little girl with the doll. She gave Naruto a tentative smile which he did not return. The ex-Suna ninja pulled out a scroll, and Naruto looked at it curiously. Then there was a puff of smoke, which cleared to reveal several puppets. They were simple things with no faces or weapons, and Naruto guessed that they were used for training amateur puppeteers. Kabuto faced them with a smile. You're going to be learning how to use chakra strings, which will let you control puppets. The art of puppetry is something dash. Naruto tuned him out as he narrowed his eyes at the silver-haired boy. Kabuto was Orochimaru's right-hand man, his personal medic, his spy. Naruto was sure that he had better things to do than oversee a simple class of puppetry. No, there was something else going on, and Naruto had a nasty feeling that he wouldn't like it one bit. The puppet fell to the floor with a clatter, and Naruto swore. His chakra reserves were really too large for the kind of control needed to move the puppet as well as he wanted to. But that would be no excuse for Kabuto, and he knew that he would be forced to go through a variety of chakra control exercises so that he could get his control up enough to use the chakra strings. Sighing, he looked around the room. Some children were sitting down, having used too much chakra already. Others were still going at it, and Naruto saw that it was actually the younger children that were getting it the fastest, as their smaller reserves meant that they had more control. However, their smaller reserves also meant that they got tired more easily than the older children. Next to him stood the little girl with the doll. She was trembling with effort, and it was clear that she was going to have to stop any second. But for now, she had managed to make her puppet stumble around in a circle, a fact that she was clearly very proud of. Suddenly, her puppet dropped down, and the girl staggered. But before she could fall down like her puppet, Naruto leaned over and caught her, steadying her in his arms. "Are you all right?" She looked up at him and nodded slowly, though he could see that she was still very tired. Gently, he set her down, and smiled to himself. A demon wouldn't have cared about a little girl. He'd have let her fall. Kabuto walked to the middle of the room, speaking loudly to get everyone's attention. "I think that that's enough for today. You will return to your cells." Naruto turned to go, but the little girl was still clinging to his arm. He tried to shake her off, but she only held on tighter, swaying a little, and he realized that if she let go of him, she was probably going to fall over again. Kabuto looked at them and smiled slightly, though there was no hint of warmth behind it. "Naruto, you can take Sayuri back to her cell." Naruto looked down at the little girl and nodded. "Come on." He carefully began leading her away from the room and towards the cells where he had seen her before. The corridors were deserted apart from them, and the silence was very heavy to Naruto's ears. In an effort to break it, he smiled at the girl. "So, your name's Sayuri?" She nodded slowly and looked up at him. "Who are you?" "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." It felt good to say his full name. Unlike his body, it hadn't changed at all, and it was something that Orochimaru would never be able to take for himself. Sayuri nodded, looking at him curiously. "That's a nice name." Naruto shrugged, the movement baring his shoulders. Sayuri frowned. "What are they?" Naruto reached up and clamped a hand across his shoulder, hiding the stitches. "Nothing." "Oh." They reached the cell and Naruto gestured. "Go in." Sayuri looked at the bars fearfully and took a step back. Naruto sighed. "You have to go in, you know." Sayuri still looked unconvinced, and Naruto was getting impatient. "Look, go in and I'll be back later." It was only a careless sentence to convince her to go in, but Sayuri looked quite happy. "Really?" Naruto nodded and suddenly realized that this probably meant a lot to her. Compared to the other prisoners, he was both the most captive and the most unbound, free to wander around and interact with others, and yet followed everywhere until the time when Orochimaru would take over his body. Sayuri was an ordinary prisoner, and she had no knowledge of what would happen to her. Even so, she looked quite fragile, and probably wouldn't last that long. In that case, surely it wouldn't do him any harm to make her remaining time more pleasant by just dropping in to see her from time to time. Yeah. Really? Sayuri nodded and slowly walked into the cell. The door closed behind her, and Naruto heard the footsteps of a guard approach, no doubt to lock it securely. The boy turned to go, but not before smiling at Sayuri, mouthing, "I'll be back later." Naruto's fist slammed into the dummy, which was hurtled back by the force of his blow. The impact had bruised his knuckles, but Naruto knew that there would be no permanent damage. The QB would see to that, after all. The whole reason why he had been selected was for the advanced healing it gave him. He was in one of the training rooms, practicing his taijutsu, a rough style that he had picked up by watching the moves Kabuto had demonstrated for him with his Sharingan activated. He didn't like using it particularly, as it ate up far more chakra that he felt it was entitled to, as well as the fact that to a boy who had had to work for everything, it seemed wrong to just steal techniques from others, but Kabuto had insisted, and it was the only way he got to practice it, as everyone was very careful for him to not view any jutsus with it activated. Uzumaki. Naruto turned around to see an Oto shinobi standing behind him. Orochimaru-sama wishes for you to come to Laboratory 6. Feeling nervousness twist in his gut, Naruto made his way to the laboratory, the shinobi walking behind him. He had known that more abilities would be implanted within him, but that didn't mean he liked the thought of more warping of his body. Orochimaru looked up as he came in, and Naruto gulped as he saw the row of gleaming surgical knives laid out on a table in front of him. "Ah, Naruto-kun. Come here." Naruto reluctantly walked over to the Sannin, who leaned over and picked up a needle. "Now, stay still, Naruto-kun." Naruto winced as the needle pierced his arm, but the pain was soon numbed as he lost consciousness. Kabuto, who had been waiting behind Orochimaru, picked him up and put him on the operating table as Orochimaru began to prepare the next sample. Kabuto looked at it with a raised eyebrow. "That one? Are you sure?" Orochimaru nodded, caressing the vials of the Akatsuki samples. Only 4 remained, one of which he was holding. The weapons of our shinobi would not do well against the Kazekage's abilities, while we are ill-equipped to deal with an escape via Zetsu's or Konin's powers. Therefore, it is best to leave them to last, thus not giving Naruto-kun much time to experiment with them. That leaves the Rinnegan. After all, we're not going to instruct him in how to use it. Kabuto nodded. "As you wish, Orochimaru-sama." Darkness. Naruto was floating in a sea of it, unable to see anything at all. He could feel nothing beneath his feet, yet there seemed to be nothing holding him up either. He tried to move to the right, but there seemed to be no direction in this place. He couldn't tell which way he was going, or even if he could move at all. "So cold that is so hungry." Naruto froze as a voice echoed through his ears. He had never heard anything like it. It was soft as a feather, yet harsher than anything he had ever heard, as quiet as a mouse yet louder than any of the jutsus used by Oto, and entwined with a cold malice that terrified him. Whatever the voice was, he could tell that it was incredibly powerful, but also utterly evil. "Once your kind feared me, now they forget me, yet even now, you tremble before me. What are you?" Naruto cringed as a cruel laugh sounded. "I am the first, the most powerful. I am the one that even the god could not kill. I am the one that created Amaterasu, the one that sired Tsukuyomi, the one that birthed Susan. I am the nightmare from which your kind can never awake from, the shadow that you are forever trapped within. I gaze beyond time itself, I see into every life, I know every secret, and I know you." The boy tried to speak, but it was as if his voice had been sealed up by fear. He had never felt anything so cold, so vile, and he knew that this could not be a dream, because his imagination could never have created something as terrifying as this. "Your captor wishes for you to unlock the full power of the Sharingan. Fool that there is no higher sight than my own. But then again, no one was ever able to wield my full power that god tried, but it killed him in the end. Still, you have so much potential for destruction. So much power and yet so much danger. Wonder. I will let you have the sight I wielded. But there will be a price." Naruto finally managed to speak. "A price? What do you mean?" But there was no answer. Kabuto gasped as he looked at the seal emblazoned on Naruto's stomach. They had examined it when Naruto first arrived, and even Orochimaru had admitted that it would take years for him to puzzle out its full secrets. But now it seemed to be breaking down, for the want of a better word, the symbols blurring and melting into each other. Orochimaru chuckled as he saw what his assistant was worried about. "Calm yourself, Kabuto. This is nothing to be worried about." But Orochimaru-sama. The seal, it seems to be breaking." Orochimaru nodded. "I expected that. Naruto-kun's body can take more abuse than most others, but the seal is not immune from the damage of so many transfusions, and it is slowly weakening. But then what shall we do about the Kyuubi? Let me ask you something, Kabuto. Do you know why Jinchuriki die when their Bju are extracted?" Kabuto blinked. "Not really. There are several theories, the most prominent of which is that the Bju's chakra is too intermingled with the hosts for them to survive without it." Orochimaru nodded. "I have heard of that one, but there have been cases before of Jinchuriki with their Bju completely locked away, no demonic chakra in their systems at all, that died once the beasts were extracted. No, that does not seem to be the right reason." Kabuto frowned. "Then what is?" "No one knows for sure, but Sarutobi believed that it was because the seals bound the soul of the Jinchuriki to the Bju, and once the Bju was removed, so was the soul of the Jinchuriki, which killed them. However, with Naruto-kun's immortality he should be able to survive," Kabuto finished. It made sense, after all, from what they could tell. Naruto needed nutrients to survive, but apart from that, there seemed to be nothing that could kill him. But without his soul, you'll only be taking over an empty shell. It'll have his chakra and his control, but none of his memories or jutsus, as was with your first host. Orochimaru nodded. "I can only stay within a host for 3 years before it completely dies off, but Naruto's immortality will let me stay forever, and I won't have his soul latched onto mine. I need his body used to puppetry, as there is a limit to the age that one can begin to learn it, but that is all. However, unlike Akatsuki, we don't have a jutsu powerful enough to break through the Yandame's seal, hence the need to weaken it." Kabuto frowned. "If you won't retain any of his memories, then why are you having him read medical texts?" Orochimaru smirked. "He may as well make himself useful, and I intend to start on those special puppets soon. And besides, that the soul theory is only a theory. For all I know, it may be a completely different reason, and if so, I rather like the thought of those special little puppets of Sasori's." Naruto's eyes struggled open, still feeling a little weak from the anesthetic. Kabuto was standing over him, but something was wrong. There was a strange bluish glow surrounding him that Naruto couldn't seem to get rid of no matter how hard he blinked. Kabuto looked pleased that he was waking up. "We were getting worried about you, Naruto. You've been out for 3 days. 3 days? Yes. But you're awake now. Tell me, can you see any different?" Naruto nodded slowly. "You've got this weird blue stuff around you." Kabuto nodded, looking pleased. "That's my chakra, which your new eyes can see." "That's good dash. What do you mean, my new eyes?" Sighing, Kabuto pointed to the mirror on the wall. Wobbling a little, Naruto got off the table and made his way towards it to peer at his reflection. He leaned forward and gasped in shock. His eyes had turned a silvery blue color and had a strange ripple pattern. But that was not the only change. 9 Tomo had appeared in each one as if it had melded with the Sharingan. Naruto gingerly raised his hand and saw that he too had a strange blue glow, only his was much brighter than Kabuto's. Kabuto walked over to him. "Come along, Naruto. It's time you learned how to start making puppets." The room was filled with the sound of woodwork as the budding puppeteers sawed and hammered away at their creations. At first they had only been given pre-made puppet limbs to slot together, but now they were crafting them from scratch, and soon they would be learning how to add weapons to them. Naruto had overheard some of the other children talking about using the weapons they were given against the guards and escaping, and he had laughed at their foolishness. Did they not think that they would be watched carefully and punished if there seemed to be the slightest misuse of the tools? That was not to say that he hadn't given up on the idea of escape himself. On the contrary, he was working harder at it than ever. He was now 8 years old, and his deadline was in 9 months. While that might seem like a long time, he was always quite weak for a while after a transfusion, and he was also always carefully watched for a while to see how he was adjusting to the changes. Add that to the fact that he still had no idea about how he was going to slip out from under Orochimaru's nose, and Naruto was beginning to feel his deadline very keenly. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Naruto blinked, returning to the present. He was currently sitting on a bench next to Sayuri, with whom he'd built up an odd relationship, not friends exactly, but closer than tolerance. He had gone to see her as promised, and though she had been shocked at his new eyes, her childlike curiosity as well as her desire for companionship had stopped her from cowering away in fear, as some of the other prisoners and shinobi were already doing. That put her as the closest person in his life, a fact that he was uncomfortably aware of. It didn't mean that he wasn't going to leave, though. He hated it here, hated nearly everyone in it apart from her, and he was definitely not going to hang around for Orochimaru to take over his body. "Hi. Pass me that saw, would you?" Sayuri nodded, gingerly picking up the small but sharp tool. Several children had already nearly lost fingers, the limbs only saved by Kabuto's medical expertise. Despite that, Naruto still considered this place to be one of his favorite activities. It let him focus completely on what he was creating, and it was kind of fun as well. When he was working at the puppet, Naruto could forget where he was, forget why he was doing it. He looked down at the puppet he was making and smiled proudly. It had the basic shape of a human, and was the same size as him, but possessed numerous areas where weapons could be added, and he had been very careful with the joints, so that they did not creak and give the puppet away when he moved it. Sayuri's puppet was a lot smaller than his, making it easier to control. He had had to help her with a lot of it, but the result was quite good. It resembled the geisha dolls that were often sold in villages, and it would be easy to conceal small weapons like poison sinban inside it to attack at unsuspecting enemies. Of course, Sayuri didn't view it that way. She just saw it as a friend to Mikoto-chan, which Naruto learned was carried around with her at all times. Like most of the young prisoners in Oto, Sayuri was an orphan, apparently from birth. The doll was the only thing she had brought from her village, which she didn't really know much about, only vaguely describing it as muddy when Naruto asked. Like him, she was slowly being stripped of her identity, but in a different way to him, becoming just another prisoner within Oto, and he knew that in some way, Mikoto represented who she really was, and she was determined to not let that go. Didn't mean that he thought that carrying a doll made her any less of a child. Sayuri peered over the instructions, her eyes narrowed. "What does that say?" Naruto looked over her shoulder. "Dismantle. You have to dismantle parts of the puppet if you want to add in something later." Sayuri nodded, looking a bit cross. Unlike him, she had never been to an academy, and her education was sparse at best. "Can you help me with this bit? I don't know how to put the arm into the chest." Nodding, Naruto leaned over to pick up the wooden limb. But before he could, he felt a sharp pain rip through his stomach. Naruto gasped, and clutched at the table, one arm clutched around his abdomen. It felt as if he was repeatedly struck with a red-hot metal hammer, and his breathing was beginning to get harsh as he desperately tried to seek in air. Dimly, he heard Sayuri ask frantically what was wrong, but before he could answer, he blacked out. When Naruto woke up, he became aware of two things. One, he was in his cell, and two, the pain was still there. Curling into a ball, he squeezed his eyes shut, rocking back and forth. The pain flared sharply, and he screamed, not caring who heard him, tears pouring down his face. It hurts, oh Cammy, stop it hurting, please, please, please." Time passed, and he was aware of some people looking through the bars of his cell, but he didn't care. He just wanted the pain to stop. About 3 hours in, the pain in his stomach grew worse, and he reached a trembling hand down to pull up his shirt so that he could see what was wrong. The seal on his stomach, the one that according to Kabuto held the Kyuubi back, was painted in a scarlet, angry-looking light that was glowing fiercely. Naruto pressed his hand against it, and gasped as a deep voice echoed around his head. "So close. Break, Udaman's seal break." It was like the voice he had heard before, but oddly smaller, like an echo. Even so, it was enough to terrify the boy, who instantly withdrew his hand. He didn't know what was happening, and he didn't know why. All he could do was pray for the pain to stop. After about a day had passed, the pain did fade, and Kabuto appeared at his cell bars. When Naruto asked him what had happened, he only shook his head and said that he wouldn't be putting up with it for long, before informing him that he had a special class on puppetry. Naruto expected for them to be heading for the puppet room, but instead they went to one of the labs. He looked up at Kabuto questioningly, who laughed. "Don't worry, Naruto. You're not having a transfusion today." Naruto frowned. "Then what are we doing here?" Kabuto walked over to the operating tables, and for the first time, Naruto noticed the child that was lying on, breathing peacefully. It took a few seconds for him to place the boy, but eventually he remembered him as one of the children in the puppet training. Naruto stared at Kabuto in confusion, and Kabuto smirked. "Like I said, we'll be having a special puppet class today." Naruto stumbled over to the toilet, barely making it before he vomited the contents of his stomach. When all of it had gone, he sank to the floor, his shoulders shaking as he looked at his hands in disbelief, unable to believe what he had just done. Apparently, Orochimaru had found a new, improved way of creating puppets. How? Naruto had no idea, as far as he was aware, Orochimaru had no talent at puppet making, but then again, it would make sense, because he didn't know anyone apart from Orochimaru that could come up with an idea as depraved as this. Kabuto had forced him to pick up a scalpel and turn a boy, a living, breathing boy, into an empty puppet. He had tried to protest at first, but Kabuto had promised punishment if he didn't, and from the glint in his eye, Naruto knew that it would be a very painful punishment. So he had swallowed his disgust and horror down, and got to work, realizing in despair that this was why the medical manuals had been left in his cell, why he had been enrolled in the puppet class. He could still smell the stench of chemicals and blood, could still feel the weak heartbeat that had slowed as the operation continued, and eventually stopped. He had killed that boy. Kabuto might have forced him, but it was him that picked up the knife and actually did it. He had created that twisted mockery of a human form, and he hated himself for it. There was a knock at the door, and Naruto glared hatefully at it, knowing that it was Kabuto. "What do you want?" "There's no need to sound so angry, Naruto. Orochimaru-sama wishes for you to start learning how to control your new puppet." Naruto stared at the door in disbelief before turning back to the toilet and continuing to choke out his breakfast. That was not the first special puppet that he created. On the contrary, he went through nearly half the puppet class, having been informed by Kabuto that that was the reason it had been set up in the first place, to test out Orochimaru's theory that it would be easier to create puppets out of people who had experience with the art themselves. So far, he was the unwilling owner of 6 puppets, 2 girls and 4 boys. They hadn't had any weapons added, but looking over them, Naruto could see where they could be added in, and several times, he had caught himself mentally planning on how they could be improved, to his great disgust. Actually using the puppets was not that different to using normal puppets, and soon Naruto was making them waltz around the room, looking for all the world like they were ordinary children taking a stroll. But whenever their clothing shifted, he saw the bolts and stitches betraying what they really were, and it would quickly make him lose his concentration. No, puppets were not for him, in his opinion. But on the other hand, his mouths were a different matter. He might not like the mouths themselves, but the ability to turn clay and dirt into deadly weapons was something he enjoyed immensely. The explosions were pretty fun as well. Currently, he was standing in an enormous cave-like room that he knew had been hollowed out exactly for this purpose, tossing lumps of clay in the air and watching them explode with a loud banging noise. It wasn't very subtle, but he still liked it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, and whirled around to see Guren standing behind him, wearing her usual green coat. Her arms were folded, and she looked annoyed about something. He looked at her questioningly, and she gestured impatiently at the door. "Come on. New transfusion." Naruto groaned, and she glared at him. "Don't act like that. Orochimaru-sama is on a very tight schedule. He needs to get all of your abilities implanted before he does his jutsu, and he has to leave in a few months to visit one of his other bases, and he intends to transfer your abilities before then, and to do that, he needs to get it all done quick dash." But Naruto was no longer listening. Guren had just given him an idea. When Naruto woke up this time, there was no one standing next to him, a fact that he was grateful for. He groggily pushed himself up, and stumbled over to the mirror to check on his appearance. However, once again, there seemed to be no visible changes. He noticed that his face was a bit leaner, and his hair was getting to be quite long, the front strands that had once framed his face now trailing past his shoulders. He really was going to have to see about cutting it. But apart from that, there was nothing that he could see that had changed. Naruto turned away from the mirror, his rippled eyes thoughtful. Well, maybe it was like the Sharingan, not going to be visible until something happened to activate it. Suddenly he paused. He could feel a strange tugging sensation at the corner of his mind, almost as if something wanted him to look at something. He turned around, but all he could see was the drawer of surgical tools. Frowning, Naruto walked over to look at them, shuddering a little as he ran his eyes over the cold metal. There seemed to be nothing wrong at all. But the tugging sensation wouldn't leave him alone. Naruto leaned forward, focusing hard on the metal. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but maybe if he looked closer. That was when the knife shot up, nearly impaling him in the eye. Naruto yelped and backed away. The knife continued to hover in the air, and he sighed in relief when he saw that it didn't seem to be attacking. But his relief changed to confusion. Why had the knife started hovering in the first place? They hadn't done that before. He walked over to it slowly, ready to jump away if it attacked again. But the knife remained there, completely still. If only it would stop hovering, then he could feel more at ease. The knife fell back into the drawer with a clatter, and for the first time, Naruto noticed the slight drain on his reserve. His eyes narrowed. He hadn't done anything to warrant a chakra drain. Unless. Leaning forward, he focused on the knife again, willing to rise up. The knife obeyed, hovering up at his eye level. Naruto willed it to go back down, and it did so. Feeling excited, he tried focusing on the entire drawer. But to his surprise, it didn't move an inch. Naruto frowned. What had made the drawer different from the knife? Could he only move one object? He focused on the object next to the knife, a small saw. As the knife had done, it rose up at his command. Naruto tried to shift it from left to right, but that seemed to drain his chakra more, and he let it fall back into the drawer as he stared at it, perplexed. What had the knife got in common with the saw? Well, apart from the obvious, like the facts that they were both used in surgery, and they both had metal in them. Naruto turned around and focused on the steel operating table. It was very heavy, and it took far more of his chakra than the knife or the saw, but he managed to make it rise about half an inch in the air before it fell back down. Naruto winced at the noise it made, and quickly hopped back onto the operating table, pretending to still be unconscious, not hard with the chakra drain. He needed to investigate this ability further, as well as the rumor that Orochimaru might be visiting another base in a few months. If the snake was moving, so was Naruto. He couldn't get out while Orochimaru was there, but if the Sannin was gone, that was another matter altogether. Naruto sat quietly in his cell, reading over the scrolls while trying to keep his excitement down. He had managed to find an exit out of Otogekure that didn't have many guards near it, on account of the fact that it was near the main toilets, and the stench was horrendous. Even so, he still wouldn't be able to just slip out. He had guards trailing all the time, and the bars in his cell were made out of material that wasn't metal, so he couldn't just yank them out, even if they were. He had been training by summoning kunai back and forth, but he didn't think he was strong enough to summon the bars. And while he had enough clay hidden under his bed to blow them open, he wanted to save it for something more important. No, he couldn't break out right now. But once Orochimaru was gone, so would he. He was pulled from his thoughts as a familiar pain slammed into his stomach. Naruto groaned, rolling over. Every month, the seal would glow red, and he would be subjected to unimaginable pain. He didn't know what was causing it, but he wished that whatever it was would stop. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. Naruto twitched his finger, and his puppet slammed its fist down, knocking Sayuri's back several feet. He waited, expecting to hear the normal about how he cheated, but to his surprise, Sayuri merely walked forward and began picking her puppet. "Sayuri? Are you okay?" The 7-year-old looked up, nodding slowly. But Naruto wasn't fooled. Though Sayuri was often quite tired after they had to spar with puppets, due to her reserves that were drained easily, she was never this quiet. "Come on, what is it?" Sayuri looked down, mumbling something. Naruto frowned and leaned forward. What? I'm not having an operation tomorrow. No one could ever really predict what Orochimaru was going to do when you ended up in the laboratories. Whether he would transfer an ability into you, see what part of your body you could live without, see how potent a poison was, sometimes even fusing you with weapons. But everyone knew that there was a very high death rate, and that even if you did make it out alive, chances were that you'd be a freakish mockery of what you once were. No wonder Sayuri looked upset. Naruto felt awkward. He wasn't that good at the whole comforting business, and he couldn't say anything positive while being truthful, could he? Well then he might as well lie. Don't worry. I'm sure that they won't do anything too bad. Sayuri looked up at him hopefully. Really? Naruto nodded, crossing his fingers behind his back. Yeah. You'll be fine. Naruto fiddled with one of the black threads as he listened to the sound of footsteps approaching his cell. He was feeling nervous, surely they weren't going to implant another ability so quickly, and also a little worried. He knew that Sayuri was probably undergoing her operation right now, and though he wouldn't admit it, she was probably the closest thing he had to a friend in Odo. Kabuto appeared at the bars, and Naruto looked up as he unlocked the door. Come on, Naruto. Today, we're going to try something new with the puppets. Naruto cringed, remembering the children on the operating table. What do you mean? Oh, I think that you'll like this one. We'll be making another human puppet, but this time, if all goes well, they'll stay alive. Naruto froze. What? Oh, it'll be tricky, but Orochimaru-sama's been studying an older puppet, and he believes that it can be done. We're practicing it on a prisoner first, but if all goes well, we'll start working on a few others that would do better as puppets. Naruto wasn't sure how this would work, but he nodded and followed Kabuto off to the lab. There was a figure lying on a table, mercifully knocked out, and Naruto looked at it. He gasped. Sayuri! The small girl was almost unrecognizable, having been scrubbed thoroughly in preparation for her operation, and was dressed in a paper gown. But Naruto didn't care about that. There was no one else in the lab, and it was painfully obvious who he was expected to make a puppet out of. Naruto! He turned to look at Kabuto, who was watching him with a gleam in his eye. Is anything wrong? Naruto opened his mouth, before slowly closing it. Yes, there was something wrong. He was locked up in the lair of a madman who wanted to take over his body, a body that had been warped and twisted into Kami knew what, he had killed 6 people, and he was being asked to do worse to the person that he was closest to. But what was the point in saying it? No. Nothing's wrong. Then let's begin. When he was creating his first human puppets, Naruto had not been more careful than he had when making an ordinary puppet. Why should he? He knew that they were going to die no matter how careful he was. But this was different. Someone he cared about was on the table, someone to whom he had promised that she was going to be fine. And so he was extremely careful, paying attention to every detail. But in some ways that made it worse. They sliced open her flesh, replacing bones with metal rods that were tough but light, enabling Sayuri to move as quickly as she had as a human. Bolts and wires were threaded through, replacing her natural joints and giving her the ability to rotate limbs that she wouldn't have been able to before. The sight was horrifying, but that was just the beginning. Her eyes were doused in a liquid that made them harden, and Naruto was reminded of glass marbles as he looked at them. Her blood was slowly drained away and replaced with an odd mixture of liquids that was colored a dark purple. Kabuto instructed him to pull back the cloth covering Sayuri's stomach, and he obeyed, hiding the object that had fallen out of her clothes. The internal organs were carefully cut out, leaving her stomach hollowed. Naruto didn't understand how Sayuri could even be alive at this point, and he shuddered to think of what twisted medical means Kabuto was using to keep her so. Nevertheless, he was grateful, for everything seemed to be going well so far. Another strange liquid was varnished into her skin, giving it a shiny look that felt cold under his fingertips. According to Kabuto, this would stop it from deteriorating, keeping it preserved forever. Somehow, Naruto doubted that Sayuri would be grateful. And then came the last 2 bits, also the most difficult, the brain and the heart. This was judged to be beyond Naruto's ability, and it was at this point that Orochimaru came in, nodding appreciatively as he looked at the small girl. Naruto couldn't understand how Orochimaru could look so happy over what had been done to Sayuri, and his fingers clenched. It was then that Kabuto sent him out, saying that he was to go back to his cell. Naruto walked slowly, feeling guilt dragging him down. Even if Sayuri survived, she wouldn't be human anymore. She'd be a little doll, a cold shell of a living being. And it was all his fault. He looked down at his hand. Mikoto stared up at him, her button eyes looking accusative. But Naruto couldn't look away. He had hated Orochimaru for what he had done to him. But now, could he say that he was any better? A few days later, Naruto was let out of his cell for exercise. This was a perfect opportunity to investigate the exit he had discovered, but he headed over to Sayuri's cell instead. He might be wasting an opportunity, but he had to see that she was all right. She was sitting alone, her head bowed. Though she stiffened as he approached, she remained where she was. Sayuri? There was no answer, and he hesitantly leaned forward. Are you okay? Sayuri looked up, and Naruto gasped. Her face looked a lot paler, but other than that, it showed no sign of the modifications. After all, no one would suspect a small child of anything, but a small child with gruesome scars over her face was someone they wouldn't like to be around. However, he could see the joint of her neck, and her eyes were shining too brightly under the torchlight. What did they do to you? It was a rhetorical question. He already knew what had been done to her. Sayuri lifted her hand. The waxy texture of the skin was clearly visible, but more incriminating was the joint of her hand, a bolt clearly seen on it. Naruto. She began to make an odd choking noise, rocking back and forth, her only way of crying, as Naruto knew for a fact that her tear ducts no longer worked. But to Naruto, that didn't matter. She had said, they, not you, meaning that she didn't know just who had helped turn into a living puppet. She didn't know who was responsible. And Naruto couldn't bring himself to tell her. Instead, he reached through the bars and pulled her into an awkward hug. She was freezing, her body generating no warmth, and she felt as hard as solid wood, but he ignored that. It's all right, Sayuri-chan. He had heard people in Konoha call their friends that. Naturally, no one had ever called him by a suffix at all unless you counted the string of baka that he got from his classmates. Sayuri shook her head, the motion making an odd clicking sound. No, it's not. Look at what they did to me. He hugged her tighter, trying to soothe her even as guilt threatened to tear him in two. Sayuri dropped her hand down, trying to withdraw it into her sleeve. But her thin top was too small for her to hide it completely. Naruto reached up and pulled off his gray jacket. The chill of the cold corridor bit at him, but he ignored it, sliding the jacket through the bars. Sayuri looked at it in confusion, before understanding lit up her eyes. Awkwardly, she slipped her arms through the sleeves, letting the material pool around her. Naruto had grown a lot, and he was a lot bigger than Sayuri, and she was fairly swamped in the jacket. But it hid the bolts, the joints, the unnaturally shiny skin, and she clutched at it as if she never wanted to let go. Naruto sighed. He had wanted to break out completely, to leave everything behind. But looking at the small girl in front of him, he didn't think he could. Orochimaru would not just leave Sayuri alone now. She would be kept locked up until he deemed her loyal enough to send her on tasks for his own depraved benefit. And it was his fault. He couldn't leave her behind. Sayuri. She looked up at him. How would you like to leave this place? Her eyes widened, and she nodded frantically, the joints in her neck squeaking. Okay, but we've got to be careful. First dash. The prison in Kirigakure was a dark, dreary place. There was no glass into the windows, meaning that rain continuously washed in, and there was certainly no heating. Pneumonia and hypothermia were rampant among both prisoners and guards. Despite that, Utakata was a frequent visitor to the area. The beast locked inside his body was a slug after all, and it had transferred its preference of cool, moist places to him as well. Silent as a ghost, the boy walked through the row of cells, ignoring the fear in the prisoners' eyes as they realized who he was. He was used to it after all. Few people had ever seen him as a human after all, only the beast he housed. Ironically, one of those people was an enemy of the village he had been born to protect. He paused before her cell now, narrowing his eyes as he stared into the darkness. Are you awake? A weak voice answered him. H-A-I-is that you Utakata-kun? He nodded slowly. You don't sound too good. I don't know. I don't think that I'm going to last much longer. He stiffened at that, but didn't say anything. Because he had so few good things in his life, he had come to accept them going and not coming back. His mother, his father, his teammates, all of them had passed out his life, some by choice, some taken, and it seemed natural that she would as well. Didn't mean he liked it though. I just wished that I could see him again. Utakata frowned. He had never heard of her speak of her life outside this prison at all. It was a defense mechanism. He knew that she had been tortured several times for the knowledge she held, and it was easier not to speak of it at all. See who? Tears dripped onto the stone floor. My Sochi.my Naruto. Orochimaru seethed as he stalked back and forth across his office, the dark green silk kimono he was wearing gleaming under the candlelight. He couldn't believe how a simple plan could have been botched up so thoroughly. The Manjikyu Sharingan had been within an inch of his grasp, and now it had diminished to a futile dream that he could see no way of bringing to fruition. He had sent out spies to find out about that strange Sharingan of Itachi's, determined to have only the best of dojutsus in his perfect host. It had taken a lot of digging, but they had found rumors that the Manjikyu could be activated by killing your closest friend. Orochimaru would never be able to activate it in that case. He was devoid of any empathy, unable to form bonds at all. He found people useful, and was often amused by their attempts to struggle for his favor, but an actual feeling of friendship? Forget it. However, just because he was unable to do that did not mean that Naruto was unable to. He had observed that the boy could at least hold a civil conversation with a younger prisoner, and had decided that this was the perfect opportunity. The problem was, he didn't think that he would be able to order Naruto to kill her outright. Nor did he think that he could make him turn her into one of the human puppets like the other children. No, he needed to be a bit more sneaky. That was when he worked out that it could be possible to turn someone into a puppet while keeping them alive. However, the process would be extremely complicated and the death rate even higher than his curse mark. And though Orochimaru didn't change the instructions to make sure that there was no chance of her surviving, as he wanted Naruto to make more of those puppets, and the boy would quickly figure out that something was up if he received different instructions for the same thing, he was certain that he would have the Manjikyu. After all, it was a fiendishly complicated operation being mostly carried out by a young boy. Surely there was no way that Naruto could succeed. But to his shock, when he arrived at the lab to offer his condolences, he found a pale but triumphant Naruto and a girl that was over 3/4 of a human puppet. Orochimaru had considered killing her after Naruto left the lab and then telling the boy that it was his fault, but he didn't know the exact processes of the Manjikyu, and it seemed as if the person had to actually kill their friend with their own hands, and see them die in front of them. Merely telling them that it was their fault wouldn't work, and besides, Naruto did not seem to trust Orochimaru, and would probably be very suspicious of an operation that seemed to be going perfectly well suddenly failing after the snake Sannin entered the room. Seeing no other way, Orochimaru had ordered Kabuto to complete the operation, while he tried to think up a new plan to gain the Manjikyu Sharingan. Unfortunately, while the girl might hate the operation, it had made her significantly harder to dispose of. She no longer needed to eat, even if she did, she had nothing to digest her food with, or sleep, she had no sensation of heat or lack of it. It would take something significant to make her feel pain. Due to the number of nerves that had been damaged, she didn't need to breathe. In fact, the only surefire way to destroy her would be by damaging her heart, which was kept in a steel container in her chest, and it would be rather hard to trick Naruto into doing that. But he would find a way, Orochimaru vowed to himself. He would attain the Manjikyu, using any means possible to achieve it. Naruto frowned as Sayuri's puppet whammed into his, knocking it out of his control. Since her transformation, Sayuri's control had grown, meaning that her use of her chakra supplies was far more efficient. Unfortunately, her chakra network had been stunted, unable to grow physically at all. As chakra was half mental energy, half physical energy, increasing it was going to be incredibly hard for the little girl, but until she did, she was going to be stuck not only with the body of a 7-year-old child for the rest of her life, but also the reserves of one. To make up for that, her new body had had some modifications. Much of it was hollow, meaning that she could conceal lots of things within it, while both of her shoulders had storage seals painted on them so that she could more easily carry things around. Her arms had flexible pipes running through them which led back to empty canisters in her back which could hold gas. Apparently, the man that Orochimaru had got the idea of human puppets from had used poison a lot, and the snake was too lazy to come up with another idea. However, her favorite weapon was a serrated metal disc that could fold up and slide inside her right wrist. By using a small amount of chakra, Sayuri could make it spin at extremely high speeds, making it a crude but effective weapon. Naruto meanwhile was coming along in leaps and bounds. His control over the black threads had extended to being able to move them independent of his body. He was able to move metal for slightly longer PRDIS, and he was being to get adept at molding clay into ordinary sculptures, even if they didn't really serve any purpose as a weapon. His skills in puppetry were coming along nicely as well, though as with the Sharingan he had vowed to only use it as a last resort. He was not the type of person to sit around, letting other people do his work for him, and to him, that was what puppetry was about. However, practicing chakra strings was a way to improve his chakra control, and it was fun, in a weird kind of way, to make the puppets walk, dance and fight, like he was watching his own little play. Dismissing his thoughts, Naruto gently lowered his own puppet down, not going to risk continuing the battle and exhausting Sayuri's chakra. She nodded at him in thanks. "Are you going to have another operation soon?" Naruto frowned, his mouths gnashing their teeth at the thought. "I dunno. I guess so." Sayuri tapped her fingers against the face of her puppet, the sound of wood hitting would echoing around the room. How long is it going to take?" He knew why she asked. His whole plan depended on timing, that his last operation would happen soon enough for him to be ready when they escaped, but too close to Orochimaru's trip away for the Sannin to risk taking over Naruto's body. In other words, it was all down to luck. Naruto didn't like that. He had so little control here, including over what happened to his own body, and now over his escape. It was then that he vowed to himself that, once he got out, he would never allow anyone to control him ever again. Naruto leaned against the wall, his hands shoved into his pockets, due to the bitter cold that had swept through Odogakure thanks to the winter outside. He was currently watching a group of adolescents, a few years older than him, fight each other, while others looked on in admiration. They were good, Naruto had to admit. The boy with two heads was fast, while at times extra limbs would sprout from his body, acting as both a defense and an offensive weapon. The boy with the orange hair had great physical strength. The girl was fast, and her flute could summon strange demons that the others found quite hard to defeat. The boy with 4 arms, what was with these people and extra body parts, was quite smart, but what really piqued Naruto's interest was his ability to summon spiders. Even in Konoha, he had heard about ninjas that had contracts with animals, but apparently they were difficult to obtain and were mainly passed down by clans. Naruto liked the thought of having his own summoning contract, but he didn't think that he'd be able to get hold of one easily. He had no clan after all. Even so, he resolved to look into how to get one, preferably one that ate snakes. They were not the only ones observing the quartet fight. Others, ranging from newbies that were younger than Sayuri to grown adults, were watching them, some with distaste, others with admiration. As the orange-haired boy punched the girl, sending her flying back with a stream of expletives issuing from her mouth, a boy with blue hair standing near to Naruto looked excited. "That guy's pretty strong, isn't he? But the curse mark makes him ever stronger, and oh wonder he came here to ask for it." Naruto stiffened, staring at the speaker incredulously. "What?" The blue-haired boy looked over at him. "Well, you have to admit he is quite strong dash." "No, what do you mean by him asking for it?" The boy looked puzzled. "Well, he was from IWC, but then he left his village so that Orochimaru-sama could make him stronger. Lots of people do it." Naruto stared at the orange-haired boy, his rippled eyes narrowed. He had seen the dead bodies in the labs, viewed those who failed to control their mark degrade into mindless beasts, had had various experiments performed on him, had even done one himself, though, in his defense, he was forced. He knew that they were not well hidden, that anyone inquiring about Odogekure could easily find out about them. So why would he have come? When he asked the blue-haired boy, he received an incredulous stare. It's worth it. I mean, sure, there's a bit of a risk, but it gives you way more power. Naruto looked at the orange-haired boy as his skin grew darker and his hair grew longer, the cursed seal morphing him into a monster, one at the beck and call of Orochimaru. He couldn't understand why anyone would offer themselves up for that. Naruto clenched his blanket, twisting the fabric through his fingers as he thrashed on his bed. The pain had come back, but this time it was worse than normal, and blood was dripping from his lip from where he had bitten it in an attempt to not scream. Beneath his shirt, he could see a faint red glow as the seal twisted and blurred. This pain had only worsened as time passed, and Naruto was already beginning to learn the pattern. Once a month, he would wake up with a fever, burning heat followed by icy chills. He would feel nauseous, his limbs would shake. Then the seal would begin to burn, and he would be reduced to a quivering heap, racked with pain. It scared him, knowing that he would be utterly helpless for at least once a month, that he would never be truly free of this pain. That even after he left the space, if he made it out at all, he would always have to suffer because of Orochimaru's greed. The seal seemed to grow darker, and Naruto stared at it, his vision blurring slightly. Leaning down, he pulled up his shirt and gasped. The red chakra was still there, wreathing the twisted seal in an angry crimson gleam. However, there seemed to be a black color now as well, dancing along the edges of the seal. As it spread, Naruto howled in pain, for while the red chakra was burning hot, this chakra was incredibly cold, as bad as a knife being dragged along the seal. Naruto arched his back as the burning and freezing of his stomach continued. As miserable as he was, he did have a small amount of comfort within his suffering, because he knew that at the same time, Orochimaru was suffering too. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he watched Ami walk towards him with a smirk. She had clearly been undergoing some training, as her body was leaner and more muscular, while in her hand she carried a sharp katana. However, the most noticeable change was her outfit. Gone was the pink-striped dress. Now Ami wore a pair of black shorts and a long-sleeved olive-green shirt, while on her head was a hitayate, a musical note carved into it. Naruto tilted his head, considering her. Before, Ami had been unpleasant and a bit of a psycho, but that was all she had been. But now that she was officially on Orochimaru's side, she was his enemy, and he could not show mercy to her. The signal for the fight was given, and Naruto could tell from the strange flickering of her chakra that Ami was beginning the process to activate the curse mark. But before it was complete, Naruto had leaped forward, his hand pulled back for a punch. Ami was too busy concentrating on bringing out the curse seal that she wasn't aware of his fist shooting towards her until it was too late. With a thud, she was sent reeling back, falling ungracefully to the floor. Naruto didn't give her any time to recover, springing towards her with the kunai he had been given. Unfortunately, she managed to block his blow with her arm, kicking out at his shin. He dodged, leaping backwards as she scrambled to her feet, eyes murderous. Naruto shot both of his arms forward, the black threads linking his wrists to his shoulders. Ami snarled and jumped forward, her speed and strength increased by the seal. She sliced at him with the katana, but his training under Guren let him dodge her blows, though he nearly got his arms tangled up as he twisted under her flailing limbs. And then, when she was distracted, he dove up and sliced her arm from shoulder to elbow. Blood splattered the floor, a bit even landing in Naruto's open mouth as he grinned. He spluttered, involuntarily swallowing a bit of the warm liquid, but despite the horrid taste in his mouth, Naruto was triumphant, because he'd managed to land a hit on her, and the look of shock on her face was incredibly sweet. Then he felt it. A chill that started in his chest, but spread through his limbs, coating them in a wrapping of cold. Before he could consider what it meant, his feet began moving against his will, as if someone was dragging them using puppet strings. They seemed to be tracing something into the ground. Ami gasped, and he looked at her in confusion before following her gaze to his body. His eyes widened in shock. His skin had turned black, not merely a dark brown, but pitch black, like someone had dipped him in ink. Against the blackness, ivory white streaks appeared, and Naruto realized that it was tracing out his skeleton. His gaze dropped to his feet, and he saw what his feet had been tracing out, a dark red symbol, with a triangle touching the sides of a circle. He tried to step out of it, but he seemed rooted to the spot. Ami chuckled nervously, and to Naruto's great shock, began forming a hand seal. Either she didn't know about the rule of not showing him any jutsus, or she didn't care about it. Well, Naruto wasn't going to waste this opportunity. He activated his Sharingan, knowing that his eyes would stay the same. They had ever since he had had the operation that had also turned them rippled, and copied her jutsu even as she performed it. A stream of fire flew from Ami's mouth, heading towards him. Naruto tried to leave the circle to dodge it, but it was as if someone was compelling him to stay. All he could do was stand there and wait for the flames to hit him. Naruto howled in agony as he was barbecued, pain flaring over the affected areas, that is, his head, arms, chest and stomach. But to his surprise, Ami screamed too, in a far shriller voice. Naruto forced himself to look up, despite the pain it caused him, and saw to his shock that Ami had been burned too, her flesh blackened and melting. But while he had the demon inside his body already healing the wounds, Ami was on her own. Naruto watched her slump to the floor, and considered calling for a medic. He decided against it. He had never liked her that much anyway. Eventually, the black and white marks faded away along with Ami's soul. Naruto stood in the middle of the room, eyeing her burned corpse contemplatively. That was the first time he used the Jashin Jutsu. It would not be the last. Gyurin nodded as she looked at him. "You've come along well, brat, I have to admit." Naruto shuffled his feet, feeling nervous. Any compliment from Gyurin normally had a sting in the tail, and from the gleam in her eye, he had a feeling that this would be no different. "So, that I'm going to teach you how to use a sword." Naruto blinked. "What?" Gyurin smirked, leaning back. "Well, Orochimaru-sama uses swords, he's quite good at kenjutsu in fact. But when he takes over your body, it'll be harder for him to use them for a while if your body's not already used to them. So, we need to start you on learning kenjutsu, so that you'll be ready in time. You'll be nowhere near mastery though, as Orochimaru-sama looks like he doesn't have long dash." She froze, her face pale. Naruto had known that the months were ticking down for Orochimaru until he would have to leave his body, that the Sannin was growing weaker as his vessel slowly deteriorated. Everyone in Oto knew. They'd seen him after all, stalking through the corridors like a vengeful ghost, shaking and coughing. But apparently it was blasphemy to speak of it, as Gyurin did not restart the conversation. Instead, she merely tossed an object at him, Naruto catching it automatically. It was a tanto, one that looked fairly new. He looked up from it, just in time to see the kunoichi form a blade of blue crystal on her arm, a sadistic smirk on her face. Yep, definitely not a good compliment. Kabuto frowned as he watched Naruto spar against the little puppet girl, his speed and black threads against her body of wood and metal. To be honest, she didn't really have a chance against Naruto. Unlike him, she had received no training, and her body, while a good defense, had slowed her down a bit. Despite that, she was putting up as best a fight as she could, slamming her fists against his body she could. Quite painful when you considered that her fists were made out of wood and metal. Sadly, sparring against the girl, either using fists or puppets, and training with Gyurin was all that seemed to take up the boys' time right now. Not a good thing, as they knew he was aware that the body-switching jutsu needed to be performed within 4 months, and in a few days, they were going to add Konin's abilities, and if Naruto gained more control of it than they had predicted, then he would be easily able to slip between the bars of his cell. He needed to be moved, but also provided with something to STMLT him so that he didn't get bored and start messing around with his abilities. Kabuto's lips lifted in a smirk. He had just the thing in mind. Naruto's eyes struggled open, blinking a little under the harsh light of the laboratories. White lamps. Another operation had come and gone, leaving him to deal with the aftereffects. Groaning, he rolled off the table, landing awkwardly on the floor. Biting back a curse he had learned from one of the guards, he staggered over to the mirror and saw to his relief that once again, there were no visible changes. The door opened, and Kabuto stepped in. "Naruto, come." Gritting his teeth at the command, it made him sound like a pet dog, something he most definitely was not. Naruto got up to follow him. Still weak from the anesthetic, he stumbled, and nearly hit a large red button. Kabuto looked annoyed. Be careful, Naruto. That button would summon all the guards, and they wouldn't be happy to find it was you who brought them, would they? Naruto shook his head as he thought it over. Kabuto nodded, and then walked out of the lab, Naruto following him. To his surprise, however, he was not led back to his cell, but along a different passageway. Hey, where are we going? Kabuto smiled. It's been decided to move you to a more comfortable setting, now that you're close to becoming Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto led him over to a door, one that was inscribed with seals commonly used for holding prisoners. Though Naruto didn't know it, the extent of his sealing knowledge was how to seal objects into basic seals, like the ones that Sayuri had on her body. The door was pushed open, and Naruto gasped. The room inside was quite large, and as it had no windows, there were bright lights hanging from the ceiling. It had the appearance of a workshop, with a table and a desk of open drawers that were filled with what looked like carpeting tools, but also a small bed in the corner, upon which Naruto's spare clothes and the scrolls he had been given were piled. But that was not what drew Naruto's attention. It was the 6 human puppets he had made, hanging off the wall on hooks like animals in an abattoir. Naruto stared from them to Kabuto, who smirked. This is your new room. You can use it to modify your puppets, and study your scrolls, and train with them for a bit. We can even let your little friend come in as well, though you'll only be allowed out for training and, of course, your final operation. Naruto nodded calmly, though his mouth teeth were grinding together in rage. This was an opportunity that he couldn't miss, but even so, he couldn't believe the audacity of the older boy. He knew that Orochimaru would be using these puppets for his own end if he took over Naruto's body, and that by modifying them, Kabuto only meant changing them so that they'd be better for Orochimaru to wreak havoc with. Naruto looked up at the puppets, their glassy eyes staring back. He had done that, he had made human beings into tools for Orochimaru to play around with. But if he put them to good use, used them against the man who had forced him to kill them, that would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? Sayuri was utterly silent when she first came into the room, staring up at the human puppets in shock. Naruto knew what must be running through her head. She could have easily ended up like them, and only an organ in a steel canister separated her from them. The silence only lasted about 5 minutes before she whirled around and demanded to know what was going on. Naruto explained his plan to her, that these puppets were already dead, and it was all thanks to Orochimaru. In that case, then they might as well make something of their deaths by using them against the Sannin. This was still rather disturbing to the little girl, who decided that Naruto could use the human puppets, while she stuck with the ordinary ones. Naruto had a feeling that she would change her tune soon. There was something about these puppets that made them superior to ordinary ones. They were harder to control, but Naruto had a feeling that they could be quite devastating once you learned how to do that. There was something else about the human puppets that interested him. Like living humans, they also had the glow of chakra in them, something that ordinary puppets did not. In that case, could they perform jutsus like humans as well? He was itching to try out the jutsu that he had copied off Ami, but he didn't quite dare. The room they were in looked secure, but he knew that they were being watched somehow. It was also practically impossible to leave. It was always locked, and Naruto knew that the seals on the door weren't there for show. As if that wasn't enough, there were also tiny vents in the ceiling that gas could be filtered through to knock him unconscious. Really, there would be no chance to escape if he was in this room. That suited his plans perfectly. Naruto laid the first puppet on the table, looking over it critically. It was a boy, with short purple hair and red eyes, about 13 years old. He had been a genin before he came here, Kabuto had told him, and it showed in his lean form. However, that was all Naruto knew about him, and he couldn't help but wonder what the boy had been like. Which village was he from? Why had he become a shinobi? How good was he? Did he want to become a jounin or a kage? How had he ended up in Orochimaru's clutches? Did he know when he was walking into that lab that he'd never come out again? Sighing, he turned to look at the row of weapons lining the tray next to the table. All of them had come from imprisoned shinobi, and thus were too big for him to wield comfortably. Even if they weren't, he'd have no chance using them against the guards, all of whom knew a variety of jutsus, and had been handpicked by Kabuto to stop him from escaping if he tried. No, he'd have to stick to the original plan. Naruto leaned forward and picked up a ninjato, studying the smooth blade. What do you think, Sayuri-chan? Sayuri looked up from where she was sitting cross-legged in a corner, a scroll in her lap. She tilted her head, looking at the weapon then at the puppet. She nodded. I think that it would suit him. Naruto grinned, and then turned to the puppet, manipulating his arm until it opened, revealing the metal bones that he'd known were there. His metallic power had slowly improved, until he could sense every object of metal in the room. It also seemed to make puppet crafting easier, as he knew instinctively how the metals would fit best together. A good thing, too, he needed every advantage in a game where the odds were so heavily stacked against him. The door to the room slammed open, and the children looked up. Guren was standing in the doorway, looking murderous. Brat, it's time for your training. Come now. Feeling worried, Naruto followed her out of the door, wincing as it slammed shut behind him. Guren was clearly in a very bad mood, but he didn't know why. For 3 hours straight, Guren drilled him mercilessly through his kenjutsu, slicing at him with her crystal blade while also causing the glittering rocks to shot up from underneath and around him, forcing him to be constantly dodging and attacking. By the time they were done, he was exhausted and battered from head to toe, but Guren didn't crow about this like she normally would. Instead, she leaned against a nearby tree, staring up at the sky. Guren? Naruto asked quietly. He had never seen his strong, sadistic teacher like this, not ever. Are you all right? Guren turned to look at him, her gaze contemplative. Sama is going to take you over in 4 months, isn't he? 3 months and 2 weeks, Naruto muttered. Guren pushed herself away from the tree, her hair beginning to come out of its style after the tough fight. Well, when you join with him, are you going to continue this puppet stuff? You know that making people into them. Naruto thought about that. The human puppets had a lot of potential, that was true. They were able to use chakra, and apparently their jutsus and Kekkei Genkai could be preserved in them. But he didn't think that he could ever do that to another person. Not after Sayuri. A corpse maybe, but there was no way he could turn living flesh and bone into wood and metal ever again. And he wasn't going to join with Orochimaru, so the point was moot anyway. No. I wouldn't. A look of relief passed over Guren's face for the briefest of seconds before it was abruptly wiped away. Come on, brat. You've had enough time playing around. Let's see you dodge 2 blades. Naruto was lying on his stomach, fiddling with a pencil as he looked at the piece of blank paper in front of him. Sayuri had discovered the stationery in the drawers, probably for sketching out designs for new puppets for Orochimaru to send against his enemies when he took over Naruto's body. She wanted to use them for drawing a picture. Naruto lifted his head, watching her. Her hand, waxy with the joints clearly visible, was flying across the page, shaping a rough, childish drawing of 2 people, one with spiky yellow hair and the other, smaller figure with hair of a similar shade standing a few inches above a streak of green that he assumed was meant to be the ground. Both of them were holding gray shapes that he could tell were weapons, but the smaller figure was also holding something that he could tell by the blue hair was Mikoto. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at the heart-wrenching fusion of a little girl and a cold puppet, not while knowing that he was the cause. Instead, he picked up his piece of paper, smoothing out the crease in the corner as his gaze wandered around the room. He aimlessly scanned the table, the tools, the drawers, until he saw a small spider in the corner. It was sitting completely still, its 8 eyes fixed straight ahead. Naruto tilted his head, examining it. The spider's chakra was quite weak, as to be expected on an insect. No arachnid, he remembered, but it was resilient, shimmering around its tiny body. Naruto counted the 8 spindly legs, the small body, the gleaming eyes, focusing completely on it. How are you doing that? Jerked out of his trance by Sayuri's voice, Naruto followed her astonished gaze down to his hands, where the paper sat, only it was no longer a flat sheet. His fingers had twisted and folded it into a white shape that he recognized quite easily. A spider. What happened? Sayuri looked up at him oddly. You just started making your paper into a spider. It looks really cool. Naruto nodded, staring down in bemusement at his creation. Sayuri got out the rest of the paper to see if he could do it again. To Naruto's astonishment, He seemed to be able to mold the paper into any form he wanted, the only limit being the amount of the stuff he had. To Sayuri's delight, he created birds, spiders, a small cat, and a few dolls before they ran out. How can you do that? Naruto looked at the paper, his eyes narrowed. I don't know. Orochimaru sat down on his chair, trembling a little. As the time for him to transfer approached, he was growing steadily weaker. If only he could take on Naruto's body now. Unfortunately, they still were not ready to extract the Kyuubi. There was a man, a minor seal master in Kusa, who was rumored to have the expertise, but journeying to Kusa, finding the man, persuading him to come with them and journeying back could well take up to a month. However, he still had time. He could hold out for a few more months, and he intended to. After all, there were things that he needed to do, things that would have to be put off if he had to spend time adjusting to a new body, and Naruto would need to learn some more kenjutsu. Orochimaru's gaze drifted over to his sword, Kusanagi, which was hanging on the wall, reminding everyone who came into the office of how dangerous its wielder was. He did not like not carrying it within a snake within his body, but as his current vessel was so weak, he dared not risk having one of Manda's subordinates inside him. Orochimaru had not gained the summoning contract as he was meant to, by proving himself to the snake masters as Jiraiya had done to his toads, but by murdering the previous summoner and stealing the contract from his corpse. Because of that, the snakes were quite reluctant to be bound to him, and the slightest hint of weakness would be repaid with betrayal. Orochimaru had no wish to swallow a snake to protect his sword, only to be ripped apart by it from the inside. His gaze left Kusanagi and went to the display case in the corner, where a scaled dagger rested behind thick glass inscribed with security seals. Orochimaru had tried to wield it himself, but had only gotten spikes through his hand for his trouble. There was only one person the blade would obey, and that was Naruto. Well, no matter. Once he had the boy's body, it would obey him. Until then, it would sit in that case, a testimony to what he could create. It was also a very good deterrent for stealing. Anyone who tried grabbing it would get mangled hands, something for him to chuckle over as he killed the thieves. Yes, that sword would be worthy of his new body, though he would always favor Kusanagi, of course. Sighing, Orochimaru then directed his mind to less pleasant things, mainly the large pile of paperwork that overflowed from his desk. If he needed proof of his old teacher's toughness, it was daily slapped in his face. Anyone able to deal with this amount, or larger, when you considered how much bigger Konoha was than Oto, of paperwork definitely deserved to be hailed as the god of shinobi. Sayuri feverishly scanned a scroll, her eyes nearly crossed with the effort to make out the more difficult words. Besides her, Naruto was slumped forward, his arms clasped around his midsections as he shivered wildly. The fever had started, and soon would come the pain, the horrible pain that had him wishing for death at every moment. Sayuri had never seen Naruto like this before, and it was terrifying her. To combat this, she was hunting through the scrolls that had been given to Naruto, trying to find something to stop it. Naruto weakly turned his head to peer over her shoulder. Found out anything yet? Sayuri shook her head, tossing the scroll over her shoulder and reaching for the last one, which had only been given to Naruto 2 days before. Unlike the others, it actually had a few jutsu in it, but they had been judged useless for fighting, and thus not very dangerous to give Naruto, if he could learn them at all. Pulling it open, Sayuri began to stumble through it, occasionally asking Naruto what a word meant. His voice grew hoarser as the time went by, and Sayuri was getting desperate when he spoke again. What's that one? Sayuri looked at it, her glassy eyes narrowed. It's the body numbing technique. It stops you from feeling anything, but it only lasts 20 minutes. Naruto nodded, sweat trickling down his face. Do it. Like everyone else in the puppetry class, Sayuri had been taught to mold her chakra. However, she had never actually performed a jutsu before unless you counted the chakra strings, and she had to squint several times at the hand seals listed for it. Even then, it took her about an hour to get the jutsu right, by which time Naruto was groaning in pain. Finally, a blaze of emerald chakra surrounded her palm, and Sayuri quickly swung her hand into Naruto's chest. There was a brief green flare, and Naruto sighed in relief. The pain had completely vanished, but as he sat up, He realized that so had every other sensation. He couldn't feel the cold floor he was sitting on, couldn't feel the heat of the fever, couldn't even feel the hands Sayuri had used for the jutsu, even though it normally felt cold when he touched her. He could see why this jutsu couldn't have any practical combat use. It would be far too easy to get a serious wound and not notice until you drop dead. Sayuri meanwhile was feeling quite good about herself until the chakra drain hit her. She groaned, her legs folding as she sank to the floor. Even though she could no longer sleep, she still recharged herself by going into a sort of trance-like state, her body completely still. It did not regain chakra as quickly as sleep would, but then again, her body did not need rest as much as people who did sleep would. From the look of things, she'd have to recharge for a long time after this. Naruto, noticing her condition, carefully propped her up against the wall. Sayuri glared at him. "Stop it." Naruto grinned mischievously. "Well, someone has to make sure that you get to bed on time." Sayuri stuck her tongue at him, and Naruto tried to show his nausea at the muscle, which was a very pale color and had several wires running through it. "You're not my Kasan, Naruto." Naruto nodded. "Thank goodness." She gave him an irritated look, but it changed to a more serious one. "Naruto, did you have a Kasan?" Naruto stiffened. For as long as he could remember, he had been on his own. When he was younger, some genin teams had babysat him and taught him how to cook and clean sufficiently, but after he was deemed capable enough to manage by himself, they had stopped coming. Apart from the ramen stand people and the old man, everyone had either ignored him or treated him with disdain. Once, when he was feeling very lonely, he had asked the old man if he had any family. The old man had looked at him strangely for a minute, before telling him that no, his parents had both died in the QB attack. And yet, there was a faint memory in his mind, one that he was barely hanging on to, of the feeling of someone's arms around him while a soft voice had whispered, "You're so clever, Narun. Yes you are, yes you are. You're Kasan's clever little boy." He had told the old man about it, who had insisted that it was probably only a dream or that he had just imagined it. Despite that, Naruto had always clung to the faint hope that it was real, that someone really had once spoken to him with such love in their voice. But as the years passed, he had begun to accept the fact that perhaps he had only imagined it out of loneliness, and that the old man was being truthful. Suddenly realizing that Sayuri was still waiting for an answer, he shook his head. "No, why?" Sayuri looked down at her hands. "'Cause I asked the others when we got here, and no one had a family. So I was wondering if you were any different, or if it was just people with no families that ended up here." Naruto looked at her silently, before a wide grin spread over his face. "You're wrong, Sayuri-chan. You do have a family." Sayuri looked at him oddly. "What are you talking about?" Naruto thumped his chest. "Me, Baka. We're practically family." Sayuri stared at him. "Really?" Naruto nodded, though he had a feeling that she thought they were practically family in a different way than he did. He had technically created the puppet girl in front of him, making him practically her father. Sayuri smiled softly, though there was a hint of mischief in it. "Thank you, Ojizen." Naruto spluttered. "Ojizen? Well, you are really old compared to me." "No, I'm not." "You are. You're years older." While they lightly bantered, Naruto thought over what Sayuri had said. He, Ami, Sayuri, none of them had had families, that was true. His eyes narrowed as he remembered the people that had sent him here, the old man and his friends. He had heard that they were in charge of lots of things, including the orphanages. Except that instead of looking after those orphans, they were just sending them here. The BSS. I'd like to perform some experiments on them and see how they like it. Mentally, he noted it down for later. His human puppet collection was rather small. And he also needed to test out that skeleton ritual. A jolt of pain tore him from his thoughts as the jutsu slowly wore off. Gasping, he leaned back, hugging his stomach in an attempt to lull it. Unfortunately, the pain refused to be soothed, and soon he was absolute agony. Sayuri stared helplessly as Naruto collapsed, rocking back and forth on the floor. She didn't have much chakra left, but she was pretty sure that she had just enough to perform the jutsu one more time. But would it be worth it? Naruto's scream of pain answered her question. Checking carefully over the scroll, she performed the hand seals again, and the green chakra surrounded her hand once more. Sayuri carefully knelt beside the older blonde, trying to see which area was hurting the most. It appeared to be his stomach, and she carefully pulled his shirt up, before staring at him in confusion. There was what looked like a circle with squiggles in it painted on Naruto's stomach, and it seemed to be moving, the squiggles lengthening and shortening before her eyes. Sayuri had a vague idea of seals, even had some on her body for storing items, but to her, this didn't look like a seal at all. But it appeared to be what was hurting Naruto, so she leaned forward and placed her glowing hand against it. "Foolish boy. Give in. Let me out." Sayuri gasped as a voice seemed to scream around her head, jerking away from Naruto, who slumped back, the pain temporarily halted. He seemed to have lost consciousness, but Sayuri wasn't looking at him. She was staring at her hand, which had the appearance of burned wood on the area that had touched the circle. If she had not been a puppet, it probably would have felt incredibly hot. As her body slowly shut down to begin the chakra regaining process, there was only one thought echoing around Sayuri's mind. What was that? Nizen? Boom. Naruto shielded his eyes as the remnants of the top half of the tree he had just flung the dirt chewed by his mouths rained down around him. Apparently Guren's theory about any earth doing for his explosives had been right after all, even though it seemed that clay was the most effective. Next to him, his blue-haired teacher nodded happily as she surveyed the damage. "See, brat? Ninjas have gotta be versatile, and from the looks of it, you've got that part covered." Naruto nodded happily, though he was a bit disappointed by the lesser damage. If he had used the same amount of clay as he did dirt on that tree, it would have been completely blown to smithereens. Seeing his expression, Guren put her hands on her hips, looking at the tree. "Have you thought about trying to make your attacks more effective?" Naruto looked puzzled, so she elaborated. "Well, you see, techniques like these can work quite well, but you're not using any chakra in them. If you did, they could become much more powerful." Naruto frowned. "How do I do that?" "Simple. You just dash." After Guren had spent about 20 minutes lecturing him about how to feed chakra into objects, she realized that it was getting late, and took him back inside. As Naruto walked in, he thought about what she had told him. He had been very puzzled about his origami skills, which seemed to have popped up out of nowhere. After thinking things through, he had come to the conclusion that it must have come from his most recent operation. But what he couldn't figure out was why Orochimaru would want him to have an ability like that. It was interesting but not really that useful on a battlefield. But if it was possible to add chakra to the paper, what sort of things could he create then? Sayuri watched curiously as Naruto laid a hand on the paper bird he had created, his eyes shut as he concentrated. However, her confusion turned to delight as the bird shivered and then flapped its wings, rising into the air. "Wow. That's great, Nizen." Naruto nodded, watching the bird swoop through the air. The creature was fairly easy to control, seeming to respond to his thoughts rather than any specific command, and it hadn't even cost that much chakra to make. However, he doubted that this was the full extent of this paper power. No matter how much it amused Sayuri, Orochimaru would not have injected it into him so that he could animate paper animals. So, what would Orochimaru have injected it in for? He looked around the room until his gaze landed on the tray of weapons, now greatly depleted, most of them having been used in the puppets. Even Sayuri had had a few modifications, her favorite one being a chain whip that was capable of breaking bone when she flicked it out of her wrist. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and the bird fell apart into separate pieces of paper. Ignoring Sayuri's cry of protest, he concentrated hard, and the paper molded itself into a model of a katana, which hovered in the air. Naruto grinned. "And now to test it." He motioned at the table, and the paper katana soared towards it. Naruto didn't know what he was expected, perhaps for a shallow slice through the wood, but he certainly wasn't expected the katana to cut through the thick wood like steel through butter, causing an entire corner of the table to fall to the floor. Sayuri stared from the sliced table to the katana to the pieces of paper lying unused. Naruto followed her gaze before a smirk appeared on his face. There was a lot of paper in Odo. They had just found a new weapons supply. Cold. What? Depressing. Those had been Takashi's first impressions when he was dragged into this prison 3 months ago. Back then, he had been kicking and screaming, trying to escape from the masked men that had captured him, and so hadn't paid much attention to the details of the dreary Kiri prison. But the frigid air wafting through the building, the rain that slunk in through the window and soaked into the stone floor, the despairing eyes of the prisoners, they were all things that couldn't be missed, and as the weeks passed, they had become etched into his memory until he didn't think that he'd ever forget them for as long as he lived. Then again, given that his life was going to be cut short in 2 weeks, that wasn't saying much. Chuckling bitterly at the thought, the 10-year-old leaned back against the wall, ignoring the chill that seeped into his sodden shirt. It was impossible to escape from the water in here, and he was always soaked to the bone. His cellmate, who was currently lying on a mat that was probably crawling with fleas, had been here less time than he had, and she still complained about the wet, never realizing that it was something that they all got used to. Takashi was aware that he must look horrible. His blue hair was tangled and matted with blood, his clothes were ragged, and he had a cough that refused to leave him. A far cry from the boy he had been just a year ago. Takashi had been born into the Chizugyoki clan, his father being one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. The swordsmen were people of prestige, and Takashi had grown up being respected as his father's son, and while they had not been rich like the Mizukage and his advisors, they had a comfortable lifestyle, with plenty of clothes, food, and a nice house, and he had assumed that things would always be that way. When Takashi turned 5, his shinobi training had begun. He hadn't taken it very seriously, he was a joker at heart, and he had found it boring to hang around, listening to his father explain how to be a ninja, but he had managed to get along well enough for his age, and as he wasn't the clan heir, the elders were satisfied with his progress. And then, when he was 8, he managed to awaken his Kekii Genkai, the Kaiten. It allowed their clan members to have control over their blood, much like the Kagaya clan had control over their bones. His father had proudly told him how it was practically impossible for them to die of blood loss, how they could purge unwanted elements like poison from their bloodstream, how they could move it independently from their bodies, form it into lethal weapons, even track others by sensing their blood. Takashi had been more inspired by his uncle, who had told him that it had also helped the clan become some of the greatest perverts in the world, as they could quite happily red pawn all the time without getting nosebleeds. Then the first of the bad events started. His father was killed on a mission defending a spoiled daimyo's daughter who had disobeyed his orders to stay in her room and had gone off to meet her lover. The daimyo had sent Takashi's mother a letter, stating how sorry he was, how by taking a sword for the daimyo's daughter that had been wielded by her lover, an enemy shinobi in disguise, that his father had created a debt that the daimyo would strive to repay, blah blah blah. The pretty words had meant nothing to Takashi, who had lost his father and, in some ways, his mother, who was never the same again after the loss of her husband. But that wasn't the worst part. It was soon after his father died that he had heard people talking about the murders, people disappearing only to turn up dead. Takashi had not paid any attention to this. Even in those days, Kirigakure had been a rough place, and murders were not that uncommon. But as the body count rose and people began to realize that every victim had had a Kekii Genkai, the clans had turned to their kira, seeking help, only to find out that it was the government encouraging these murders, telling the people that it was the bloodline wielders that had been the causes of the wars that had nearly torn their country in two. It was as if the entire village had been turned into a bloodthirsty mob that would only be satisfied with the deaths of every last Kekii Genkai holder. Friends turned against each other, children were slaughtered in their beds, shinobi cut down by their own comrades, clan homes looted and destroyed, entire families burned alive so that they could not contaminate anyone else. There seemed to be no end of the butchery. One by one, Takashi's clan had been whittled down, until there was just a handful of them left, holed up in tiny secret places. Then his mother had made the mistake of trusting someone she shouldn't have, and their safe house had been raided, with everyone being dragged off for sentencing. Takashi scowled as he remembered the mock court, the judge being the Mizukage while the jury had been a mob of people screaming for their heads. One by one, the bloodline carriers were dragged up in front of the man they had trusted to lead them, accused of war crimes and trying to disturb the peace of their village. Though if Kirigakure was ever peaceful, Takashi must have missed it, before being sentenced to death. When it was Takashi's turn, the guards got impatient with him, and one had prodded him with a kunai, slicing open his arm. Seizing his chance to have a bit of petty revenge, Takashi had promptly sprayed the front of the Mizukige's pristine white robes with blood. He had received a blow to the head for that, but the Mizukige was not the person that did it. The leader had stared at his now crimson robes looking utterly transfixed, as if he could not pull his gaze away. But then his advisor had touched his arm and the leader had jerked up before proceeding to sentence him to be burned on a pyre with some other bloodline carriers. The Mizukige's advisor. Takashi shuddered when he thought of him. The man had ebony black hair knotted at the back of his head, and he wore graceful ceremonial robes that outshone even the Mizukige's. But his eyes, that they had been a vivid scarlet color, and so cold, as if the man behind them had absolutely no pity. Which, now that Takashi thought about it, he probably didn't. The boy was pulled from his thoughts as a pair of guards stomped down the hallway, talking loudly. Curious, Takashi walked over to the door, careful not to actually touch it, as it was coated in chakra-draining seals to prevent the bloodline carriers from using their skills to escape. "It isn't talking. We haven't got much time left. Uchiha-sama said that she had to be executed. We're building up a massive pyre that'll be ready in 2 weeks. Just chuck her on there with the rest of them. But we need that information. Our ninja are impressive now, but with those techniques, they will be invincible." Well, she's not talking, and I don't think that she's about to. They've been working on her for over 7 years, and she's not spoken a word about those techniques once. Well then, let's see if we can try persuading her now. The footsteps of the guards faded away, and Takashi stared after them. He had heard the cruelty in their voices, and he knew beyond a shred of doubt that, even if he was going to be burned on a pyre, his fate would be infinitely kinder than the woman's who the guards had just spoken about. Naruto frowned as he looked over the paper weapons that were floating through the air. Even with them, they couldn't cut through the seal-enhanced door, and that only opened when the guards wanted to take him out, either for training or for an operation. Though he had the former far more frequently, he was always accompanied by Guren, who he knew was far stronger than him, with the ability to create weapons that were just as tough as his paper ones. No, the only way to get out would be after an operation. He knew that he was normally left alone while the anesthesia wore off, and sometimes he had managed to wake up before they came back. If he managed to do it again, then he could get a head start. The blonde was painfully aware that his plan was quite risky. When he was taken off for his next operation, Sayuri would seal everything of use in the room into the storage seals painted along her shoulders and arms, and make sure that they had left nothing they needed behind. When he had woken up, Naruto would press the red button that summoned all the guards before getting out of there and heading towards his old cell where he had collected a rather sizable amount of exploding clay, hidden under his bed. Once he had the clay, he would dash back to the cell he and Sayuri shared before using the clay to blast the door open. After that, he and Sayuri would head to the exit he had discovered and run as fast as they could. Of course, this plan was quite fragile and depended on a number of factors beyond Naruto's control. He would need to get away from the lab quickly enough that any guards that did run into him would assume that he hadn't called them. If he ran into any guards, he was also counting on the fact that he often walked through the corridors for exercise, and they would assume that he was doing it again, with some hidden people trailing him. He and Sayuri would have to run like hell after he had blasted the door open, as the sound would alert any guard that something was wrong, and they would also have to get as far away from Odo as they could once they escaped, while avoiding the ninja that would be sent after them. All of that would be quite difficult, but he couldn't see any other way to do it. The main problem would be getting away from Oto. They would have to do it on foot, and they could never hope to outrun the ninja, even with his stamina, meaning that they would have to find a hiding place. Sighing, Naruto concentrated on the paper weapons, which all disintegrated before reforming into a paper dragon that flapped its wings, soaring through the air. Naruto smiled as he looked at it. It was very sturdy, but also very maneuverable, twisting and diving as it flew. If it were bigger, he was sure that someone could ride on it. Naruto's eyes grew wide. There was nowhere near enough paper in the room for him to test out his theory properly, but he reformed the dragon into a single leg, which proceeded to hop around the room, amusing Sayuri greatly. Naruto nodded, looking at it. It would be risky, but no less than his plan to try and get out of this place. But first, he would need to find a far larger store of paper. He thought over this carefully, trying to remember if he had seen any large stores of paper anywhere. And then it hit him. He told Sayuri, who gave this idea all the wonderment, awe, and respect she believed it deserved. "I don't think that's going to work, Nizan." Naruto glared at her. "Of course it will. It's genius." Sayuri looked unconvinced. "Right. It is. If you say so, Nizan, if you say so." At last, the day of the final operation had come. Orochimaru had drunk one of Kabuto's concoctions, as he would be leaving the base after the operation was finished, and he was feeling much stronger than usual, well, stronger than his weakened state. The Sannin smirked as he picked up the last vial. All the other ones were gone, but he had no more need of them anyway. When he came back from this visit, he would be bringing the Seal Master with him, and the Kyuubi would be extracted and stored away for his own use. And then he would take on his new, perfect body and begin his conquest of Konoha. There was a knock at the door before a guard came in, gripping Naruto's arm tightly. "I brought him, Orochimaru-sama." "Good," Orochimaru smirked, looking at his new body with interest. Now 9 years old, Naruto looked very different from the boy that had come into Oto 3 years previously. He had grown a lot taller, as Orochimaru had made sure that his new body was fed a healthy diet, while his hair had also grown, the spiky silvery blonde strands sticking up all over the place. His eyes were no longer a cerulean blue, but a silvery blue, with ripples and 9 tomo in them that almost made the Sannin salivate. They had also lost much of the childish innocence, and had a hard look in them. He also now moved with the grace that all shinobi eventually acquired, while the baby fat had been stripped away, giving him a lean look that Orochimaru felt would look good with his physique. And of course, hidden under his shirt, was the seal, which was now permanently visible, rather than only appearing when Naruto molded chakra. Orochimaru hoped that it wouldn't remain when the Kyuubi was extracted. It looked rather unsightly in his opinion, a mar in what was otherwise the perfect body. Naruto didn't flinch when Orochimaru jabbed him with the needle containing the anesthetic, just quietly slumped over. As Kabuto placed him on the table and Orochimaru began to prepare the sample, a gleam danced in the Sannin's eye. Time to begin. Sayuri sealed the last human puppet away into one of the seals painted on her arm with a sigh of relief. The room had been practically stripped bare, with only the table and the empty drawers remaining. She had had to be very careful, so that the guard outside the door didn't hear anything and decide to check, but she couldn't risk leaving anything behind for the snake to use for himself. She looked across the room and frowned. Mikoto was lying limp on the table, her button eyes seeming to look at Sayuri, asking why she wasn't being taken. Sayuri had decided to leave her behind. Naruto had told her that even if they did escape, it would probably be very tough for a while, and there would be no room for her doll. But still, Sayuri walked over and picked up the doll, her hard fingers unable to really feel the softness of the fabric, like she had done before she came here. The doll was nothing more than a reminder, a memento of what she had been. She really should leave it behind. Quickly, she reached a hand under her top and undid the tiny catch that kept her stomach closed. The wall of waxy flesh swung open, and she quickly put Mikoto inside before shutting it. Just to keep reminding her. Naruto struggled up, having just awoken. The lab was silent, both Orochimaru and Kabuto gone. The Sannin was probably already well on his way to wherever he was going. That thought jerked Naruto fully awake. Orochimaru was gone. He had to get going himself. Quickly, he swung himself off the table, intending to grab his clothes, which were lying in the corner, someone having put him in a normal hospital gown. He reached out a hand to grab his mesh shirt, only to freeze, staring down at it in shock. The hand had turned extremely pale, not Orochimaru pale, but definitely far more white than Naruto's skin tone. But as Naruto looked down at the other hand, he saw that it was the same tone as it had been before he'd had the operation. Slowly, Naruto turned around to look at the mirror. He gasped in horror. His body had been separated into 2 halves, the tan skin on the right, the pale on the left. The different tones did not merge at all, but went straight from one to the other. And as he opened his mouth, he could see that his teeth had turned rather pointy. Of all the changes so far, this was the worst of all. What had they made him into this time? With an effort, he dragged himself away from the mirror and pulled on his clothes, trying not to look at his bicolored chest. He was on a tight schedule after all, and couldn't afford to waste a second. Once he was fully dressed, he darted over to the large button, pressed it, and then ran out of the lab as the alarm began to blare. Jiraiya faced the area where he knew the hideout to be, a solemn look on his face. It had taken a great amount of effort to sneak this close without being interrupted, but he didn't need to be subtle anymore. His spies had told him that Orochimaru had left and wouldn't be back for some time. That left him free to start searching, and he could also wreak havoc among Orochimaru's base as he did it. Biting his thumb, he formed the hand seals he had used so many times before. Kuchios no Jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke, which cleared away to reveal a giant green and brown toad carrying two large swords on its back. Jiraiya jumped onto the toad's head, his eyes narrowed at Orochimaru's base. "Let's go, Gamahiro." Sasori smirked from inside Hirako as he looked at the base. Inside, hidden among the dozens of Orochimaru's followers, he had planted many skilled sleeper agents, though they were only a fraction of the total amount he had used to infiltrate Orochimaru's forces. And now he would be reactivating them, setting them loose upon the unsuspecting Sannin. Next to him, Ura was impatiently rolling clay between his hands. "Sasori Dana, are we going to attack, yeah?" Hirako nodded. "Let's go." Naruto skidded around a corner, panting a little. He had run straight from the lab to here, and was growing sick of having to dodge whenever he heard someone coming. Luckily, it seemed that most if not all of the guards had gone to the lab, although it wouldn't take them long to figure out that it had been a trick. However, he had managed to reach his old cell, which hadn't been filled since he moved out. Falling to his knees, Naruto reached under the bed, praying no one had looked there. To his relief, his clay was still there, and he scooped it up, his mouth snapping eagerly. Now he could go and get Sayuri. Suddenly, Naruto heard footsteps, and he quickly rolled under the bed. As he watched, two guards walked by, their faces suspicious. One, a slim man with a scar running down one cheek, was speaking to the other. "Dunno why it went off. Orochimaru-sama isn't even here, and he's the one that normally uses it. If it's one of the new recruits messing around again, there'll be hell to pay. I've had it with those fools playing around." The other guard nodded, before gasping and clutching at his head. Beneath the bed, Naruto frowned. Was he sick? If so, why hadn't he told anyone? If nothing else, Oda did have some decent medics, though he had heard some people say that they weren't as good as the Konoha ones. Not that he'd know. No medic had ever agreed to see him. The scarred guard leaned forward. "Hey, are you all right, Dash?" He never finished his sentence. It's rather hard to do that when your throat's been sliced open. Naruto stifled a gasp as the corpse fell to the floor, a look of surprise forever twisting its features. The other guard straightened up, twirling a blood kunai. "One down. Sasori-sama will be pleased." Naruto gaped after him as he went down the corridor, not daring to move until he was sure that he was gone. There was very little trust in Odo, and backstabbing was rife. But there was always some purpose to it, some motive. But the guard had mercilessly slaughtered his comrade for seemingly no reason, and he had mentioned someone called Sasori. Naruto had never heard of him, and he was pretty sure that if he belonged to Odo, and was high enough to be called Sama, he would have heard at least some mention of him. So, that meant the guard was probably working for someone outside of Odo. Which meant they had to get out right now. The blonde scrambled out from under his bed, and dashed towards the room where he and Sayuri had been locked up. He had expected this to be a difficult part of this plan, as surely by now, the irate guards would be returning to their posts, realizing that an unauthorized person had set off the alarm. However, there seemed to be no guards returning to check on the prisoners. That was the good news. The bad news was that he could hear screams in the air, and shinobi were racing past him, panicked expressions on their faces. Something else was going on, something much bigger than a false alarm, and he knew instinctively that he didn't want to get caught up in it. After what felt like hours, but was probably minutes, he reached the door of the room and banged on it. "Sayuri? Are you all right?" There was a muffled reply. "Yes, Nizan. What's going on?" "I don't know, but stand back." There was the sound of Sayuri scrambling back, and Naruto squeezed the clay in his hand, letting his mouth chew through some of it. Once he was satisfied, he lifted up his hands, and the small mouths spat out the clay, sending it flying forward into the door. He took a few steps back and gave a mental command. The door exploded into a shower of wooden fragments, the seals unable to defend against something that blew them apart completely. Naruto coughed, waving his hand to clear the dust cloud. Once it had dissipated, he lowered his arm to see Sayuri standing in front of him, looking scared. Her eyes widened when she saw his new appearance, but she didn't say anything about it, opting instead to ask her question again. "What's going on? What are those noises?" Naruto grabbed her hand, the cold fingers sliding through his own. "I'll explain later, now come on." They ran down the corridor, Sayuri gripping his hand painfully tight. They managed to pass several people without incident, but then they turned a corner to find a man standing there, a katana in his hand. He smirked when he saw them, lifting his sword. But before he could bring it down, Naruto moved his hand forward, concentrating on the metal. The sword was torn out of the man's grip, and he gave a howl of pain. It didn't last long, however, as Naruto jabbed upwards, stabbing the man in the throat. He felt no regret as the corpse fell to the floor, but he was disturbed by the strange pleasure that coursed through him as blood gushed out of the wound. It was enjoyable, certainly, but it didn't feel as if it came from him, more as if someone else was feeling it through him. Before he could ponder any more on this, there was a loud booming noise, and the walls seemed to tremble around them. Naruto stared at them, terrified. They were underground, and if the walls collapsed around them. Not wanting to think about it, he ran faster, dragging Sayuri along with him. The puppet girl made no complaint. She wasn't any fonder of the idea about being buried alive than him. Otogekure seemed to have descended into chaos. No one paid them any attention as they dashed through the labyrinth of stone walls. They were too busy worrying about themselves. Naruto could hear some of the more sensible shinobi trying to restore order, but unlike a proper ninja village, Oto had a very loose command structure, and it was difficult enough to get a large group of their shinobi to listen to you if you weren't Orochimaru or Kabuto when it was calm, never mind when they were panicking so much. Naruto dragged Sayuri into a new corridor, only to pull up sharply. There was a mass of ninja packed tightly into it, leaving no way for anyone to sneak past them. Naruto almost despaired. There was no way he could fight that many and win, but then he realized that they weren't facing him, but were instead looking at the ceiling, from which several banging noises were coming from. Naruto and Sayuri stared at it curiously, only to recoil in shock when a giant webbed foot broke through it, crushing some of the shinobi underneath it while others were killed by the shrapnel. As the survivors struggled up out of the wreckage, a man with spiky white hair and very colorful clothes dropped through the hole made by the giant foot. Naruto bolted, Sayuri following him as fast as she could. If that guy was invading, then they saw no reason to get mistaken as defending Oto. They just wanted to get out of the maze as quickly as possible. Behind them, one of the remaining survivors looked at their retreating backs. Kin knew that Orochimaru's most prized experiment was probably running away, and that she really should tell someone. But after remembering what he had saved her from, she kept her mouth shut. Orochimaru would probably just recapture him anyway, so why should she begrudge one of the few people to be kind to her in this place a few sweet nights of freedom? After a few wrong turns, they finally managed to find what they were looking for. The ornate door, made out of expensive wood with a silver handle shaped like a snake's head, was locked, but Sayuri's saw-like weapon easily cut through it, sending the remains crashing to the floor. The two stepped into the room, Sayuri looking impressed by it, while Naruto was less so. Unlike her, he had been in Orochimaru's office before, and he just wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Sayuri crossed over to the shelves filled with scrolls, and began pulling out their contents as fast as she could. Orochimaru had never bothered to put any security around them. After all, who would be stupid enough to try to steal from him? And it was easy for the girl to start emptying them. Naruto began to walk towards the shelves so that he could help, but suddenly paused. He had felt something tugging at his mind, a bit like his metal sensing ability, but far stronger, far deeper. Slowly, he turned his head to see what might be causing it and gasped. Lying within a glass case was the strangest and most beautiful dagger he had ever seen. It was colored a deep purple color, and rather than being smooth like most blades, it appeared to be scaled, not like a snake, more like a fish. The handle was fairly simple, but to Naruto, it seemed to be calling him, asking for him to pick it up. Nizan. Naruto looked over at Sayuri, who had emptied the bottom shelves and was working her way up, a growing pile of scrolls at her feet. "What are you doing?" "Give me a minute," Naruto muttered, slamming his hand against the glass. Unfortunately, it seemed tougher than normal, and all his punch did was give him sore knuckles. Hissing in pain, he looked around, and he caught sight of an elegant blade hanging on the wall, which looked very sharp. It was also very beautiful, and most would have been happy to take it and leave the dagger, but Naruto felt inexplicably unable to ignore the purple blade. He darted over and lifted the taller blade off the wall, before returning to the case and bringing it down on the glass. It shattered beneath the blow, glass crumbling over the floor, but Naruto paid no attention to the clear fragments. He leaned forward and gently picked up the dagger. It felt completely balanced in his hand, and his fingers wrapped around the handle as if they had been doing it all his life. The blonde hefted the blade, feeling awed by its beauty as it was lifted through the air. No wonder Orochimaru had kept it locked up. "Nizan." Naruto turned to see Sayuri standing next to an empty set of shelves, a large pile of scrolls at her feet. "We need to go." Naruto nodded. "You can have this." He tossed the bigger sword at her, Sayuri barely catching it. It was over half as big as her, and she looked a bit silly as she held it, but the puppet girl could recognize that this blade was something special. Why else would Orochimaru keep it in his office? And she stored it away in one of her seals. Naruto meanwhile used a black thread to tie the dagger to his waist, making sure that it was completely secure. After checking that it wasn't going to slip out, Naruto approached the pile of scrolls and began picking them up, infusing them each one with his chakra and leaving them to hover in the air around him. It was a slow process and it took a lot of his chakra, but by the time he was done, dozens of no doubt rare and priceless scrolls were flying through the air at his command. Naruto grinned at Sayuri, who he could barely see through the swarm. "Let's go." At long last, the exit was in sight. It was a small door, the same color as the stone around it, and if you didn't know it was there, you'd probably miss it. But Naruto was focusing completely on it, and he knew he would never mistake it for anything else apart from the last barrier between them and freedom. Sayuri grabbed the rusty handle and turned it. To their surprise, it opened at once, no one ever seeing it as worth locking. Naruto would have shaken his head at the laziness of the guards, but the fresh air was too much to resist. The duo rushed up the flight of chipped stairs that had been behind the door, and seconds later, they had emerged into the night. They were standing on grass that felt cool beneath Naruto's feet, while there were large clumps of trees growing about, their leaves rustling in the breeze. Naruto turned to look at the exit, and found that it appeared to be just a hole in the ground. How strange that something that looked so simple could have granted him the escape from hell. Sayuri meanwhile was spinning around and round, her long hair whipping around her face as she enjoyed the simple pleasure of being outside. Unlike Naruto, she hadn't even been given the chance to train outside, and this was the first time she had seen the outside world in years. All she could do was stand there, drinking in everything. Naruto, remembering that they weren't out of the woods yet, concentrated on the scrolls fluttering around him. They began to fold and press together, scrolls that Orochimaru had spent years collecting becoming just another piece in Naruto's work. About 7 minutes and a heck of a lot of chakra later, it was finished. A white dragon, about the size of a rhino, was standing in front of them, flexing its wings with a rustle of paper. Despite being made completely out of such a fragile material, the dragon looked quite sturdy, and Naruto turned to Sayuri. "Hop on." She reluctantly left her activity of looking up at the stars, and climbed onto the dragon. Despite being quite small, Sayuri was filled with metal and wood, which made her rather heavy, but the dragon seemed to be holding up quite well. Naruto was about to climb upon it himself when a voice rang out. Well, got a chance to use my art, yeah." Naruto whirled around. Standing a few feet behind him was a tall figure, dressed in a black cloak with red clouds embroidered on it, and a straw hat that hid most of their face apart from a lock of blonde hair and a sharp blue eye. Naruto stiffened as he looked at him. This guy's chakra was very high, and the way he moved, added to the fact that he hadn't sensed him at all, made it clear that whoever this was, he was very dangerous. "Who are you?" Deidara smirked at the kid who was glaring at him defiantly, though it was obvious that he was scared. Well, he should be. He had no chance against an S-class ninja. He was a bit puzzled by the dragon-like creature that the little girl was sitting on. It seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Well, it didn't matter. Soon, both of the kids and the weird object would be transformed into true art, and he could get back to Sasori. He knew that the puppet master had been looking for something, but he couldn't find it, which hopefully meant that they would be leaving soon. Art was a blast, after all, and just hanging back while Sasori's spies did all the work didn't suit his style, though he had enjoyed being able to drop some of his art onto the snake's base. Naruto meanwhile could tell that this ninja was well beyond his level. He didn't know what he could do, and he didn't want to find out. At any moment, order could be restored in the base, and they would start looking for him. He couldn't afford to waste any time fighting. What he needed was a distraction. His hands slipped into his pockets, closing around the rest of the clay. He doubted that it would be enough to kill the ninja, but hopefully it would be enough to get away. He could only pray that his luck, which had seen them get out of the building of Oto, would let them escape it completely now. His decision made, the mouths began to rapidly chew through the clay, and he pulled his hands from his pockets. The ninja, who had been reaching for a pouch on his hip, froze, his eyes wide. "That's Dash." The mouths spat out the clay, the white blobs landing on the ground between Naruto and the ninja. Naruto quickly vaulted onto the back of the paper dragon in front of Sayuri and urged it up into the sky. The creature flapped its wings, rising quickly, but Naruto couldn't help but add some more chakra to it, despite the fact that he was running quite low. The extra chakra gave the dragon a boost, and it shot up, Sayuri quickly wrapping her arms around his waist and shutting her eyes, determined to not look down. The clay exploded beneath them, but the dragon had just managed to get out its range. Naruto didn't look down to see whether it had killed the ninja or not. All his concentration had to be on guiding the dragon. Keeping it flying was their only hope of getting away. Naruto had no idea where they were, and so he set off in a random direction. The dragon soared through the sky, each beat of its wings reminding Sayuri to focus on something else rather than the fact that she was riding on a creature made out of paper hundreds of feet above the ground. Naruto, however, was enjoying it immensely. The air was cold but fresh, cooling him down after the stuffiness of Oto, and he had never felt as free as he did flying. He would have loved to stay up there forever, just swooping through the sky with a breeze ruffling his hair and the view of hundreds of acres of land passing by underneath them. But as they left the land behind and began to fly over a large body of water, Naruto suddenly became keenly aware of how much chakra he had used. He felt exhausted, his hand was aching from where he had hit the glass, and he was beginning to get a headache. Not a good combination for someone trying to keep a paper creature flying through the air through energy and willpower. Slowly but surely, they began to lose momentum. Each beat of the dragon's wings bring it closer to the water. Sayuri realized that if it fell, they were going to fall into the water, which would be very bad for her. Not only could she not swim, meaning that she would sink to the bottom, but water would rot away her wooden body while rusting the metal pieces. That was not a fate she wanted. "Please, Nizan, keep it flying." Naruto shook himself, concentrating as hard as he could. There was a thin brown strip in the distance that looked like it was land. If he could just reach it. His chakra began to rapidly ebb away as he poured more into the dragon to make it fly faster. Through eyes that were struggling to keep open, he saw a shoreline with a few boats tied up. But it was late and there was no one in them. No one to help them. At last, he lost the battle, and the dragon plummeted down towards the water. Naruto gritted his teeth, focusing every ounce of willpower he possessed. "Please let this work." Apparently, whatever deity that had got him landed with Orochimaru in the first place was feeling very guilty, as he just managed to get the dragon hovering above the shore before it collapsed completely. Paper swirled as Sayuri and Naruto dropped, crashing into the ground that was thankfully only a few meters below. Naruto had landed awkwardly, but he didn't get up. He was so tired, too tired to care what happened next, too tired to register the footsteps approaching and the gasp as the owner of said footsteps got close enough. A figure leaned over him, but his vision was too tired to make out anything, even the person's chakra. Slowly, his eyes fluttered shut as words danced around his ears. "And you hear me? Kid, are you alright?" His eyes closed, and at last, Naruto slipped into unconsciousness. The mobile spun above the crib, the toys bathed in the pale rays of sunlight filtering through the dusty window. The dangling creations, a myriad of black stitches and bright colors, were clumsily made by hand, but obviously lovingly created, wide grins splayed out in thick thread. Beneath them, a toddler gurgled, sapphire-colored eyes blinking up guilelessly at the toys as tiny fists waved around in the air. The door opened with a creak, and a woman stepped inside the room, her crimson hair glinting in the light that winked in and out of working order. Her face was hidden behind the polished ivory mask of a seal, a trident, the points wickedly sharp, was slung across her back, and she moved with an eerie grace, the kind that only came from years of stalking prey in the shadows. But the toddler grinned toothily when he saw her, arms waving around in the air. "Khan! Khan!" A gentle laugh, like a soft breeze through a graveyard, came from behind the woman's mask as she lifted the small boy from the crib, slender fingers wrapping around fragile digits. "Naruto, how's my handsome little boy?" The baby blinked up at her, and she stroked its golden locks, her hand trembling slightly. "Now, I need you to be a big boy for Kachan. I have to go away for a bit." The baby's cheerful grin faltered, almost as if he understood what was about to happen. The woman rocked him softly, shaking her head. "I know you don't like it, Naruto, but I just can't say no. Those silly old men don't seem to understand parenthood. But I'll be back. I promise." The toddler didn't seem comforted by these words. Instead, it squirmed in her grasp, a plaintive wailing rising from its throat. The woman hummed a lullaby, but it didn't soothe the child. Indeed, the crying grew louder. Sighing, the woman gently laid the baby back down into the crib and brushed her hand against his cheek. "Be a good boy for your minder and—" A shadow fell across the room, and the woman turned around. Standing in the doorway, casting a dark silhouette against the dim amber glow of the flickering light, was another masked shinobi. But this one was drastically different from the room. The mask was blank, just a pair of small holes against a smooth white oval. A plain tanto was strapped to their back, and their stance was too stiff, as if they had been petrified for a long time and had only just been freed. "Uzumaki-san, it is time." The woman nodded and followed the other shinobi out, shutting the door behind her with a quiet click. Her footsteps faded down the hall, until there was nothing but the baby's wailing to disturb the heavy silence of the air, crying out for a mother that he knew would not be coming back. Naruto shot up, his eyes wide. What was that? A dream? He didn't know. He had been asleep while he experienced it, he was certain of that. After all, he was lying down in a bed. But it had been extraordinarily vivid with every detail, from the creak of the mobile to the soft touch of the woman's hand, etched into his mind. He had never had a dream like that. Wait a minute. He was lying down in a bed? Naruto looked down, a frown twisting his face. It was an actual bed, not just the flat, hard bunks of Odo. He could feel a soft mattress beneath him, and there was a proper quilt, with a pale blue sheet and a white floral pattern. To most people it would have been rather simple, but to Naruto, it was a luxury he had never fully enjoyed. But he couldn't just sit around. He had to find out what had happened. Carefully, he got out of bed, wincing a little at the weakness he felt. It would be several days before he had fully recovered. It had taken some chakra to heal him on top of everything else, and it wouldn't be for a while until he could fix up another paper dragon. He looked around, his eyes taking in the walls painted in soft colors, the polished wooden floor, the clock ticking away on the wall. He sniffed the air and wrinkled his nose. There was a strong, spicy smell in the air, one that was vaguely familiar. Could it be a type of poison? Had he been captured by ninja? Quickly, Naruto looked down at himself, relieved to see that he had been left in his clothes, the stitches hidden under his sleeves, the dagger still tied to his hip. An enemy would hardly be likely to leave him with a dagger, or even risk him wearing shinobi clothing, in case he had concealed weapons among them. But that relief soon faded into wariness. Where was he? Running. Explosions. Paper. Wooden fingers clenched around his own. Red clouds. Flying through the air. Falling. Naruto felt elation well up within him. They had done it. For better or for worse, though he couldn't think of anything that could be worse than being the vessel of Orochimaru, they had escaped the den of the snake. He and Sayuri were free. Speaking of Sayuri, where was she? Naruto's smile disappeared as he looked around. He could see no sign of the tiny puppet, could feel no hint of her chakra or of the mass of metal. Inside her body, he felt a twist of fear in his stomach, remembering how they had landed. Had Sayuri been dashed to pieces against the ground? Was she rotting away in the water? Had her heart been pierced by a rock? He heard the ominous creak of footsteps, and whirled around to face the door, despite the wave of dizziness that overcame him as he did so. He knew of no weapons that could kill him, and he had been given enough basic training to hold his own long enough to escape as long as the ninja wasn't too powerful. No matter what foe was behind that door, he wasn't going to give in to them. "Ah, you're finally up, dearie." Naruto blinked. Standing in the doorway was an old woman, wearing a peach-colored shirt, a dark apron and a pair of blue trousers. She had neat white hair under a soft yellow cap, and her face, though wrinkled and half-hidden behind a pair of enormous glasses, looked kind and friendly. However, it was not her face that held Naruto's attention, it was the bowl she held, filled to the brim with a steaming dark liquid from which wafted that same spicy smell. The woman walked towards him, holding out the bowl. "You had a nasty fall, dearie. Why, when Karasher found you, he thought you were dead." Naruto was very confused, but his wariness was beginning to slip away. He could sense no metal on the woman, and her movements were too slow, too rough for even the most elderly of kunoichi, suggesting that she was just a civilian. But Naruto hadn't lived as long as he had by trusting civilians, and he shifted slightly, preparing to spring at her if necessary. "Who are you?" The woman paused, smacking her forehead with a frail hand. "Oh, silly me. I'm always forgetting important things. I'm Sancho, chef and owner of the Curry of Life shop." She beamed at him, apparently expecting him to react to this. Naruto didn't have a clue what the Curry of Life was, but he knew that he wasn't at his full strength, and he needed to be careful. So he smiled back, trying to look impressed. Sancho seemed happy about this, and set the bowl down on the table next to him. Naruto gave it a wary look. He might be unable to die, but he didn't like the thought of being poisoned. "I was just hanging the washing up last night when Karasher called me out and told me he'd found you on the ground. I wasn't sure, and I said to him, 'Karasher, you stop with that silly story,' but he told me it was true, so I came out, and you and your sister were lying smack dab on the ground." Naruto felt a surge of relief. "Sayuri's okay?" The old woman nodded, and flapped her hands. "But enough of me talking. We haven't had guests in such a long time, I'm forgetting everything. Now, you eat up and then you'll be able to have a shower while I finish the curry for your sister." Naruto nodded cautiously, reaching for the spoon. It smelt quite good, and he was very hungry after all. Scooping up some, he lifted the spoon to his mouth as Sanso smiled at him. "I'd be careful, dearie, it's a mite dash." "Yeah." "Hot." Jiraiya stared bitterly at the ruins of Orochimaru's base, the entrance now filled in by a tree that had crashed down when its roots were blasted at. On one hand, this was a great victory for Konoha. Much of Orochimaru's most important work had been in there, along with many of his shinobi. Less than half of them had managed to escape before the main tunnels collapsed, dooming the rest of their comrades to a horrible death, as the sheer weight of the earth was simply too heavy to shift aside, even using jutsus, and none of those that had got out had thought to take any of the Sanin's work with them. This was a major setback for Orochimaru. But the same went for Jiraiya. He hadn't been able to get to Naruto, hadn't even seen him. An hour's searching had brought him no sign of the boy, and those he questioned had spluttered in terror that they hadn't seen him either. One had managed to direct him to Naruto's room, but he found it utterly empty of both people and objects apart from a large wooden workbench. What it was used for, he didn't know, but it was clear that something had been made upon it recently. He had missed Naruto by minutes at the most. However, even though he had failed to find Naruto, he had discovered something very interesting. A man wearing a black cloak with red clouds, the signature of Akatsuki, the organization Orochimaru had joined after his defection, had dropped some explosive material on the base, and he seemed to be trying to cause as much destruction as possible. Did this mean that the rumors of Orochimaru leaving the organization were true? Jiraiya-sama? The Toad Sage turned around, a perverted smile already rising onto his face. Natsumi-chan. It's so good to see you dash. The Kunoichi glared at him, clearly furious with him for not warning her of the base's destruction. Her face, normally caked in makeup, was streaked in grime, her silk kimono in shimmering tatters, and her dark hair was straggling from its elegant style. Jiraiya winced. Sneaking one of his agents in as the mistress of the base's commander had been very rewarding, but also very expensive, and Natsumi would probably expect extra pay for any danger she had had to undergo on top of the risk of being discovered. I can't stay long, Jiraiya-sama. Keyed dash, her face twisted in distaste at the mention of the man she had seduced on his orders, did not survive the collapse, and I have no wish to be passed on to one of his comrades. After this meeting, I am leaving for Konoha. Jiraiya nodded, unsurprised. It would be too much to expect for her to stick around. Odo was a filthy place that made his skin crawl, and he hated the idea of sticking around any longer than he had to, never mind living in this place. But Naruto had done so for 3 years, and he needed to make sure that the boy didn't go back there again. Did you get it? Natsumi nodded, reaching inside the folds of her kimono. To Jiraiya's disappointment, he barely caught a glimpse of her milky flesh before she withdrew a bulky file. Just where had she been hiding that? And tied the ragged clothing back together. This is all I managed to salvage. I hope that it's enough. Jiraiya nodded distractedly, flipping open the file, barely noticing as Natsumi slipped away. His eyes scanned over blocks of medical text that meant nothing to him, until his skilled eyes began to pick out other, more disturbing information. First experiment performed when subject was 6 years, 5 months. Has adapted well to Jashinist jutsu, shows signs of enjoying the pain it brings. Shows aversion to using Sharingan, signs that use of the dojutsu further weakens his seal. Subject suffers from monthly lapses, signs of Yukai chakra filtering through his system. Jiraiya's gaze slid to the bottom of the page, where a small picture had been stapled in. It had clearly been taken while Naruto was unconscious, the child's head lolling to one side. But it was enough for him to see the silvery hair, the large stitches, the mouths in his upturned palms. But even that wasn't what held his attention. A surgically gloved hand was also in the picture, lifting one of Naruto's eyelids, exposing rippled eyes that were shockingly familiar to him. Orochimaru, what have you done? Takashi was scared. He didn't want to admit it to anyone, not even himself. Kiri's shinobi were tough, everyone knew that. Tougher than the softies in Konoha who thought it was horrific when Genin had to kill, never mind students in the academy, tougher than IWA, who blamed all their problems on a man with a silly nickname, tougher than Kumo, who had no decent bloodlines of their own and had to resort to stealing others, though Kiri wouldn't be able to claim that soon, tougher even than Suna, who, while pretty tough, didn't impose brutal training methods to the extent than Kiri did. Takashi wasn't quite a Kiri shinobi. He'd been a class away from graduating when the purges started, but the training to be one had been hammered into him from the age of 5. Kiri's shinobi were loyal to their country. Kiri's shinobi laughed at torture. Kiri's shinobi did not fear death, not at all. But Takashi did. He couldn't help it. The bravado and cockiness that had been there when Takashi arrived at the prison was slowly being chipped away as the day of his execution got closer. He flinched every time a guard walked by the cells, he trembled with fear as each sunrise brought the burning closer, and his dreams were filled with greedy flames liking at his flesh. He didn't care what his teachers and relatives had said, he was scared of dying, scared of the pain, scared of the fact that he would never grow up, never be a shinobi, never get a girlfriend, never master his bloodline, the thing that had got him into this mess in the first place. His training about emotional control was useless against the fact that he was 10 years old, and he was going to die. Footsteps echoed, and Takashi raised his head, peering through the gloom to see who was coming. An incredulous glare spread across his face. "What are you doing here?" The Mizukage didn't react at all to his bitter words, walking silently past his cell. Takashi stared after him hatefully, wishing that he had some shuriken to fling through the bars. True, they probably would not have even hit the man, never mind cause him any damage, but it was the thought that counted. If he had been less focused on his anger, he might have wondered why the Mizukage didn't have his advisor stalking besides him, or why the pale-haired man had such a desperate look in his eye, almost as if he was trying to get away from something that was relentlessly stalking him, waiting for the right moment to strike. "What do you mean he's gone?" The guard, who was doing an odd mix of a kneel and a bow that had his forehead pressed against the tiles, repeated what he had said in a voice quivering with fear while his partner stood by the door, looking at him with pity. "Barakamur-sama, your B-base was attacked 3 days ago, by T2 different sources, Jiraiya, and 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Everything was destroyed, and when we C-counted the survivors, your new V-vessel wasn't among them." Orochimaru's howl of rage echoed around the building as the guard was reduced to a bloody smear across the ground. Never in his life had Orochimaru ever been as angry as he was now. A raw, powerful fury had him in its grip, almost blinding him with its intensity, and he did not know if he would ever calm down, or even if he could. Fuming, the Sannin turned to the window, staring out at the flat plains of Kusagakure. His main base, the center of Odo's activity, had been destroyed, and it had taken countless scientific experiments with it, along with priceless data that Orochimaru did not think he'd be able to recover, including the human puppetry. Unlike Sasori, or maybe even Naruto, he was not a natural at the craft, and every human puppet he helped with, he'd had to glance at the Kazekage or the painstakingly drawn-up diagrams of his body. He couldn't recreate it with no data at all, and he could already hear the sounds of his plans for Guren and Kimimaro crashing to the ground. But that was not the worst of it. Nor was the loss of Kusanagi and Naruto's sword, though both were a significant kick in the gut for Orochimaru. No, the thing that he was seething over was the loss of Naruto himself. 3 years he'd spent on that boy. 3 years of painstakingly implanting abilities that he had no chance of replicating now. All the samples had been used up on Naruto. 3 years of making sure that Naruto was strong, but not too strong. 3 years of enjoying the notion of being able to crush Akatsuki with their own abilities. 3 years of knowing that he was close, so close, to being the perfect being. But now that had all been snatched away from him. Naruto was probably far away by now, if the Odo shinobi who had seen a paper dragon flying through the air was any indication. But where could he have gone? It was perfectly possible that Jiraiya had caught up to him, in which case he would either be back in Konoha, or holed up in his old teammates' many hiding places, the locations of which he had never managed to learn. However, he could also have been caught by Akatsuki, and that was the worst thing that could happen. He should have foreseen Sasori attacking in revenge for his precious puppet, but the group had been so quiet that they'd begun to slip to the back of his mind. Well, that wouldn't be happening again. But that wasn't important right now. Naruto was obviously far away. Too far away to be found and retrieved in time for Orochimaru's transfer. Unfortunately, that applied to Guren as well. He'd just have to make do with one of the other shinobi downstairs. There was a kunoichi with an interesting bloodline that allowed her to dislocate her joints and control her body with chakra, something that he'd implanted in one of Kabuto's friends already. She was nothing compared to Naruto, but she would do for now. But if Naruto thought he was giving up, he was sorely mistaken. Orochimaru turned away from the window, a cold gleam in his eye, and gestured at the other guard. "Send word to all of my agents, and summon the Sound Four. I have some prey for them." Naruto stared around the room with curiosity. It seemed to be some type of restaurant, with a kitchen behind a counter, and several long tables fitted together. It was nearly empty, apart from a few old men sitting in the corner, and one other person that made their presence known as soon as he stepped through the door. Nizan. Naruto barely had time to sense the oncoming barrage of metal and would be forced. Sayuri smacked into him, throwing her arms around him in what was probably meant to be a hug rather than an attempt to batter him to death. "You're awake. I told them you'd wake up, but Karasher said you wouldn't, because you had a really bad connection dash." "Concussion," said a voice behind them. And I didn't say that he wouldn't wake up, only that it might not be for a while. Naruto turned around to see a boy with brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and nervous brown eyes. He smiled at Naruto hesitantly, although whether it was from natural shyness or Naruto's appearance, the younger boy didn't know. "I'm Karasher." Naruto nodded at him. "Uzumaki Naruto." Sancho bustled into the room, clapping her hands when she saw them. "It's good to see you three getting along so well. Karasher doesn't have many friends, you see, and dash." "Ka-san," Karasher protested. "I do too." Sancho nodded, though she didn't look very convinced. "Well, at least you can play with Naruto-chan and Sayuri-chan until they're ready to go." "Naruto-chan?" Sayuri snickered quietly, and Naruto shot her a look telling her to shut up or else. The puppet obeyed, but her glassy eyes were still filled with mirth, and Naruto had no doubt that she'd remember it for a very long time. Karasher scowled. "I'm fine, Ka-san. I don't need to play with anyone." With that, he stalked out the door and Sancho sighed. "The poor boy that he gets so lonely, ever since his father died. And those nasty village boys keep picking on him, but you can play with him, can't you?" Naruto felt awkward. He had not interacted with anyone his own age apart from Sayuri for 3 years, unless you counted fighting with whatever test subjects Orochimaru wished to throw at him, and he didn't know what to say to this. However, he needed time to recuperate long enough to build another paper dragon, and if it would keep the old woman happy, then he supposed he could put up with it, just for a while. Yugura pulled his cloak closer to him as he walked through the prison, wishing that he could have worn his thick Mizukage robes. But anyone could have recognized him in that outfit, and even though it was not against any rule for the leader of Kirigakure to visit some condemned captives, it would be rather unusual, and in this loose political climate, where Yugura was unsure of whether he could trust anyone, curiosity about his habits was the last thing he wanted. He wasn't even sure why he was coming here anyway. The occupant of the cell he was visiting had been in there for 6 years, and despite numerous versions of torture, had never spoken of the jutsus that Kirigakure would kill for. Tomorrow she would be taken out with the other prisoners, and burned alive with them, sating the bloodlust of Kirigakure's mob, and showing to any spies why you did not mess with the village hidden in the mist. Yugura shuddered a little when he thought of the festival that would take place the next day. Every person in this prison had been declared an enemy of Kiri, and their deaths were considered worthy of celebration. There would be stalls, food, dancing, music, the kind of celebration that were very rare in Kiri. When he was small, Yugura had been to one once, when he was 5, and he'd often hoped that it would come again. But not like this. The clans were everything. They ran our main businesses, they worked in the hospitals, they knew our trade routes, they made up a great deal of our forces. What will happen to us when they're all gone? He had tried to raise that point before, but his advisor had always hushed him, always explaining in that patronizing tone of voice how it was the clans that had caused so much trouble, so much war, how life would be so much better for Kiri when they were gone. And Yugura had shrunk down, not daring to speak out. The advisor had been there since the days of the Sandai Mizukage. He had wondered if the two were related, as they both seemed to possess a glacial stare that made his skin crawl, while he was simply a ninja that had got to his position because of the power bestowed onto him by his bijou, and he knew that even now, few respected him. He had far less power than most would think, and all he could do was play along with the mob. Finally, his destination came into sight. There were no guards around the cell. He'd made sure to give them the hour off, so that he could have more time, and the prisoners sat alone, illuminated in a thin of moonlight. Uzumaki Kushina had changed from the kunoichi that it had taken 3 members of the 7 swordsmen to capture. Her muscles had degenerated, courtesy of being locked in a cell for 8 years. Her skin was shocking pale under the dirt, she had lost a lot of weight, and her hair, the silky red locks that had flowed down her back, was now matted with dirt, hanging to her knees. Despite that, she was still a beautiful woman, and he knew that only the seal on her shoulder, probably created by her husband, had prevented the guards from going too far with their torture. He had certainly never experienced it for himself, but he heard that it had caused agonizing pain to the private regions of anyone who tried to take her by force, an experience that was repeated every time the offender tried to have NTRCS again, even if it was senseless. A vicious attack, worthy of the fierce kunoichi that refused to bend. He knew that she had had a child. Rumor had it that it had even been the baby that the Kyuubi had been sealed in. If Konoha thought that anyone had been fooled by the story that the Hokage had slain the beast with a jutsu that no one knew of, then they were truly deserved their gone soft reputation, which was shocking, considering that the guards had often reported her weeping over him, which was certainly not common for the family of a Jinchuriki. They tended to shun the host, trying to pretend they didn't exist. He would know. Kushina raised her head as he drew closer, her dark eyes narrowed. What did you want, Mizukichi? Her voice was raspy from misuse, but it still held a steel edge to it. Yugura shrugged, looking down at her curiously. Nothing really. I merely wished to know if you had changed your mind about the jutsus. Kushina gave a harsh laugh, which echoed around the dank walls. I was not taught those jutsus from a bond of trust. I refuse to break that bond. Yugura raised an eyebrow, leaning against the bars. You're sure about that? From what I heard, the man you made that bond with is dead. He wasn't trying to open any wound, he was honestly curious. Anyone from Kiri would be selling out every secret they knew in half the time she had been in here, and yet the proud Kunoichi was holding firm, despite the fact that she would be dead in the morning. Kushina shook her head weakly. I'd never give up on anything, especially my friends and their trust. And I'd won't betray it. Yugura nodded. He'd been expecting that much. However, he still had a few questions he wanted answered. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Who is he? She stiffened, for the briefest moment. Then she looked up at him coolly. I don't know what you're talking about. Yugura had to give her credit. If he hadn't grown up with a bijou inside him that he'd spent over 2 decades trying to control, he might have believed that the yondaime had actually killed the beast. But he had seen the power of the sanbai, he had felt its chakra, its rage, and he knew that nothing could ever completely snuff out something like that. So, how could the yondaime, who was facing a creature that was 3 times as powerful, have come up with a jutsu to destroy it in the 3 days Konoha had before the Kyuubi reached them? You do. He frowned, tilting his head. Was it your child? Kushina's eyes narrowed, her fingers digging gouges into the crumbling stone floor. There was no Jinchuriki. Yugura sighed. It seemed that she wasn't going to talk about it. Nevertheless, her body language had told him much. Strange, how one woman could be so entangled with the demon vessels. He knew full well that the other Jinchuriki of Kiri had been coming here, probably to seek some comfort from someone who wouldn't care about the beast he held. He hadn't had the heart to forbid him to come again, despite the disapproving mutters of Kiri's council. Well, the new one. Most of the members of the old one had been murdered in the purges. It's a shame that a kunoichi like you is going to end up dying tomorrow. Kushina looked at him coldly. If you feel that way, then you shouldn't have ordered my capture. I was never ever going to break. Yugura looked at her in surprise. Me? Order your capture? I wasn't even the Mizukichi when it happened. Kushina blinked, looking confused. Then who dash? Yugura heard the soft, threatening thud of footsteps. Frowning, he turned around to see who it was. Behind him, Kushina gasped. You dash. Aiko frowned, bending down to peer more closely at the seal traced out onto the thin, nearly translucent paper. Her eyesight was going, the old woman knew that, but she was far too stubborn to wear glasses. She wasn't a kunoichi anymore, hadn't been in active service in over 20 years, but she still disliked anything that might be perceived as a weakness to be exploited on the battlefield. Better to have poor eyesight and rely on your other senses than have a flimsy frame on your face that could be punched in, sending glass shards into your eyes. After assuring herself that she had not made any mistakes, Aiko straightened up, wincing at the deep pain in her back. The slim candle perched on the corner of her desk flickered, sending the shadows dancing around the bookcases filled with scrolls, the seals painted on the wall, the slender sinbon needles pinning back her gray hair, the ancient katana hung upon the wall. She might be retired, but the lifestyle of a shinobi was difficult to shake off, and while she couldn't use her taijutsu like she used to do, Aiko had always been more into genjutsu and fuinjutsu, neither of which required much of the stamina she had lost over the years. Ironically, it wasn't really until she had retired and so could devote herself more fully to the latter that her skills really grew. Why, when she was 30, she could never have achieved what she had been able to do 9 years previously, if you could call it an achievement to be proud of. And she certainly wasn't. Sighing, the old woman shuffled out of her study, closing the heavy door behind her. Her cane, she joked about it concealing a weapon of some sorts, but whether that was true or not was anyone's guess, tapped against the smooth floorboards as she made her way to the kitchen. To her annoyance, the small table was bare, with none of the cutlery, nor the patterned tablecloth set out. They were having a guest over, and she had asked her granddaughter to take care of setting the table while she dealt with the cooking. "Kiyoshi! Kiyoshi! Where are you?" There was no answer, and Aiko sighed, before gripping her cane and making her way to the front door. She unlocked it and pushed it open, grimacing at the squeak of the hinges. At once, she was hit by a wave of bright sunlight, and she screwed up her eyes. "Kami, is my house that dark?" Blinking as her eyes adjusted, Aiko carefully hobbled down the rickety stairs to her porch and looked around. It was late midday, and most of the other villagers were working on something or other. However, one of her neighbors, Rishu, who was just a few years younger than her, was dozing on his own porch, a pipe hanging loosely outside of his mouth. Aiko cupped a hand around her mouth. "Rishu!" He cracked an eye open, looking at her sleepily. "Aiko-chan? What is it?" Rolling her eyes at the suffix that he had always referred her as, even when he was nothing more than a small boy playing around with the older children, Aiko nodded at her house. "Have you seen Kiyoshi anywhere?" Rishu's cheerful grin faltered for the briefest of moments at the mention of her granddaughter. But then the expression was wiped away, and he nodded. "Think I saw her heading towards the woods." Aiko nodded. The lightly forested area near the back of the village was used by a training ground by many, as it was big enough for them to get some privacy while training, but small enough for someone in trouble to be heard. She should have known that Kiyoshi would have gone there. After all, it was the only place apart from the house that she wouldn't be bothered. Slowly she made her way through the village, enjoying the sunshine. A few people called out greetings when they saw her, while the rest at least managed to nod respectfully. After all, no matter who her granddaughter was, they still remembered her as the woman who had helped save the village, despite the painfully high personal cost. Aiko sighed, looking around. The village's name of Hagaragakure would not make any sense to an outsider. It was a small, clean village, with bright colors, children playing in the streets, civilians mingling comfortably among the shinobi, and plenty of fauna and flora. But to anyone who had lived there 9 years ago, it would be painfully obvious. Kinagakure was never going to be a major village. Founded by a small shinobi family, its main income had come from their jutsus, the ability to weave silk out of pure air, or some other such nonsense. Aiko had never been interested in that sort of thing. From a long line of shinobi herself, she had always been a fighter, not the type of ninja who would make money out of what their jutsu could produce, unless you counted the missions she took. No, when she had arrived as a toddler with the rest of her family, it had not been to make a great name for their clan, it had merely been to settle down and finally get some stability in their lives. And for 53 years she had had it. She had married to another shinobi and had had 2 children by him. One of those children, the youngest, Kiyoshi, had been killed on a mission when she was 14, caught in a cloud of poison blown by a Kusa Chunin. Aiko had grieved, and even now she carried a sense of loss over it, but losing the people you love is a constant in the life of a shinobi, and she had eventually moved on. 5 years later, her husband had followed their daughter, but again she had managed to get past that. She still had had 1 child left, her son, Daisuke, and she focused her attention on him. Daisuke wasn't like her. Oh, they had similar features, blonde hair, though hers was already graying, green eyes and pale skin, but he had inherited his father's brashness and determination. He would never have the patience for crafting complex skills, never understand the skills of genjutsu. He was a man of flashy ninjutsu, using loud and sometimes crude jutsu to get his way. Brash and determined wasn't too bad a combination, but when added to the growing resentment of the younger generation, it had posed a problem. A problem which Aiko had failed to see. She and the other older, wiser shinobi had seen and accepted that they wouldn't be accepted as a great power for years, if ever, and they knew it would be best to work with what they had. But Daisuke and his friends refused to see that. They looked at the power of the 5 major villages hungrily. They ummed about not being able to call their leader Kage. And whenever someone from one of those villages they envied so entered Kinu, they would crowd around them, trying to learn all they could, as if knowing that IWA shinobi saluted the memorial of their war dead before each mission would somehow make their own shinobi become just as great. And then, fatefully, Daisuke had met a shinobi from Suna, who had proudly told him of how their first Kazekage had battled the Ichibi and won, not only winning glory for himself, but also securing a powerful weapon for the village that could be called upon at any moment. She had a feeling that that shinobi hadn't been high-ranking. Any ninja worth their salt would know that it didn't do to spread any information about your village's weapons, even if they were well known. And that had ignited a fire within Daisuke's brain, a fire that could not be quenched by anything other than the fulfillment of his new goal, to acquire a bijou for Kinu itself. Her poor, foolish son had no idea about the tailed beasts, no knowledge of just what he was seeking. If he had come to her, perhaps things would have been different. Most seal users had at least some knowledge of the creatures, and she was no exception. Her sensei had taught her about the 9 demons that roamed the land, each one filled with malice and greed, a dark desire to destroy everything they found. And then, of course, was their chakra, a poisonous energy that was the most powerful form of chakra in the land. To seal one was considered to be the highest task a seal user could ever aspire to fulfill, but it was not something that any of her colleagues had wanted to use. After all, they had all known the cost of sealing away a being of such power. The person sealing the beast would have stand there, finishing the jutsu as a sacrifice had their life SED out of them. Rumor had it that someone had been able to create a seal that took their own life instead, but that would be ridiculously complicated at best, and it seemed a bit strange to make a seal to take your own life. It was certainly not something for the weak-hearted. But Daisuke had known nothing about that. He only saw an avenue to power, a shortcut to making their village great. And so he had searched for a tailed beast with his friends, taking trips outside of the village to find one. Aiko had known that he was looking for something, but not what for. She had assumed he was looking for a wife, as none of the village girls interested him. And indeed, he did bring back a woman, Harumi, a dark-eyed, green-haired kunoichi from Getsugakure. Aiko had found her to be a pleasant, cheerful woman, and they got on well, Aiko telling Harumi stories of her youth, while the younger woman would sigh over how she and Daisuke had met. Harumi never mentioned that he had come to question her father about seals strong enough to imprison a tailed beast. Because Harumi was in love, and she was foolish too, sure that Daisuke would never do anything to put anyone in danger. 2 months later, Harumi became pregnant with Daisuke's child, and there had been much joy in the household. The medic had declared the child to be a healthy girl, and Daisuke had kissed Harumi, before turning to Aiko. "We'll call her Kiyoshi, shall we, Harumi-chan? After Kiyoshine-chan?" Aiko was a bit shocked when Kiyoshi was born. Her skin was pale, far more so than Daisuke or Harumi's. Her eyes were a pale blue, and her wispy locks of hair were a pure white. The medic had explained to them that she was an albino, listing the risks of sunburn, the poor eyesight, things that could be a problem for a shinobi. But Daisuke had passionately declared that it didn't matter, that he knew his little girl would be the greatest kunoichi from the village, and Aiko had been so proud of him, not knowing that in a matter of days he would change their lives forever. Daisuke finally discovered the location of an unsealed bijou, the Gobi no Hoku, the 5-tailed demon dog, which was slumbering deep within a forest. Daisuke had brought along someone who fancied himself as a fuinjutsu expert, and the most skilled of his friends, expecting that to be enough. After all, the Shodai Kazekage had faced the Ichibi on his own, and had emerged, if not without a scratch, quite well from the encounter. Unfortunately, Daisuke had overlooked a few things. Firstly, that the Kazekage had been an S-class ninja, and secondly that he had only been facing the Ichibi. The Hoku was 5 times as powerful, and it had a few more tricks up its sleeve than the Ichibi's control over sand. The bijou had sensed Daisuke's party approaching, and it had attacked before they even knew they had gotten close to it. The fuinjutsu user was snapped up instantly, followed by 3 more of Daisuke's friends. The rest had fled, running back to the village, and the Hoku had followed them, determined that its prey would not get away. Aiko would never forget the sight of the Hoku, even if she lived to the age of 1,000. It had stood at over 100 feet tall, with thick white fur and violet eyes that paralyzed everyone who met its gaze in fear. Its claws were like ivory scythes, its fangs crunched through stone and metal like butter, and its killing intent had forced Aiko to her knees with its intensity. Behind it had streamed 5 tails, one capped with flickering crimson flame, one that shimmered with water, one with a miniature hurricane swirling around it, one that was dusted with dirt and entangled with vines, and one that had crackling white-blue lightning slithering through the snowy fur. It had used those tails too. Fireballs had rained down from the sky, accompanied by deadly bolts of lightning that never missed their mark, and once struck, spread their own flames. The ground had cracked open and the plants had become deadly enemies, crushing and strangling all who came near, while waves had crashed against the village walls, tearing them apart like a child pushing over a tower of wooden blocks. And then, if that wasn't enough, there were its genjutsu abilities. Aiko had thought of herself as a reasonably proficient genjutsu user, but her illusions were nothing compared to the Hoku's. Impossible to escape from, often impossible to even detect until it was too late, able to make time bend to the Hoku's whim once the victim was trapped, and each one filled with horrific visions that were liable to make the victim go mad even if they survived it, which Harumi and so many others did not dash. The Hoku's illusions were living proof of why genjutsu could be so deadly. Armed with the elements, its genjutsu, and of course, its huge, equipped with sharp weapons body, the creature had seemed utterly unstoppable. But it wasn't. When Daisuke had stumbled back through the gates, it had taken a while to understand what he had done. He was so terrified of his pursuer that he could barely speak in coherent sentences. But once they knew, the village had sprang into action, evacuating all the civilians, while the shinobi searched for an answer, knowing they could never halt it with their ninjutsu alone, while Daisuke huddled in a corner, weeping as he was cursed again and again by everyone, even Aiko, who knew that the village was doomed, because of her son's arrogance, knew that she had to atone for his sins. And so, she had picked up his baby from the side of her mother's corpse, whispered, "Forgive me," in her ear, before facing the villagers and telling them that she knew a way to stop it. It wasn't that hard to design a seal, surprisingly. A bijou seal is just another storage seal, after all, just a bit more complex and powerful. Oh, it wasn't perfect, they didn't have time to make it so, but it would hold the hookah back, and that was enough. Kiyoshi had giggled when Aiko had painted the seal over her heart, probably thinking that her grandmother was just tickling her. But she had started crying when they had brought her out in front of the Hoku, who had paused for the briefest of moments, clearly wondering what they were going to try against it now. Aiko had got to work quickly, her ink-stained fingers bending and twisting in hand signs, summoning the power that could bind the beast to her granddaughter forever. She didn't even glance at the human sacrifice, though she easily recognized the blonde hair, shut off his screams even as the tears trickled down her cheeks. It made sense that the villagers would force her son to give his life for the village he had so recklessly endangered, made sense that she, the most proficient of them all in Fuinjutsu, would be asked to perform the sealing, but she hated them for it, hated them for punishing the whole family, as if Kiyoshi wasn't enough. And then, when it was all over, she had picked up the baby, and glared at them all, daring them to say anything about it. No one had. They feared the demon, and they feared the child that contained it, but Aiko was considered a hero for stopping it, and she made it clear that she would tolerate no attacks on her granddaughter. And so the village merely ignored Kiyoshi, never acknowledging her, but never attacking her either, making her life far better than most Jinchurikis. But even with the Hokugan, there was the problems it had left behind. Kinagakure had been torn apart, a total of 6 buildings had been left standing, and of those 6, only 2 were judged as stable. 2/3 of the village's shiniobi had been killed, as well as many civilians, among them quite a few members of the founding clan. Daisuke's foolish plan had doomed his ambition. Kinagakure would never ever completely rise out of the ashes left by the Hoku's attack, and a few of the shinobi had bitterly nicknamed it Heigigakure, a name which had stuck ever since. That had been 9 years ago, and the Hoku had never been seen since. Oh, the seal would allow Kiyoshi to draw upon the beast's chakra, but she had forbidden her from ever attempting it. Aiko had heard stories about the Jinchuriki who had lost control of their bijou, and she had no wish for her granddaughter to go through the experience. But though the Hoku was hidden, it was far from completely gone. Aiko had told every frightened villager who asked that, of course, there was no chance of the beast escaping, and they had believed her, but there were times when she wasn't sure of it herself. The Hoku wasn't gone in Kiyoshi's head, there it was a very real entity, a poisonous voice that lurked in the darker corners of her mind. When the Jinchuriki was younger, Aiko had often come into her room at night to see her twisting around in her bed, her sharp nails digging gouges in the mattress as she dreamed of the Hoku ravaging the village, of the countless people it had killed, whimpering as the bloody visions danced across her dreams. And then there was the Genjutsu. Hagegakure had no ninja school, relying on the families of any would-be shinobi to provide their training, something that Aiko had been happy to do with Kiyoshi. She'd started the girl on training when she was 6, and Kiyoshi had done quite well, all things considering. Like the rest of the women in her family line, Kiyoshi was small and skinny, despite all attempts to build her up, and so her taijutsu was nothing to write home about. Her chakra had not been enhanced by the Hokus, Aiko had made sure of that. If done right, such a thing could boost one's reserves greatly, but the risk of chakra poisoning was too great, so Aiko had not included that within the seal, meaning that Kiyoshi, like most kunoichi, did not have particularly large reserves. But she enjoyed learning Fuinjutsu, which Aiko had been all too happy to teach her, though that was far from her strongest point. Kiyoshi had not received power over the 5 elements like the Hoku. Aiko had tested her when she was 7, and found out that she was an ordinary earth type, to Aiko's secret relief. But with the control over earth came the control over plants. Presumably, if she'd been any other element, she'd have inherited the skills that Hoku had displayed with them as well. Not only that, but Kiyoshi had inherited the most feared of the Hoku's abilities, its Genjutsu skills. 3 days after learning it, she had mastered the henge. By the time she was 8, she had learned every Genjutsu Aiko knew, and had then slowly advanced into making her own, though that was slow going. Making original jutsus was tricky, and she was very young after all. Nevertheless, Aiko had often praised her for it, though she was a bit annoyed that her granddaughter would often neglect her taijutsu and ninjutsu in favor of genjutsu and fuinjutsu. After all, the time could come where those 2 arts wouldn't be enough, and she knew that then Kiyoshi would have to use the Hoku, and that was something she never wanted to happen, not ever. Shaking her head, Aiko saw a line of trees up ahead, signaling the beginning of the forest. Dead leaves crunched under her feet as she went further in, ducking below the spindly branches that threatened to snag her hair. The forest was filled with chakra signatures, as well as the thudding sound of kunai and shuriken hitting wood. She passed quite a few ninja wrestling in the dirt, one of whom was kind enough to point out where Kiyoshi was. After about 5 minutes of hobbling through the trees, she found her. Kiyoshi was sitting cross-legged on the ground of a small clearing peppered with kunai. She'd clearly been aiming for a specific tree, but only a few seemed to have hit it, and she'd clearly gotten bored with practicing. Instead, she was staring intently at a small beetle crawling across the floor, her eyes narrowed. Aiko snorted, knowing full well that Kiyoshi already knew she was there. The girl's eyesight might be poor, but her sense of smell was as sharp as any dog's. Kiyoshi, I've told you before. Insects are not affected by genjutsu. Trying to get it to look you in the eyes will not change that. Kiyoshi raised her head, blinking at her grandmother. Oba-chan. Aiko smiled wryly. I suppose you can explain why you are trying to catch a bug in a genjutsu instead of setting the table like I told you to. Kiyoshi shifted, her eyes flickering to the kunai scattered over the clearing. You told me to practice. Aiko reached down and tugged at the handle of one of the kunai sunk into the earth. It came away with a satisfying squelching noise, and she straightened up, shaking the dirt off. Yes, but I didn't mean for you to do it while you were meant to be doing your chores. Besides, it's not your genjutsu you need to work on. Your aim, she gestured at the numerous kunai that had missed the tree, leaves a lot to be desired. Kiyoshi scowled, standing up. It's not my fault I can't hit it dash. True, Aiko remarked, letting the kunai fall back down. But that is why we practice. Now, come on. We need to hurry back. Kiyoshi shrugged and kicked the rock that the beetle had been crawling on. It flipped over, possibly crushing the insect. Aiko rolled her eyes and turned it over, revealing the unharmed bug which scuttled away, relieved. There's no need to sulk, Kiyoshi-chan. He'll be gone soon. Kiyoshi nodded, though she didn't look very happy. Out of an entire village, only having your grandmother show any positive emotion to you was not good for the psychology of a child, and Aiko was beginning to get worried about the small signs of a developing sociopath in her granddaughter, which were no doubt spurred on by the huku. They were only small, and she was pretty sure that it was nothing serious yet. The last thing a village needed was a child with a superiority complex that was able to unleash a bijou. Gaara sneezed, feeling rather confused. He had never got sick before. Oh, he had to get going. Kachan would not get blood on her own, after all. Perhaps she ought to look into finding her some friends who didn't know about the beast? Well, that could be seen to later. For now, she had to focus on getting home before her guest arrived. Naruto frowned as he surveyed the landing site. Scrolls were scattered around the area, and there was a small dent in the ground where the dragon had hit the earth. For the first time, he fully appreciated how lucky they had been. He seemed immune to many forms of death, but there were equally many methods that hadn't been tested on him. Poisoned for one, or a broken neck. If they had hit the ground at the wrong angle. Shuddering, he returned his attention to the scrolls that littered the area. Gathering them all would be a pain, but there was no other choice. He needed a large supply of paper to work his jutsu, and besides, he didn't like the thought of any of Orochimaru's scrolls in the wrong hands, specifically in the Sannin's. Next to him, Sayuri looked at him inquiringly. What are we going to do, Aizen? Naruto shrugged. Get to work picking up the scrolls. After that we'll have to see. The puppet nodded, and raised her hand, chakra strings stretching from the tips of her fingers as she began plucking scrolls from the harder-to-reach places. He had no idea how that scroll had managed to get lodged within the roots of that tree, while Naruto got to work manually, picking up scrolls with his bare hands as he pondered Sayuri's question. To be honest, he hadn't really given a thought as to what would happen when he got out of Otogakure. Merely escaping was extremely dangerous and required lots of planning, so he'd focused all his attention on that. But now that they had escaped, he found himself wondering over what would happen now. He couldn't see himself as a civilian. He had been pretty self-sufficient back in Konoha, having no one else to depend on but himself, but he'd still missed quite a things that other children took for granted, and he didn't think he'd be able to function as an adult in an ordinary job, nor did he think Sayuri would be able to. That left being ninja, but there were a few problems with that as well. In Oto, they had not been trying to make him into a ninja. They had been trying to make his body ready for Orochimaru, not give him enough training to escape. Because of that, he had been taught Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, but not any ninjutsu or genjutsu, apart from the small jutsu he had managed to copy from Ami, leaving him woefully equipped for life as a ninja. After all, you'd have to devote yourself to the point of obsession to Taijutsu to even make it past the genin exam without ninjutsu. Back in Konoha, racing around his 115th lap, Rock Lee sneezed. Oh sure, he knew the puppet technique, but you still needed a bit more than that to become a good ninja. Besides, it was more suited to Sayuri's style. Naruto preferred tackling his enemies head-on, not standing back and directing a wooden doll to do it for him. So, first he would need to actually pick up some formal ninja training, but where could he get that from? He discounted Konoha immediately. The village had treated him worse than a rabid dog, tossing him to Orochimaru without a second thought. If he went back there, he had no doubt that the same fate would befall him again, and he had no intention of being the snake's new body. So, that left the other villages, but he doubted that he'd be able to find someone just willing to train them. No, he'd have to work hard, probably using scraps picked up from other ninja, but he would do it. He had never been one to back down from a challenge, and to him, that was all his training was going to be. However, Naruto examined the pile of scrolls at his feet. There wasn't any specific order to them. Sayuri had simply grabbed what she could to supply paper for his jutsu. However, these scrolls were from Orochimaru's personal library. There hadn't been any half-rate jutsus there. No sir, only the best for the Snake Sannin's collection. And now they were Naruto's. Sayuri-chan. The puppet turned to look at him questioningly, and Naruto held up a scroll, grinning madly. I think that you might want to start learning how to read properly, fast. The boat owner squinted at him, his Remy eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why'd you want to leave so late at night? Takashi smiled uncertainly. I'm meeting someone? The old man shifted, his foot tapping the moisture-rotted planks under his feet, and Takashi briefly had an amusing vision of it breaking beneath him, sending him crashing down into the choppy waters of Kiri. However, the more rational side of him hoped that he wouldn't. The old man was his only chance of getting out of Kiri alive. He had used a henge, one of the jutsu taught by the Kiri Academy, to turn his blue hair brown and give him a slightly darker skin tone, but he didn't have much faith in it as protection against the hunter nines that even now were scouring Kirigakure for any escaped prisoners. It was only because they were busy finding others that they hadn't come after him yet. But he knew they would search for him eventually, and he had to get out of the country before that. The boat owner spat, a gobbet of black saliva splattering against the wooden walkway, before scrutinizing Takashi, who tried to look like a perfectly ordinary, perfectly respectable teenager with absolutely no Kekkai Genkai at all. Apparently it worked, as the old man gestured at the boat. Climb in. But if you cause the slightest bit of trouble, I'll tip you over the side. Got it? Not particularly worried about the threat, one of the first jutsus taught to academy students in Kiri was one that allowed them to breathe underwater for a short period of time. Takashi nodded eagerly, walking after the old man. The boat wobbled precariously as he clambered inside it, and for a moment, Takashi almost regretted his decision. Almost being the key word. Flashback. Takashi rolled onto his back, wishing that his Kekkai Genkai could have been to produce mattresses. He'd have given anything to be back in his old bed, with a warm quilt and a mother that always gave him hot chocolate before bedtime. Not that he'd had a bedtime, of course, because Kiri shinobi were manly and tough, and they didn't listen to their mother about getting to bed at 9 exactly, unless, of course, they minded about being grounded. Sighing, the 10-year-old closed his eyes. This was the last time he'd get to sleep after all. Slowly, he began to drift off, and a faint voice inside his head hoped that he'd be able to have that dream again, the one where he was an awesome shinobi, and his family were congratulating him with large smiles on their faces, not the frozen look of horror on their faces that had shown when the bloodline hunters had found them. Takashi sat bolt upright, his eyes wide. No, that couldn't be. It was some kind of trick. But it wasn't. The chakra-draining seals on the door were flashing through an array of colors: crimson, dark green, sky blue, muddy brown. As Takashi watched in disbelief, the glow faded, bringing the seals with them. At once, the horrible feeling of having his chakra constantly sed away vanished, leaving Takashi feeling dizzy and disoriented. He could actually feel his chakra settling back down into his body, giving him strength. He still felt dead on his feet, but he knew that he had at least a small amount of chakra at his disposal, enough to use some jutsu and get the hell out of here. Hang on a minute. That was precisely why the chakra-draining seals had been placed in the prison, to prevent the prisoners, most of them shinobi, from escaping by using their jutsu. Each guard and visitor had to wear a counter seal, to prevent their own chakra being sked away as well. As it took a small amount of chakra to power each seal, a small amount that turned into a big amount when you considered just how many seals there were, the ninja with the largest source of chakra in the country was given the task of coming to the prison every once in a while to add his own chakra to the seals and keep them running, the Mizukichi. Because of that, they were tied to the man's life. So if they were failing, there were only two options. Either the Mizukichi had had an epiphany and decided to release all the prisoners out of the kindness of his heart. Pushed. And IWA would admit that it was their own fault that 3/4 of their shinobi got wiped out by the yellow flash. So just left the other option. Takashi drew in a deep breath as the other prisoners, their own seals malfunctioning, realized what was going on. The Mizukichi is dead. A ragged cheer rose up out of the cells, and Takashi cheered with them, relief and satisfaction at the Mizukichi's deserved fate overpowering his puzzlement at the fact that he had just seen the man walk past his cell, and he had looked perfectly healthy then. A muffled boom rang out as the prisoners, their chakra partially restored to them, began to work at getting out of their cells. Takashi heard a whistling noise, and quickly rolled away from the front of his cell, shielding his face with his arms. his door shattered, debris flying through the air that Takashi barely dodged. When the dust cleared, he saw the prisoner in the cell opposite him smile sheepishly. Clearly the man had overpowered whatever jutsu he had used to get out of his own cell. Takashi didn't care about that. He could hear the panicked footsteps of the guards, and knew that he had to get out as quickly as possible. Darting through the corridors, the boy searched for an exit, frantically trying to remember where he'd been brought in. After a few minutes of aimlessly searching, he found a small room with a desk and a few filing cabinets, the warden's office. Takashi's eyes lit up as he spotted a small doorway, beyond which he could see a corridor that ended with the exit. "Freedom, here I come." Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "Blasted woman." There was no time to head out the door. Instead, Takashi dived under the desk, curling up so that his gangly frame could fit into the narrow space. It was uncomfortable, but he had no choice. From the sounds of it, about 2 people had entered the room, and they definitely weren't prisoners. The voice, which he recognized as belonging to the guard that had thrown him into his cell, continued. "We tried to track them, Uchiha-sama, but her jutsu." There was a cold chuckle, and the hairs on the back of Takashi's neck stood up on end. It wasn't just the ominous way the chuckle seemed to echo around the room, or the fact that it was accompanied by the guard's own nervous laughter, indicating that he was scared of who he was with as well. No, it was the icy humor in the laughter, as if whoever it came from had no mercy or kindness whatsoever. "It matters not. If she thinks she can escape me, she is very much mistaken. That woman has something I need, and I will not rest until it is mine." Takashi frowned. Which woman? What did she have that was so important to whoever was speaking in that silky, poisonous voice? "Oh, of course, Uchiha-sama. But what of the Sanbai?" "Sadly, my jutsu went a little wrong. The beast escaped me." But then what will you do now, Uchiha-sama?" The sound of footsteps came closer, and Takashi pressed himself against the wood of the desk. "Please don't let them find me. I shall return to Amige Cure. Pain needs a little guidance. And of course, there is the matter of the Kyubi. Haven't you found it yet?" "No. The brat seems to have vanished off the face of the earth. But, no matter. I am sure Zetsu will be more than sufficient to track him down after he finds his own Jinchuriki." Takashi frowned, running these unfamiliar words through his mind. Jinchuriki, Sanbai, Kyubi. What were they talking about? "But for now, I want you to find that wretched woman. For too long I let Yagura handle things. I was hoping that the threat of death would bring her around, but those Uzumakis are stubborn to the last. Now I must depart, but find her. Quickly." Takashi waited until both were gone before scrambling out from under the desk and fleeing as fast as he could out of the prison. The alarms were already blaring, and he knew that he had to get away before he got dragged back to prison, and worse. And flashback. Takashi leaned back against the side of the boat, Kirigakure slowly disappearing into the mist it was famed for behind him. He was feeling very tired and he wanted to sleep, but first he silently offered up a prayer for whoever that man was after. He didn't know what he wanted, but there was one thing he knew for sure: he wouldn't want to be in her shoes when he caught her. Naruto finished scanning the text, his eyes wide. When he was in Konoha, he'd had to fight for every scrap of knowledge he came by. Few were willing to teach him, and those that did only performed the task with minimum effort, forcing him to struggle through every jutsu until he got it right. In Oto, he had been taught nothing at all apart from taijutsu, puppetry, and kenjutsu, so that he couldn't escape Orochimaru's clutches. His arsenal was tiny, pathetically so, and he had no doubt that, ninjutsu-wise at least, he was behind his peers in his old academy class. However, sitting before him was a wealth of knowledge. There wasn't just ninjutsu here, oh no. Naruto had only read through a few of them so far, but he could tell that there was a wide variety: ninjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, information about the different countries, details of Kekkei Genkai and how Orochimaru had successfully transplanted them, the more exotic kinds of chakra nature, even a bit about the bijou. Naruto had been particularly interested in the latter. He knew so little about what had been sealed inside him, apart from the fact that it was a fox with 9 tails, and had been so powerful that nothing but sealing it away would stop it. But the scrolls about the bijou had given him a more detailed description of the QB, and had also given him an indication about what to expect from it. The QB had first appeared, as far as the writer could tell, over 300 years previously, when it had attacked the castle of a band of mercenaries. After slaughtering everything in the vicinity, it had vanished, only to keep popping up through history, attacking places where human malice festered. As with the other bijou, people had been interested in its power and had sought to control it. But out of all those people, only 2 had ever been able to do that, and both of them were from Konoha, the first Hokage and a man called Uchiha Madara. According to the scroll, the first Hokage had controlled the QB by using his Mokuton, a Kekei Genkai that allowed him to control trees, while the Uchiha had used his Sharingan. What growing trees and copying jutsus had anything to do with controlling tailed beasts, Naruto had no idea, but it certainly was useful information. He was a bit disappointed by the QB's power, though. Unlike the Ichibi, which apparently could control sand, or the Nikomata with power over the dead, or the Hoku with its illusions, the QB was more of a tsunami of chakra. It simply crushed everything in its path, with everyone else being no threat to it whatsoever. However, now that he thought about it, that was probably where his enormous store of chakra had come from, and the bijou was probably healing him too, unwilling to die with him. Well, that was something. But despite the amount of knowledge the scrolls held, there was one small problem with them. These jutsus were all advanced. Orochimaru was hardly going to keep E-rank techniques in his personal library, after all. No, any jutsus in there were A-rank at the lowest. Henge, Kawarimi, Kakuremino, Tanuk, Buns, all the basic jutsu that a ninja was meant to know, but Naruto didn't. And he certainly wouldn't find them within these scrolls. It was like baking in a way. While others would be able to start off with simple buns and then work their way upwards, Naruto was going to have to dive straight into the 6-tiered wedding cake. And he knew that, as even the lowest ninja was expected to know the basic E-rank techniques, he had to as well. But where could he learn them from? A logical way would be to visit one of the villages, find a way to listen in on their lessons, and find out how to do those jutsus. But he'd have to find out a timetable of when they'd be taught, and he'd have to make sure he wasn't found out. Or he could simply buy a scroll of techniques. They had to sell them somewhere. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have any money, and had not thought to steal any from Orochimaru, quite careless of him, he admitted to himself. So, he'd have to find a way to earn, or steal, some money as well. Who would have thought that freedom would be this complicated? Sighing, the boy stood up, stretching his arms above his head. He was currently sitting in the room Sancho had given him, the scrolls piled up to the ceiling next to his bed. Naruto had already decided that he and Sayuri would be leaving in the morning. Indeed, the only reason he was staying the night was because it was raining outside, and he doubted that that would react well with his paper. Deciding to see where Sayuri was, Naruto headed downstairs. However, before he could look for the puppet, he was accosted by Sancho, who was looking worried. Naruto, do you think you could go out and find Karasher? I'm getting so worried about him. Naruto nodded, deciding that he didn't have anything better to do, and walked out the door, glancing up at the gray clouds. The rain was only pattering down lightly, but soon it would get worse. He needed to find Karasher soon. Where had the older boy gone anyway? He walked around the side of the house, and saw what appeared to be a small barn, the doors open to reveal a few rusty pots stacked around a large beam. Karasher was standing in the doorway, 2 other boys about the same age as him surrounding him, sneers on their faces as they shoved him around. Ah, is the baby gonna start crying for his mother? Are you going to tell on us, Karasher? Karasher stumbled back, shaking his head. Leave me alone. Naruto frowned as he surveyed the scene. Karasher seemed to be just as physically strong as the other 2, yet he was allowing himself to be pushed around by them. Naruto could have taken them out easily. Hell, Sayuri could have knocked them out by clobbering them over the head. And when you considered that Naruto had stood up against Orochimaru, the gap between their skills being far, far wider than the gap between Karashi's and the other boys, it sickened him that someone could allow himself to give up that easily. He stepped forward, and the boys turned to look at him, the stranger's eyes widening when they took in his appearance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? The older of the boys smirked, though he still looked a bit unsure. Teaching this little runt to respect his superiors. Go away, if you don't want to get the same treatment. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He'd faced Gyurin, Kabuto, a multitude of cursed seal victims, and Orochimaru himself. Did these boys really think that they frightened him? Apparently so. Well, in that case, he'd be happy to show them just how much he feared them. Moving out his hand, he felt with his mind for any metal in the area. Ah, there it was. Each boy was wearing a belt, with nice little buckles on them. Naruto sent out a mental command for the metal to come to him, and it did, the buckles ripping themselves and the belts away. At once, the boys' pants fell down, collapsing around their feet. Naruto smiled sardonically at the angry and humiliated boys. I can do a lot worse than that. Wanna see? They shook their heads quickly, holding up their pants with one hand as they scrambled away. Naruto shook his head in disgust. They were scared of him, because he had made their buckles come off. Really, he hoped that they didn't plan on becoming ninja. Any of the shinobi he knew would quite easily scare them to death with their tricks. Karasher stared between Naruto and the retreating backs of the boys with a look of shock on his face. Thank you. Naruto stared at him. Why didn't you push them back? They weren't any bigger than you. Karasher stepped back. I couldn't. There were two of them. So, you couldn't have just stood up to them? Karasher glared at him. I'd have liked to see you do any better. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Karasher seemed to remember that he had done better. The older boy rapidly backpedaled. You don't understand what it's like. I bet you've never had people like them being mean to you. Naruto stared at him in disgust. People like them? I had a whole village full. They weren't interested in being nice to me, but I didn't let myself get pushed around by them. And I didn't even have a mother like you. I had to do it on my own. Karasher opened and shut his mouth, before scurrying off back to the house. Naruto rolled his eyes, before glancing at the sky, now pelting rain down heavily, and deciding to go back inside himself. They would be leaving in the morning after all, and he didn't want to catch a cold. Karasher was very quiet when Naruto came back in, and didn't speak to him at all. But when Naruto left the room, he saw the older boy's eyes following him curiously, as if trying to figure out a puzzle that was missing most of the pieces. It didn't take long for Aiko's guest to arrive. Kiyoshi had just finished setting the table when there came a loud knock at the door. Aiko quickly stood up and hobbled over to the door, lifting the latch as she peered through. Her face broke into a smile. Mamoru-sensei. The door swung open to reveal a tiny old man, dressed in the dusty clothes of a frequent traveler, with a large bag slung across his back. He beamed when he saw her, and spoke in a low, crackly voice. Aiko-chan, how's my favorite student been doing? Aiko hugged him, glad to see the person that her parents had hired to teach her Fuinjutsu when she was a little girl. Mamoru was a retired ninja from Takigakure, but he still occasionally visited his old student to see how she was getting on. It was a bit odd, him visiting her now. Normally, he came later in the year, but she was glad to see him. They enjoyed dinner, swapping stories of what they'd been up to since they'd last seen each other, and reminiscing about the time when they had been master and student, and Aiko was unable to create an exploding tag without it blowing up in her face. Kiyoshi, who was leaning against her grandmother, was very quiet, and as the night wore on, her eyelids gradually lowered, until she was fast asleep. Aiko chuckled when she saw this, gently putting an arm around the girl to support her. It's getting late, Mamoru. The old man nodded, and Aiko frowned to see a serious look on his face. I need to be going, Aiko-chan, but there is something I need to talk to you about first. Aiko looked at him, puzzled. What is it? Mamoru bowed his head. There is an organization comprised of missing Neens. I do not know their identities, or even which village they originally came from, but I do know that they seem to be a rather dangerous bunch. And what they're interested in is the bijou. I wouldn't know about them, except an old friend, whom I hadn't seen for many years, visited me recently. He had been approached by a member of this group, who wanted information about the type of seals used in creating jinchuriki, specifically, how to break them. Aiko gasped, her arms tightening around the sleeping Kiyoshi, as if trying to shield her. After the huku had been sealed, She had looked for a way to get it out of her granddaughter, hoping to spare her from the fate of a Jinchuriki. But she soon learned that that was impossible. Once the Jinchuriki was bound to a demon, that was it. The only way to separate them was by killing the Jinchuriki. Why do they want to know that? She asked, her voice quavering. Which Jinchuriki did they want it for? Mamoru raised his head, looking at her directly in the eye. I do not know. However, I have heard rumors of men dressed in similar outfits in most of the major villages. So, it is possible that they are not after just one Jinchuriki but all of them. Aiko's eyes flashed, and Mamoru began to sweat as a wave of killing intent washed over the room, making Kiyoshi whimper in her sleep. No one is going to touch my granddaughter. Mamoru held up his hands, trying to pacify her. It could just be rumors, Aiko-chan, but if you see anyone wearing a cloak with red clouds, keep Kiyoshi hidden. Aiko slumped back into her chair. And if you're wrong? If they come for her? Would she have to use the hoku to escape if I helped her? She hated the thought of Kiyoshi using the demon for anything, but if she was genuinely in danger. Mamoru looked at her somberly. The hoku? Aiko-chan, if the rumors are true, and they do come for her, there's only one thing Kiyoshi could do to prevent being taken away. What? Aiko asked flatly. Run like hell. A scream split the air, and Kabuto winced, grinding up a herb to be used in a particularly potent poison. Orochimaru had been most put out when he found out that Naruto had escaped, and he was taking it out on his subordinates. If Kabuto was in the same room, then no doubt he'd be a target as well. It was just as well that he was leaving on another project for Orochimaru. The man was always seeking new avenues of power, and he had recently become intrigued by a small village that was said to have harnessed the power of a fallen star. If they could take that power and replicate it for their own shinobi, the possibilities were endless. For this end, Kabuto had been assigned his own laboratory, one that would be situated close by Hashigakure, as the village was called. Though the star would be their main project, those given charge of laboratories were allowed to conduct their own little experiments, and there was one that Kabuto was particularly interested in. Kekkai Genkai transfers were common in Odo, and a common source of frustration for those who had to keep on finding new test subjects, as so few of them lived through it. However, Kabuto was sure that he'd be able to find a few. The two particularly bloodlines he wanted to reproduce were very special, after all. Even Orochimaru had wanted them. It was very easy to get a sample off Kimimaro. The boy was now comatose, only a large array of machines keeping his illness from completely taking him over, and as his medic, Kabuto had practically unrestricted access to him. Guren was more difficult. She disliked him, and trusted him far less than she could throw him. In the end, Kabuto had been forced to pretend that Orochimaru wanted her to be medically examined, in case she had developed a Kekkai Genkai illness like Kimimaro, and the woman had practically jumped onto the medical table. Now, he had two samples, one of the Shikatsumiyaku, and one of the Shoten. And with the world of opportunities. Sancho was sad to see the two children who had arrived not 2 nights before go. The little girl had been quite charming, if a bit adverse to letting Sancho take her clothes for washing, while the boy had definitely done something to Karasher. Those nasty bullies hadn't bothered him for a while, and she was sure that Naruto had had something to do with it. Currently, the two were standing by the door, ready to go, and she smiled at them. Make sure you come back. The little girl smiled cheerfully, while Naruto nodded. Of course we will. Goodbye. With that, they stepped out of the door, and Sancho turned to her son. Oh, I do hope we see them again. Karasher smiled, looking a bit unsure. Yet I guess so. Outside the house, Sayuri looked at the paper dragon with an annoyed expression. Did you have to use all the scrolls, Nai-san? I was reading one. Naruto looked at her, amused. Oh, which one? It was about bugs. Nisen, did you know that some people have bugs living under their skin? Naruto shuddered at the idea. No. Well, they do. And some of them made them poisonous. Nodding along to what Sayuri was saying, Naruto swung his leg over the side of the dragon, helping her on as well. The puppet looked up at the sky, before turning to him quizzically. So, Nai-san, where are we going now? Naruto smiled at her as the dragon rose into the air. You know what? She shook her head. I have no idea. The priestess's eyes snapped open, briefly revealing a strange purple pattern before they faded back to normal. The little girl in her lap looked up at her, unsure. Kachan? Are you all right? She smiled down at her, smoothing her hair. Yes, my darling, I'm fine. Now, why don't you see if dinner has been prepared yet? The girl nodded, scampering away, while her mother stared at her sadly. Oh, Cheyenne, I thought that it would be better for you to not learn the true ways of the priestess, but now I see that I was wrong. You need that power to survive, and I can see from my vision that there are far worse things than demons in this world.